Chapter 113. Master of Mountains? Thales was stunned. How come I've never heard of it? Because this god does not have a representative in the human world. It does not have a temple or a church, Put-Ray explained with a chuckle. There are even very few credible records of the manifestation of divinity. It only exists in the stories and legends that are passed down by the people. And for the travelers in the wilderness, worshipping the Lord of the Mountains is more of a kind of safety and peace of mind when traveling far away. The gifts from the mountains are more like a ritual to help the travelers overcome the harsh cold. Passed down by word of mouth? During the era of the ancient empire, the Master of Mountains was once the common belief of all humans. Not only us Northlanders but also you, the Rudalians who built the empire at the center of the world, the Kalanzarians of the southwestern land of thorns and dragon-kissed land, the barren bone people of the Great Desert, the Nada robbers of the Near East, the Kisari who graze on the eastern plains, the dark-skinned red earthlings in the extreme south, and the Kasai who roam the islands. Other than the Far Easterners, almost all humans know and acknowledge the existence of the Master of Mountains. The old Castellan drank a mouthful of ale and said with emotion behind the bar counter. But now, even in Northland, this simple belief can still be seen in the simple and honest countryside. The name of the Master of Mountains has disappeared, just like countless precious Northland traditions. All that is left are the great temples wrapped in power and money. The Rudalians and the Northlanders? Thales curiously lowered his head and nibbled on the next piece of bread. I remember the title of the Supreme King of Constellation. Yes, we all know, Archduke Lampart's strategist Viscount Kentvita said with a mocking laugh, the common ruler of the Rudalians and the Northlanders of the Western Peninsula. But I sincerely suggest that you omit the latter part in Extet. The Northlanders have never acknowledged your rule over us. As far as I know, Put-Ray retorted sharply, 2/3 of the Northland province during the era of the ancient empire was in Extet, while the remaining 1/3 was in the northern territory of Constellation. Those Constellatiates also called themselves Northlanders and acknowledged the Supreme King's rule over them. This is where the problem lies. Viscount Kentvita tapped the bar counter thoughtfully. Northland has always belonged to Northlanders. Why should it belong to Constellation? Why should it belong to the rule of a Rudalian king? Thales suddenly understood. Northland referred to the Northland province during the era of the ancient empire 1,000 years ago. It was a geographical concept, and Northlanders referred to the human race that existed before the empire was built. They lived on this land. As for Extet, it was a country that was built after the Battle of Eradication. The weight it carried was far less than Northland, let alone Northlanders. Just like how Constellation was a country that only existed after the Battle of Eradication, the humans who lived in Constellation were known as the Rudalians thousands of years ago. By the looks of it, they seemed to be the main race of the ancient empire. Today, Northlanders and Rudalians had long since mixed together in Extet's Black Sand region and Constellation's northern territory. Thales lowered his head and inadvertently saw the wheat residue that had settled in the wine cup. He suddenly remembered the Sunset Pub in the underground street of Lower City district of Eternal Star City, the careless female bartender Jayla, the fierce-looking fat chef Edmund, and the owner of the pub who only showed up once or twice. Why? Because of history, Put-Ray said flatly. Today, whether it's Black Sand region or the Northern Territory, the Rudalians and Northlanders have lived together for many years. There is no longer any distinction between them. That's the land and people you snatched from Northland, Kentvita retorted. For example, Cold Castle 400 years ago and the lonely old tower 200 years ago. Your Northern Territory is our southern land. As the owner of the pub, Castellan listened to the argument between Kentvita and Put-Ray. He could not help but let out a loud laugh that no one else could understand. Thales felt a chill in his heart. So this is how Extetians think. He thought of the soldiers' attitude and behavior towards them when they first entered Lampart's camp. He immediately understood. Constellation wants to protect its northern territory, while Extet wants to recover the Northlanders' territory. Both sides are fighting for justice. How ironic. These are all voices I can't hear in Constellation, right? When Put-Ray said this, he chuckled softly. If you really want to say that Northland only belongs to Northlanders, the Arund family of Constellation's northern territory used to manage the entire Northland province for the Emperor, and they were a dukedom family for as long as 1,000 years. Constellations are pointless proud. Viscount Kentvita snorted coldly and said, in the end, all of you still want to go back to the ancient empire that perished a long time ago, don't you? Are you still reminiscing about the supreme authority and glory of the Pegasus throne, the emperors who could make the entire world tremble with just a wave of their sleeves, and the era where the map of the country could be spread from one end of the room to the other? The empire is undoubtedly the most precious legacy in human history, the most glorious page and the most powerful existence. Putray answered coldly, even though it no longer exists, its glory has been passed down to this day and has never faded. Ha! I almost forgot. Kentvita raised his hands and laughed mockingly at Thales. As long as Constellation exists, the empire will last forever, right, Your Highness? Thales shrugged and responded to him with a smile. Don't make fun of the royal family, Putray said coldly. His bloodline once stood at the top of the world and witnessed the rise and fall of mankind. Bloodline? Kentvita snorted with a nasal voice. Northlanders do not believe in bloodlines. A hero who can shoulder the burden of the country and its people will naturally become a king. The next moment, the Viscount of Extet narrowed his eyes and said sternly, and listen carefully, Your Highness. The empire ruled by the so-called imperial family that you were born in has only left the world a nightmare of chaos. Thank you for your reminder. Thales scratched his head awkwardly and laughed dryly. What a novel point of view. Novel? Kentvita stared at him and said flatly, have you heard of Quiso Lampard's story? Your Highness. Quiso Lampard? The ancestor of the Lampard family? The king of rebellion? Thales answered excitedly. You don't need to hear it from the subordinate of an archduke. Putray was about to speak, but he noticed that Thales had raised his hand with great interest and stopped him from speaking. Please continue, Viscount Kentvita, Thales said with a smile. I am very interested in all knowledge. Putray and Kentvita glanced at Thales in surprise. Do you know Archduke Trentida of Reformation Tower? He is one of the 10 archdukes of Extet. Kentvita pondered for a while and said quietly, Reformation Tower is adjacent to your lonely old tower. It is ruled by the Trentida family, a famous family of knights in Northland's history. Their family emblem is a radiant blade. I don't know much about it. Sorry, I am only 7 years old. Thales shook his head awkwardly. But I am very willing to listen to your explanation. What about the Trentida family? What does it have to do with Quiso Lampard? It has nothing to do with the Trentida family. It is their territory, Reformation Tower, and its surroundings. Kentvita sighed and said, that is the easternmost part of Northland. It is also one of the entrances to the Sighing Mountains. During the era of the ancient empire before the peninsula was split apart, Reformation Tower was once synonymous with barbarism and chaos. Do you know how Reformation Tower got its name? Thales shook his head cooperatively. It was once the ancient empire's penal prison and execution ground. Those who went there needed to be recreated. Kentvita shook his head and said, Reformation Tower. Unfortunately, most of the prisoners inside did not come out alive and their lives were recreated. Thales nodded as if he was deep in thought. And during the ancient empire, there was a famous person imprisoned there, Quiso Lampard. Thales frowned slightly. Quiso Lampard. He knew this person. At least he was mentioned in the world history that Gilbert made up for him. Quiso Lampard, Northland's king of rebellion. He was the man who started the first civil strife in the ancient empire. However, in the books he was a forest bandit who roamed the Northland pine forest. During a robbery he accidentally killed an official of the empire, so he was captured by the empire. His accomplices attacked the execution ground and rescued him. The desperate Quiso knew that he could not escape the empire's pursuit forever, so he decided to go all out. Taking advantage of the Northlanders' dissatisfaction with Duke Arun's harsh governance, he spread rumors to divide Northland, stirring up a storm of chaos in Northland, and completely embarked on the path of rebellion against the empire. In the end, his rebellion was easily extinguished by the empire's army at Lonely Old Peak. However, the empire's first civil strife also broke out because of this, and it became more and more intense. However, today Kentvita told him a completely different story. Kentvita said faintly, it is said that the Lampard family is the descendant of Takmu, the first king of the north, during the uncivilized era before the orcs invaded. More than 1,500 years ago, Quiso Lampard was just an ordinary lumberjack in the Northland province of the ancient empire. However, he was highly skilled, forthright and righteous. He helped the poor and the weak. He was very famous in the area. Even the Northland province's Duke family around knew of him. That was the so-called empire's most glorious era. The elves compromised with the empire, the dwarves became craftsmen, the orcs fled to the glaciers, the dragons went extinct, and only the Far East remained unconquered. Therefore, when the empire's campaign to conquer the Far East was in full swing, Quiso was enlisted into the army. With the glory and pride of fighting for the empire in his heart, he gladly went to the battlefield. He fought bravely and was good at fighting. Due to his prestige in the hearts of the Northlanders, he was promoted all the way until the empire conferred him the title of Count and appointed him as the general of the Northland army. Thales's heart trembled. This story was completely different from the one he had in mind. With the hard work of Quiso and the other armies, the Far Easterners retreated in defeat and were trapped in their isolated city. Only the Chilan holy capital, which was about to fall, was left with no soldiers and food supplies. The empire's magnificent feat of unifying the world was about to be realized. The emperor's desires became more and more excessive. His demands were endless. He never stopped conscripting laborers and the amount of taxes increased. The Northland province, as the best source of soldiers, was the first to bear the brunt of it. The Northlanders could not take it anymore. They began to resist taxes, escape from labor and chase away the emperor's tax collectors. They began to face the empire's authority with anger and curses instead of enthusiasm and obedience. Therefore, Duke Arund, the emperor's servants, could no longer collect enough taxes and labor. There were even frequent cases of tax resistance. The empire's servants came up with a solution. They found the most famous person in Northland, the Northland Army's commander, Quiso, who was on his army's rotation break and had returned home to recuperate. Caslin sighed. Putre was silent. Kenfida continued to speak. They persuaded Quiso to become their colleague and go with them to demand the payment of taxes and labor, but Quiso did not agree. They then persuaded Quiso to make an announcement to convince the Northlanders to submit to the empire, but Quiso did not agree. They then used the empire's name and ordered the empire's general to help them find the Northland rebels, but Quiso did not agree either. Quiso said this, "I am loyal to the empire but I am a Northlander." In the end, the emperor found out about this. The emperor sent an edict. There were only 2 words on it. Kenfida's gaze became extremely cold. He said flatly, "Choose one." Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Choose one. The next thing the Northlanders knew was that Quiso was exiled to Reformation Tower until he proved his loyalty to the empire again. The emperor could not tolerate his general failing to do so. But for a whole year Quiso did not relent. At the same time, the Northlanders who heard the news became even more resentful. In the end, the emperor, who heard the complaints of the Northlanders, was fed up with Quiso's stubbornness and decided to make an example out of him. He used punishment and fear to intimidate the Northlanders and reassert the empire's dignity. Hence, Quiso Lampard was escorted to the execution ground. There he watched helplessly as his son was beheaded, his wife was hanged, his daughter was hanged, and his friends were whipped to death. Finally, when it was Quiso's turn, the furious Northlanders and Quiso's subordinates broke through Reformation Tower together. They fought their way into the execution ground, killed the empire's soldiers and rescued Quiso. When the news spread, the entire Northland was shocked. The people picked up their weapons again, put on their armor and gathered around the dying Quiso. But this time they did not serve the empire but to rebel against the empire. Of course you know the story after that. Thales savored the story. It was too different from what was written in the books in Constellation. Yes, Thales said quietly as he pondered. The king of rebellion fought to the end and his last 300 men. But at the end of the story, Kenfida still surprised Thales. There's only one difference, Kenfida interrupted him, his eyes sparkling. There's no such thing as fighting to the end. Thales was stunned. Quiso had no intention of fighting at all. He dismissed most of the revolutionary army, and only led the last 300 men who refused to leave and launched a final charge against the 3 great armies from the side of Lonely Old Peak. This is more like a complaint against the emperor, not a rebellion against the empire he was loyal to all his life, isn't it? After he died, every Northlander lit candles in every household and honored him as king according to the ancient rites of the Age of Kings. This is the story of the King of Rebellion. Many extensions are familiar with it. Do you understand now, Emperor's descendant? Kentvita said flatly, what the empire left for Northland. Caslin watched Thale's reaction with interest. Fortunately, the others were sitting at a round table some distance away from them. Otherwise, Thales reckoned that there would soon be another tavern brawl between constellations and extensions. A story that has been meticulously embellished. Putray snorted and laughed. I'm curious though. How did you know the Emperor's edict so clearly? Are you sure that you didn't miss a single word? Go ahead and be sarcastic, citizen of the Empire. Anyway, your mind is only filled with the glory of the Empire. Kenvita's gaze was filled with disgust. He continued, what did the Empire give the world? Endless military conquests, unreasonable and harsh taxes, greedy and corrupt high-ranking officials of the Empire, cruel and oppressive rule by the ignorant people, ugly and dark religious oppression. Do you know that primitive beliefs like the Master of Mountains, the Maiden of the Sea, the Father of the Grasslands, and so on disappeared under the ancient empire's ban and the conspiracy of the Emperor and Bright God Church? And the Temple of Knights in the north that was forcefully demolished by the Emperor 1,000 years ago. That was the cradle and sacred land of the Knights, the legendary place where humans fought against the ancient orcs together in Northland. Citizen of the Empire. Kentvita took a sip of wine and sneered. Stop lying in the glory of the past and wallowing in it. You have no idea how ugly your positions are. Continue to hold on to that thought, but history cannot be changed. Even now, Putray said in disdain, I only see your carriages running on the roads built by the Empire. Your currency is minted according to the gold, silver and copper standards set by the Empire. No matter how many languages you speak, your northern accents and habits are still derived from the ancient and common language of the Empire. Your armies follow the Empire's system of regiments, brigades, guards and squads. Your nobles follow the Empire's system of dukes, earls, viscounts, barons and lords. Your paintings, poems, and music all draw nourishment from the glory of the Empire. Without the Empire, I'm afraid that Northland would still be a piece of scattered sand, backward and barbaric land. What can that prove? Kentvita interrupted him rudely. If we call the things that the Empire imposed on us with violence a gift and feel complacent about it. Imposed? Putray seemed to be enraged as well. The Knights of the Northland Kings joined the great Emperor Camelot Caruther almost at the same time as the chauvinistic King's army. You are the great Emperor's earliest supporters, the most active swords and blades when he built the Empire. Very well, Kentvita said coldly. Now we, the children of the Northern Wind and the Dragon, no longer need that evil Empire. We are self-reliant. Please put away your pride in the Empire, citizens of the Empire. I have seen a lot of Northern Wind, Putray said flatly. As for the dragon, if you are referring to the one embroidered on Ekstet's flag, the material is not bad. The significance of the dragon on Ekstet's flag does not lie in whether it exists or not. After all, we do not rely on a legendary beast to protect this country, Kentvita said solemnly. But it represents the beliefs and temperament when Ekstet was founded. That is the revelation that Raikuru, the Northland hero, left to us during the Battle of Eradication. Strength, patience, tenacity, pride, persistence and... Kentvita glanced at the people from Constellation, then picked up his wine cup and took a big gulp. With a rather profound smile he said, never surrender, even if it is a colossus like the Empire. And what is left of all of you? Kentvita sneered and said, Constellation is just an antique. There is no meaning to its existence at all. The reason for its existence is only to testify to a piece of past history, to summon the soul of a country that has perished for a long time. Putray was about to answer, but he heard Thales heave a long sigh at that moment. Dino. Kentvita and Putray turned to the second prince of Constellation at the same time. Be it Putray or Viscount Kentvita, Thales sighed deeply and said, even though one of you is a constellatiate, and the other is an extension, in your unpleasant encounter, I found the two biggest similarities between the two of you. Putray and Kentvita were stunned at the same time. So what are they? The one who spoke was the owner of the tavern, Caslin, who had been watching the show from the side. He tapped his chin with great interest and asked Thales, "Similarities?" Thales raised his eyebrows and shrugged. "When the two of you meet each other, even if you speak from your own standpoint, your minds will only be filled with the same thing. The most unoriginal thing." Put Ray revealed a puzzled expression while Kentvita frowned slightly. "The Empire," Thales said softly. He took the last bite of the bread. Put Ray and Kentvita were stunned at the same time. "Ha ha." Caslin clapped and laughed loudly. "What an interesting conclusion. What about the second similarity?" "The second, Thales bit into the black bread and mumbled, even though the two of them talked so much about the Empire. But in truth, none of them have actually seen the Empire with their own eyes, whether it was the final Empire 600 years ago or the ancient Empire more than 1,000 years ago. Caslin's laughter grew louder. Put Ray and Kentvita's faces darkened at the same time. "Well said. The second Prince of Constellation." Caslin slammed the table in extreme joy and laughed loudly as he looked at Thales. "They have never seen the Empire. Thank you for your support." Thales shrugged. "On one hand, it shows that the Empire's influence is indeed far-reaching. On the other hand," he stared at the two quarreling men in resignation, "both of you are arguing with each other's imaginations." "Really?" Put Ray and Kentvita turned their heads at the same time and no longer looked at each other. "Get over it, boys." The old Caslin shook his head. "Who else remembers ancient legends, glorious past, lost history and sacred traditions, other than the nobles who boast about their families and the stinky scholars? But this thing." He pointed outside the door. "The gifts from the mountains can prevent the young lads from freezing and starving to death when they go out in the cold winter. That's enough. It's useful to people, so it has its own meaning of existence. The Master of Mountains has not disappeared. It has always lived in the cracks of every day before the bitter cold, and lives in the gratitude of travelers who pluck food from the trees. As for the dragon and the Empire," Caslin sneered, "it's the same principle." Put Ray and Kentvita did not speak anymore, but their expressions were unpleasant. Thales flashed a bright smile. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Caslin slammed a wine glass with a different color on the bar counter and pushed it in front of Thales. "High-quality rye wine, specially provided by Hero Tavern." Under Thales' astonished gaze, the old man said casually, "My old comrade in Prestige Orchid region provided it with rye. There's a daily limit. It's not for the crude stuff they drink. This is for what you just said." Thales widened his eyes. He looked at the white-haired old man, then lowered his head to look at the wine in the glass. "Don't hesitate, boy. Drink it up." Caslin showed off his powerful and vigorous right arm muscles, which did not show any signs of aging. The standard to judge a good warrior is, firstly, whether he can swing his axe with enough strength, and secondly, whether he can drink to his heart's content. I'm only 7 years old." Thales stared at the wine glass that was the size of his head. He widened his eyes and said awkwardly, "You know, kids can't drink. It's not good for their bodies. That's nonsense." Caslin gave Thales a thumbs up with his yellow teeth. He then slapped Thales' shoulder, causing him to stagger. "Only 7 years old can drink." Chapter 114. After Thales tried his best to reject the cup of rye wine, he breathed a sigh of relief under old Caslin's regretful gaze. They rested for a quarter of an hour. Viscount Kentvita turned his head and nodded at the Fire Knight, Tolja. "Get ready." Tolja ordered his soldiers. "We're ready to depart. We must reach Prestige Orchid region before tomorrow night." Upon hearing their commanding officer's words, Eksted's officers and soldiers stood up in unison. They left behind their wine money and walked out of the tavern. The Constellations looked at Thales. Thales glanced at Put Ray, shrugged and jumped off the bar counter. But just as he waved at old Caslin and was about to leave, "Brat, wait." Caslin left the bar counter and walked towards Thales. Thales only then realized that this old man was extremely tall. Caslin was almost 7 feet tall. He had to raise his neck to an angle that he could barely look up at him. Fortunately, Caslin squatted down in front of him. "You want to apologize to King Nuvan, don't you?" Old Caslin said slowly, "And I also heard that it is to repay Prince Mariah for his misfortune in Constellation." "Yes." Thales exhaled. Let's see if King Nuven will be interested in my head. Caslin's gaze on him changed slightly. The old man sighed. When I was your age I only knew how to chase sparrows behind my brother's butt. Thales smiled faintly. But before Thales could speak, Caslin continued, damn those messy political schemes of the nobles. They never show mercy, don't they? I don't care if you are 7 or 17. God knows how Prince Moriah died. It's a pity, he was a good lad. Thales looked surprised. Thank you for your understanding. Sir Caslin, listen, Caslin said flatly. I once served under Nuven. To a certain extent I am quite familiar with him. This tavern owner knows King Nuven? Thales was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Kentvita, who was not far away. Why did they bring me here? Is it really to rest in the middle of the journey? Caslin sighed softly. He was a good king when he was young, a typical burly Walton man. I still remember Nuven Walton standing at the 38th century ground, swinging his flail at the attacking orcs. At that time he was generous, tolerant and just. He could stand in front of an orc's axe for a nobody. Every warrior thought it was an honor to die for him. Oh. Thales' eyes brightened. Good. It looks like at least he won't be a king who will simply order me to be beheaded. But people change. The old Caslin exhaled. His gaze became misty and unfocused. Nuven is also human. He will grow old. There will come a day when he will be bewitched by slander and women, and be controlled by desires and impulses. Although he has the blood of Rykru Extet, he is not a perfect dragon or hero. Especially, he's a father who lost his son. Thales could not help but be stunned. Caslin lowered his head and stared at Thales. Be careful, Constellation's second prince. Extet uses the great dragon as its flag, but for the past 600 years, we have only worshipped the great dragon's strength, learned the great dragon's pride, and cast the great dragon's wisdom to the back of our minds. Although we claim to be the children of the northern wind and the dragon, the shackles of the empire on our shoulders are no less than constellations. What do you mean? Thales widened his eyes. Do you mean that Extet's domestic situation may be worse than we think? Child, take care. Caslin only shook his head and gently placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. Since you paid but did not drink, consider this a bit of advice from me. Thales could only spread his hands. Thank you for your advice. Unfortunately, it's useless. What will come will come. No matter what, he had to face Nuven the Seventh. Right. Caslin hesitated for a while and suddenly exhaled. He smiled and said, if you run into any irreversible crisis in Extet, when even King Nuven can't save you, King Nuven can't save me? Thales was puzzled. What does that mean? There is a butcher shop on Dragon Cloud City's westbound road. Its signboard is a dagger. Caslin snorted. Under Thales' furrowed brows he said in a low voice, the boss is a Far Easterner with the surname Gu. He owed me a favor in the past. He is an extremely daring fellow and often does things that violate the law. If you want to ask him for help, just say $6.50. Under Thales' astonished gaze, the old man Caslin slapped him hard on the shoulder again. The second prince staggered again. As Thales grimaced in pain, the old man before him slowly stood up and laughed heartily. The next time you come, remember to drink my rye wine. That is the symbol of a man. Thales smiled awkwardly and left before Putre revealed a murderous gaze. Kentvita frowned as he watched Thales and the Constellations leave. Then he slowly walked to the bar counter and turned to the old man Caslin. You saw it, right? The next king of Constellation. Kentvita's gaze was cold. You saw how different he is. He has matured and changed. What were we doing when we were 7 years old? What was King Nuven doing when he was 7 years old? The old man Caslin stared at the door of the tavern and said slowly, this child's gaze is indeed different from other people's. He could not see reverence or nervousness in the child's eyes, only interest and curiosity. There was also an enigmatic confidence and determination, as if they had never wavered. This is not the gaze of a child who is thousands of miles away from home and afraid. This is the next opponent that Extet will face. I am almost certain that when he grows up he will definitely become Extet's greatest enemy. Kentvita curled up the corners of his mouth and knocked on the bar counter. Unfortunately, the Archduke cannot attack him directly. When did we Northlanders become cowards who would scheme against and fear even a 7-year-old child? Caslin said disdainfully in a low voice, maintaining a country amidst conspiracies and fear. This is something that only a shaky empire would do. Of course, Archduke Lampard's strategist said softly. For this, we need a better king, not an old and muddle-headed person who does not enjoy his position and does not have to be a hot-blooded person who is still wet behind the ears. Humph. Caslin grabbed 2 wine glasses and placed them in the window of the kitchen. So, Chapman Lampard is really a good candidate? I believe that you still love Extet and the Dragon's Kingdom deeply. Kent Vida fixed his gaze on him. Even though King Nuvan chased you out of the White Blade Guards. Hey! The old man seemed to be particularly dissatisfied with this sentence. Nuvan did not chase me away. I left on my own. Kent Vida did not speak. He only stared at the old man. Really? After a few seconds he said slowly, So you still don't agree? Caslin shook his head mockingly. I am just a tavern owner. What can I agree to? Caslin the Earthshaker. As the former leader of the White Blade Guards, your name still spreads among them. Your story is still being sung in the 38th century grounds, Kent Vida said slowly, as long as you say the word. Why? Do you want me to use my influence and connections to convince my old subordinates to stand on Chapman's side? Caslin snorted in disdain. I believe that you will make the best choice for Extet. Kent Vida's expression was indifferent, but his gaze was sharp. He stared straight at the old Caslin. Caslin Lampard, you are, after all, the Archduke's uncle. Caslin raised his head abruptly. And the most famous commander of the White Blade Guards since Extet was founded, Kent Vida said flatly. In the upcoming storm, you are destined to be unable to remain unscathed. Of course, it might not be just convincing my old subordinates. After all, the White Blade Guards are the king's personal guards. They are responsible for the safety of the common elected king of Extet. Kent Vida thought silently. Do you know what this reminds me of? Caslin interrupted his thoughts. Kent Vida curled the corners of his lips politely into a smile. The old man stared at him coldly. Quiso Lampard was asked by the Empire to convince his fellow countrymen to cooperate with the Empire, pay taxes obediently and stop resisting. If I say no, will that brat Chapman exile me to Reformation Tower as well? Kent Vida frowned. Go back and tell my nephew, Caslin said slowly but firmly, go to hell with Lampard. Go to hell with Rumba. Kent Vida sighed and shook his head as expected. Then you should at least be able to help me with the second favor. Caslin snorted coldly. All of you are always concerned about benefits, aren't you? Kent Vida narrowed his eyes. This time it has something to do with that prince. Caslin put away a few cups again and ignored the Viscount. There are people in Extet who want to assassinate that prince. Whether it's to frame the Archduke or to mess up the situation, Kent Vida said with a dark expression. They even used the officer spy lurking in our Mystic Gun unit. You know that I hate these dirty politics the most. Caslin raised his head and said bluntly, I don't want to know anything. What happened next is related to you. Kent Vida interrupted him in a deep voice. The Archduke sent a letter yesterday saying that we found a clue about the officer spy in the black market, but it was intercepted halfway. What does it have to do with me? Caslin said rudely. Those who intercepted the clue halfway used the sword style of the Tower of Eradication, an unusual power of eradication, and they were definitely not from the Tower of Eradication. Caslin was stunned. Go on. The old man became solemn. What is the power of eradication? I know you will care about it. Kent Vida said sharply, it's the one you mentioned a long time ago, the frenzied and out-of-control power of eradication. I remember that you are still working for the Tower of Eradication. It's just to return a favor to Xiao. A nostalgic look appeared in Caslin's eyes. After all, it's been so many years since I graduated. But he immediately looked at Kent Vida seriously. What else? The super-class swordsman of eradication under us, Croche. Do you remember her? She's the daughter of your comrade, that strong little girl. She was heavily injured in their hands and almost lost her life. She's the only one who escaped. Caslin clenched his fists. The clues we've been pursuing have been cut off. The only clue we have left is that strange power of eradication. Kent Vida said sincerely, we need your help. even if it's for the Tower of Eradication, not for Lampard. The person who is as famous as Grey Sword Guard Xiao, the pride of the Tower of Eradication, the pride of the White Blade Guards, Ground Shaker Caslin Lampard. A few days later, in the lounge of the House of Legacy in the Tower of Eradication, we can be sure that the disaster swords do not have the complete inheritance of the Northland military sword style. One of the supreme class inheritors, Zadie Tafner, sat on the table and said to his student, "Even if it's outdated, it's still a set of sword style meticulously researched by countless swordsmen and wizards. And the House of Legacy has the most complete security system. We can start from here." All right. Continue looking for books here, Zadie. The exhausted Cohen Caribbean leaned against the table and knocked on the table leg. He rubbed his reddened eyes. "I can't take it anymore. But I'll remember these good times, the days when I sneaked into the truth library with my teacher every night." Zadie's face instantly darkened. "Are you giving up?" his teacher said in displeasure. "Are you giving up on the investigation of the disaster swords?" "I'm not giving up," the blonde police officer Cohen said angrily. "But do you know how many books are in the Truth Library?" "Then I just received a letter from a beautiful lady yesterday." Cohen ignored Zadie's unpleasant expression and yawned. "I'm going to return a favor." "Dilla. Is that her name?" Cohen touched the letter in his arms and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "That cool girl with dual blades." However, at this moment, a stern and cold old voice came from behind the teacher and disciple. "Zadie Tafner." Cohen Caribbean. Both Zadie and Cohen trembled at the same time. Thud. Zadie jumped off the table in a fluster and fell to the ground due to a moment of carelessness. Thud. Cohen nervously bounced up from the ground and ended up hitting his head on the table. The two of them were in a flurry. One rubbed his knees and his face was contorted, while the other touched his scalp and grimaced in pain. They stood up with difficulty and tried their best to stand straight. They put on their most obedient and friendly smiles and looked at the cold, gray-haired old man from the Far East who had appeared out of nowhere with a sword hanging from his waist. "So, when did you come back? They all said that you went to Sharp Blade Valley for an inspection." This was the heir of the Tower of Eradication, Zadie Tafner, who raised his hands and bowed with a face full of smiles. "Master Xiao. This time when I came back I planned to visit you first. I even specially brought you Constellation's specialty." This was Cohen Caribbean, Constellation's police officer come captain of the city defense, rubbing his hands together with a flattering expression. But the gray-haired old man Xiao ignored their smiles. "The table in the lounge is not for dancing." Xiao stared at Zadie, who had a flattering expression on his face. His cold voice made Zadie's smile even more awkward. "The heir must set a good example." Of course. Zadie Tafner nodded sincerely and humbly. Then he turned to Cohen. His steel-like stern face scared the latter. "Since there are chairs, don't sit on the ground." Yes. Cohen listened to Xiao's teachings seriously. The two of them smiled and nodded repeatedly. They were as respectful as they could be. What a joke, this was the master of the Tower of Eradication, the Grey Sword Guard. The lightest punishment he could give his students was to stand upside down with one hand for 10 hours. And the crimes that were worthy of the lightest punishment, for example taking 2 long steps while walking, was not in a good posture. The Grey Sword Guard stared at them coldly. Zadie and Cohen stood straighter than the other. Fortunately, Xiao only snorted in the end and did not say anything else. The two of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Until Xiao said his next sentence. "I heard," Xiao said slowly, "that you have sneaked into the Truth Library many times these few days?" Zadie and Cohen were petrified on the spot at the same time. Listen to my explanation." Zadie smiled awkwardly. "That, you were not around, right? Cohen found some clues about the disaster sword, so, this is for the Tower of Eradication for the Purgers." Cohen used the words he learned in the police station and patted his chest righteously. "We are for the disaster sword." But Xiao's solemn and deep voice rose slowly and interrupted them. "Very well." The Grey Sword Guard's expression was solemn. "Cohen Caribbean." Cohen immediately puffed out his chest and raised his head solemnly. He stood straight. "Go to Exted immediately," Xiao said slowly. "An old friend called Caslin needs help." Caslin? It was Zadie. He looked at Xiao in surprise. You mean that drunken Northlander uncle who uses a sword as an axe? Xiao turned to him. His cold gaze forced Zadie to shut his mouth. But... Cohen scratched his head awkwardly. I have to return to Constellation to help a friend first. Croche, do you remember? She was in the same batch as you, Xiao said in a low voice. She was injured by the disaster sword. She might never be able to use a sword again in this life. Cohen looked up with a stunned expression. Croche. The image of a Northlander girl with a buzz cut holding a sword and gritting her teeth under the scorching sun appeared in his mind. And her white teeth. All right. The police officer turned around without hesitation and said firmly to the two Xians, I will go and prepare immediately. How serious is the situation? Do I need to bring my family's private army? Bringing a Constellation noble's private army into Extet, Zadie said in a low voice. Are you out of your mind? Cohen nodded in realization. You will not be the only one, Xiao said in a low voice. There is another person who will meet you on the way. She has just joined the Purgers. Cohen was instantly stunned. Broken Dragon Fortress. Be careful on the way. Although Lampard has retreated and the war has not started, it is still Extet. Sonia Cecire, the fortress flower, looked at Miranda Arund who was ready to go. She chuckled and said, although I really want to suggest that you bring the Arund family's private army. This is the border between the two countries, Miranda said softly. It is impossible to cross the border with the army. Moreover, Arund. Miranda clenched the white eagle emblem on her cuff. The fortress flower looked at her subordinate and sighed. It is good to go and hide. After all, your uncles and brothers from the Arund family are really annoying. Miranda bit her lip and did not say anything. This is not to hide, she said faintly. All right. Sonia helplessly held her subordinate's shoulders. This is for a friend, right? Miranda gently patted the white sword hilt at her waist and nodded. Croche. A girl who never gives up. We are learning under the same teacher, Duke Arund's daughter said coldly. When she is in trouble, I must be by her side. I do not have much left in this world. I must cherish it. Miranda recalled the light and bright figure in white in her memory, and his always cheerful and optimistic tone. She could not help but smile. She turned around and stepped into the stirrup. Don't worry, commanding officer. I am not some helpless little tabby cat. Besides, I won't be fighting alone. Miranda Arund nodded at Sonia from her horse. An old friend will be coming with me. Once the matter is settled, I will return. She flung the reins and galloped out of the fortress's gate. Sonia looked at Miranda's retreating figure and the faintly discernible white eagle emblem on her back. She sighed. Chapter 115. Somewhere in Eternal Star City. It was in pain. The air here was cold and moist. Its skin was wrinkled, its 6 limbs were weak, its abdomen was shriveled, its lips were trembling and its teeth were blunt. Only the darkness around it made it feel at ease. It raised its right hand trying to change its position, but inadvertently hit the metal cage. A sharp pain came from the surface of its skin that had just touched the metal. It opened its mouth and let out a meaningless howl of pain. This damned cage. The magic seal on it was rigorous, meticulous, comprehensive, perfect, and flawless. It was the standard product of the Alchemy Tower. It did not know whether it was the work of the Confinement Research Institute or the Spell Laboratory. It was probably the former. In the extinct Alchemy Tower, only this faction that had been in decline for a long time would study this kind of magic cage with a single function. For example, the cage that was currently trapping him here. It did not know how long it had endured such days, and even its sense of time had become numb. It even suspected that if it went on like this, it would one day even forget its own name. It was fed once a month, given a fixed electric shock every month, and had to complete work all the time. Under such circumstances, it began to miss its main body. It still remembered the pain when it was cut off from the main body, and the heart-wrenching wails and screams from the main body's mind. Even many days and nights after that, even when it was its turn to be cut off, the pain was not comparable to the excruciating pain of being separated from the main body. It really wanted to return to its main body. If it remembered correctly, the main body should be locked up in the City of Triumph, the dam capital of the human empire. The country had already been torn apart, leaving only a small piece of territory. It was so weak, but that group of humans still shamelessly called themselves an empire. Did the weak not deserve to die? Thinking of this, its mind, which was a little muddled because it did not know how long it had been locked up, suddenly moved. That's right, hasn't it been a while since the main body sent anything over from Victoria's City? Whether it was letters or items, there was nothing. The mental connection between the main body and the main body seemed to have been broken for some time. Humans no longer used it. Impossible. It did not believe that those evil humans would let it or the main body take a break. They would only endlessly, without knowing the bottom line, squeeze its value dry. Did something happen to the main body? This thought flashed through its mind. Although the main body was also imprisoned, at least it was intact in the City of Triumph. The empire knew its value, and the imperial prince had even tried to communicate with the main body. But how could the prideful main body respond to a lowly human's request for a trade? So they were still using itself to communicate. Although the empire wasn't as powerful as it was in the past, the humans would definitely protect the main body. As long as Victoria's return wasn't destroyed overnight, the main body would be safe. One day it would return to its main body. At that time it would once again be as powerful as it was in the past. Then it had to carefully hide itself and strengthen itself. Most importantly, it had to find a way to restrain those mystics. It did not want to experience the humiliation of being captured and imprisoned as a slave a second time. Especially that damned mystic. He's a Streelman. If the human outside the cage door had not mentioned this name recently, it would have almost forgotten about it. It gritted its teeth with a heart full of hatred. It would never forget the feeling of its flesh boiling and exploding in front of the mystic, the feeling of groveling at the mystic's feet. At this moment, a familiar swelling sensation came from his abdomen. It's here. It thought. The humiliation of being a slave and being forced to work as a slave surged into its heart once again. It did not know which severed limb it would be this time. At the top of the metal cage, the bell rang violently and urgently at the right time. Asterisk clack. Asterisk, the metal cage door opened. It used all its strength to roar at the cage door, trying to express its hatred and malice. The sharp pain, as if it was being pricked, attacked it again. It knew that it had to leave the cage to complete the task, or else the pain would only become more intense. Just like hundreds and thousands of times in the past, it reluctantly climbed out of the cage with great difficulty. The sharp pain slowly subsided. Its abdomen squirmed and the contents inside surged up its throat and reached its mouth. The swelling sensation gradually disappeared. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and spat out a piece of paper in the darkness. Another piece of paper. It thought in annoyance, these stupid humans, can't they send something interesting over next time? A young man in a white robe grabbed the piece of paper and pulled it out of its mouth roughly. Rude humans. The sharp pain appeared again and it howled in pain. At the same time, it knew that it should return to the cage. With a heart full of humiliation and pain, it climbed back into the cage. The pain disappeared. The young man lit a lamp and the dazzling light made it grimace. It raised its claws to cover its 8 pairs of eyes. Light. It hated the most. Fortunately, after the young man saw the piece of paper clearly, he immediately extinguished the lamp. In the darkness, within its field of vision, the young man in a white robe put down the piece of paper in his hand. He spoke in a much more solemn voice than usual. Things are somewhat beyond our imagination. An old and hoarse voice rang. He remembered this voice. During the years when it was brought away from the City of Triumph, many humans were in charge of managing its cage, but this old voice seemed to have been in charge for a longer time. First, the prince was intercepted by Lampard at the border, but it seemed to be a daunting experience, and now the diplomat group is heading to Dragon Cloud City under Lampard's escort. You know I don't care about this, the old and hoarse voice said faintly. What about that homicidal maniac? Giza Streelman did not go with Blood Bottle Gang to besiege Ramon according to our plan, even though we used various channels and hinted to them countless times about Ramon's importance to the Brotherhood, the young man said quietly. Giza Streelman. All the nerves in its body were stimulated by that familiar name again. My enemy. The mystic. The enemy of life that runs amok in flesh and blood. What happened? The old and hoarse voice rang again. She made a public appearance. According to our informants in Broken Dragon Fortress, Giza seemed to have endangered His Highness' safety on the way, the young man said. The sound of a cane hitting the ground rang in the darkness. The old voice sounded doubtful. According to the previous report, wasn't the Night Queen the one who intercepted His Highness? Is that why she requested help from Broken Dragon Fortress? Yes, but the information has been updated. It seems that things have become a little more complicated. The young man raised his head and revealed a smile that no one could see clearly in the darkness. The blood mystic appeared for the dark night black coffin in the hands of the blood clansman. It opened its eyes abruptly. Even though it had experienced too much numbness and chaos during the years when it was separated from its main body, its memories with its main body still remained in its mind. Dark night, what a familiar term. Where did I hear it before? There was silence. The old and hoarse voice did not reply. I remember that thing was on the list of legendary anti-mystic equipment, but judging from your reaction, it is indeed an extraordinary item, right? The young man in white raised his eyebrows. You know, if we send a message and arrange for manpower now, we might be able to intercept the Night Queen. The air and the darkness seemed to have frozen in an instant. Don't ask. That coffin is not something we can touch. After a while, the hoarse voice slowly rang. Be it the coffin itself or the item in it. The young man frowned and revealed a puzzled expression. But he still nodded in the end. After Giza was forced back by the fortress, she did not appear again. And Ramon was lured to Extet by us according to the original plan. The old figure slowly stood up. Very well. If Blood Bottle Gang still can't find Ramon, we will remind them again. No matter what, we must lure the blood mystic over. In fact, this is the next thing I wanted to say, the young voice interrupted him. Your last test seems to have worked. The owner of the old voice, the Black Prophet Murat Hansen, slowly raised his head in the darkness. Even though the Brotherhood's headquarters did not make any moves under our surveillance. But Black Sword appeared at the border between the two countries. The young man curled his lips. I think he went to save Ramon. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with that Ramon, and his value to the Brotherhood is probably far beyond our imagination. There was another strange silence. Then Murat's sinister laughter slowly rang out. Hee hee hee. The Black Prophet laughed softly. Ha, I was almost fooled by my own student and that old woman. There was a moment when I really wanted to dispel my suspicions about Ramon's identity and remove him from the blacklist. But no matter how meticulous his disguise is, he can't beat your suspicion that is stronger than that of Broken Dragon Fortress, teacher. The young man in the white robe, Raphael Lindbergh, raised his head in the darkness and chuckled sarcastically. Let the news out. Murat did not care about Raphael's mockery. He stopped smiling and said in a low voice, the prince should have already entered Extet, right? Raphael nodded. They are on the last stretch of the road in Black Sand region. Let Cora come back. The Black Prophet nodded and took a deep breath. Since he has completed his mission and successfully lured Ramon to the prince's diplomat group. Raphael crushed the paper in his hand and gently sprinkled it on a strange pattern on the ground. After the shredded paper came into contact with the pattern, they burned and disappeared in a bizarre manner. Do you want to proceed to the next step? The young man asked flatly. Yes, it is time to send a big gift to the secret room and the Brotherhood. The Black Prophet tapped his cane. Get ready to depart. This is your first big test before you take over as the head of the Secret Intelligence Department. Make sure that Black Sword and Giza enter Dragon Cloud City at the same time and find Ramon. Raphael flashed a bright smile. Black Sword against the Blood Mystic. I'm sure it will be a big scene. Murat took a deep breath and sat down again. What an exciting scene. So you are in charge of luring away the two legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City? Raphael curled up the corner of his mouth. A fearless mystic in the capital of a country. It is secondary whether the scene is big or not, but it will definitely be ugly. Are you sure you want to do this? Especially, to all the intelligence agencies, he is a notorious homicidal maniac. Raphael had a smile on his face, but he said in his heart, treat it as Constellation's return gift to Extet. Avenge the losses that His Majesty and I have suffered over the past few months. The Black Prophet sighed emotionally. After all, this is also to more efficiently deal with the threat of the Blood Mystic. I really want to see how that old woman in Dragon Cloud City is going to deal with such a situation. Also, Murat thought. With the tacit approval of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, The Blackstreet Brotherhood has been in the limelight for too many years. Since the Blood Bottle Gang has been dealt a heavy blow, Asda and Giza have been forced to appear. It is time for the Brotherhood, including the hand behind it, to pay the price. Chapter 116. Eternal Star City, Blackstreet. You said that thing would work. Bullsh *T legendary anti-mystic equipment. We've done so much and searched for so many years. Ripper, Anton grabbed Sleepless Eye Lance by the collar and pinned him against the wall. No. Black Sword used it to poke countless holes in the Blood Mystic's body. It's useless. Your goal is to kill Black Sword, isn't it? Calm down, Anton. Morris, one of the 6 powerhouses, was sweating profusely as he held Anton's hand. We received a message from a messenger crow in the north together. Although he was severely injured and we don't know if he's dead or alive, Black Sword escaped, didn't he? Even if that equipment is useless, but at least Black Sword might still be alive. Anton was still holding Lance tightly. He turned his head angrily and pointed at Morris. So, you can forgive this guy? Even if he used a fake equipment to frame Black Sword? Even if under his guidance our efforts over the years were in vain? Morris was momentarily speechless. Lance suddenly grabbed Anton's bandaged arms. Although Ramon is not here and I can't be sure. But it might not be the equipment's problem. After all, we don't even know the equipment's name and function. Lance gritted his teeth and looked straight into Anton's angry eyes. In the Secret Intelligence Department I read the relevant files. The Blood Mystic is rather special. It can't be sealed by ordinary legendary anti-mystic equipment. But this doesn't mean, *CK your files. I won't believe a single word from the Secret Intelligence Department ever again. Didn't you see the message? Anton scolded agitatedly. That so-called legendary anti-mystic equipment that you said could seal mystics is ineffective. Just 2 days ago, Black Sword almost died in the hands of the Blood Mystic. Maybe that weapon itself was the thing that lured us into the trap. Impossible. Lance stared at Anton and said in a low voice, that news is related to the lady that even Murat is extremely wary of. Anton's grip tightened. He interrupted Lance and said fiercely, damn Murat Hansen. Fuck the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. Don't forget who caused us to be in this state back then. Who turned us into the Blackstreet Brotherhood that has abandoned our boundaries and done all the evil things for revenge. Who turned us into the moths of the kingdom that can only survive in the shadows. Anton's eyes reddened. He gritted his teeth and said, especially you, Lance Corbian. Aren't you the spy Murat planted among us back then? Black Sword has forgiven you, but I haven't. Morris, who was dragging Anton, suddenly trembled. Undercover? Haha, it's been 12 years and you've only come to worry about this now. Lance sneered with difficulty, not caring about Anton's strength at all. What did the past 12 years mean to you? Do you think we founded the Brotherhood for fun? The past 12 years? Was it fun? Anton seemed to have been triggered. The veins on his face bulged as he flew into a rage and roared crazily, son of a bitch. Do you think I'm willing to manage a bunch of scumbags like thieves, robbers and rapists? Working with lunatics like Chandra Rhoda and Lazench Fisso? Being smugglers and murderers every day? Lance's expression changed. He could not help but clench his teeth as his eyebrows continuously twitched. What kind of life have we been living for the past 12 years? Anton continued to clench his teeth and said, how much have we sacrificed for that illusory news of yours? Then kill me here. Take my head to comfort the dead, to comfort that lord. Lance roared and interrupted Anton, treat me as your greatest enemy. Treat me as if you have already taken your revenge. Treat it as if you can go back and live a good life. Enough. An even louder roar came from the side. Anton and Lance were shocked at the same time. Both of them turned to look at Morris. Lech Malone. Cabra Gretely. Delecto Ellsworth. Morris trembled. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. Names came out of his mouth one by one. Curdimo Finwë. Kyrsters Desmond. And that lord. Both Anton and Lance were shocked. Do you still remember them? Do you remember these names? The oath we swore together that year. Find all the true murderers and avenge the dead. Morris raised his head. His eyes were red at some point in time. At all costs. Do you think you're the only one suffering in silence? Finny. Morris roared. Over the past decade or so, we who originally knew nothing about gangs and organizations have worked hard to conquer territories, build our power, infiltrate the underground world, rope in all the people, fight against Blood Bottle Gang, evade the secret intelligence department's pursuit, treat all suspects as enemies, track down Charlton and Shadow Shield, and investigate the truth of what happened that year. Isn't it all for the same purpose? Bang. Morris punched the wall with all his might. His lips trembled. I've never killed a child before. But in the past 12 years, there were a total of 154 children from the age of 4 to 12 who died in the abandoned houses. This does not include the many child beggars killed by that son of A.B. Tsich Rhoda and his family 2 months ago. These are all my blood debts. I buried every single one of them with my own hands. I can almost remember every single one of their faces. The most recent one was just a year ago. A boy who ran away. In order to show our toughness and ruthlessness in front of our negotiating opponents, I used my psionic ability to suffocate him to death. Morris could not suppress his emotions. His psionic ability was slightly out of control, and even the air around him became unstable. God knows what we've sacrificed for the past 10 years and what we've become. Anton closed his eyes, bit his lower lip and lowered his head. Lance laughed abruptly. As well said. The sleepless eye revealed an expression that looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. Haha, Anton Lewandowski, do you think we've done so many things to correct, atone for, or pay for the sins of the past, to create a better world? Dream on. Lance, who had a terrifying gaze, cursed loudly. Go and take a look at what we've done all these years. The Western Desert's prison of bones. That's where we should be. But why are we here? Why aren't we accepting the punishment that should have been meted out to us? Lance pushed Anton away abruptly and shouted angrily. That's because on that day 12 years ago, from the moment we arrived at Renaissance Palace, we had already become a group of specters, a group of ghosts, a group of corpses that are still breathing. The only, supreme purpose of our existence is to drag out all of our enemies and masterminds, and then perish together with them. Only Black Sword knows best. We've long been in hell. The airtight, soundproof room suddenly became quiet. Thud. Anton kicked the wall forcefully, then walked to the side of the table, pulled out a chair and sat down heavily. Morris covered his face. His fist, which was pressed against the wall, was already bleeding. Lance stared fixedly at the ground, his gaze unwavering. In the silence, only the suppressed trembling and hurried breathing of the 3 men could be heard. Until Morris was the first to break the silence. We have to believe in Black Sword. The plump man tried his best to compose himself and slowly said, even without the legendary anti-mystic equipment, he still has the ability to escape from the mystics. Just like how he faced Asda in the past. Lance pulled his scarlet cloak up again. Let's wait for news from him. The head of intelligence from the Brotherhood, who came from the secret intelligence department, said in a low voice, when he recovers, I want Black Sword to try that equipment again. How? Anton still had not adjusted himself. He frowned and said bluntly, gamble with his life. If he runs into the blood mystic again, it might be Black Sword's time to die. No, I will remind him to stay as far away from the blood mystic as possible before we confirm the equipment's usability. Lance answered without any emotional fluctuations. Usability? How do we confirm it? Morris wiped away the tears that had appeared in his eyes. Do you still remember Gu? Lance said quietly, that Far Easterner. Gu. Anton frowned. Before our mercenary group was disbanded, that brat who came in last? The one who was chased out by the mane of Night Dark Guards? That's him, Lance said slowly. He is in Extet and brought me some news. You still have contact with him. Morris bandaged his fist and said doubtfully, Gu is not with us. You said before that he has his own agenda and is very suspicious. Our informants in the north are still slightly insufficient. We have no choice but to rely on our local contacts. Lance shook his head. And Gu, whether he is suspicious or not, seems to be doing well there. Wait, you said that we need to confirm the equipment's performance first. So? Morris stared at Lance in a daze. That's right. Gu found an old friend in Extet these few days. Lance raised his head and his gaze was sharp. really is an old friend. Chapter 117. The further north the diplomatic mission traveled, the colder the weather became. Snow began to fall more frequently, even obscuring most of their vision. If not for the cold-resistant trees planted on both sides of the road, perhaps even the most elite scouts would get lost along the way. So, you don't know what kinds of spells there are and what's special about them? Thales tightened the cloak he put on a day ago and covered his head and face tightly as he asked Ramon. This was the second time they set up camp and rested. The location was at the junction of Prestige Orchid Region and Reformation Tower in Extet. After passing through Raymond Pass, they walked through a short hilly journey. After crossing the territory of the Archduke of Reformation Tower, they followed the direction of the hills and began to turn northwest. Soon, it would enter the territory of the Grand Duke of Prestige Orchid. Once they crossed Prestige Orchid Region, Nuven the Seventh's territory, Dragon Cloud City, would be right in front of them. I should say that I don't know the whole picture of magic. Ramon shook his head. It is said that there are all sorts of strange schools and types of magic. There will always be eccentric geniuses who will dig out new schools and research areas based on existing knowledge. Ramon sat by the fire and explained to Thales, who was beside him. But other than those unusual creatures who are independent, most of the wizards have their own clear affiliations. Belonging? Thales' eyes lit up. You mean, in ancient times it was the gathering place of wizards and the magic organization they belonged to. Ramon's eyes sparkled. The three major magic towers. Magic tower? Thales turned his head abruptly. The bits and pieces of information he obtained when he investigated the origins of mystics in Mindy's Hall surged into his mind again. I've heard about this before. Thales' eyes lit up. So the ancient wizards gathered in the three magic towers to conduct research? The three great magic towers are not just three towers, nor are they just three locations. Ramon muttered, wizards are not weirdos who stay in their towers. It is said that the three great magic towers represent the three attitudes and values of a wizard. What attitude? Thales asked curiously. You mean the attitude wizards have when they face knowledge? Ramon shook his head. I do not know. It is very difficult to find information about the mages in the past. Thales sighed. All right. What are the three great magic towers? Don't tell me you don't even know this? Ramon nodded and smiled. I know that. He looked around furtively and saw Ida dozing off by the fire. Putre and Kentvita were arguing about something in the distance. Wyatt tried his best to communicate with Ralph but failed in the end. Tolja had led the scouts to scout the road ahead and had yet to return. The Extet soldiers around them seemed to have gotten used to them. When he saw that the distance between them and their attention was still far away, Ramon cautiously approached Thales. He extended his finger towards the snow-covered ground in a field of vision that only the two of them could see. First, the ascetic tower. Ramon gently drew a square on the ground that was turned 45 degrees, with one corner facing downwards. He then connected the diagonal lines of the square and drew a cross inside. According to the information I've read, they are the most ancient group of mages. Even before the Holiness Exorcism campaign, the ascetic tower had appeared. But they are also the most mysterious. I don't know what they are doing. I didn't manage to find out much about them. Thales frowned. Next, the Alchemy Tower. Ramon drew a circle. Then he drew two triangles on the left and right sides of the circle. Each of them had a corner pointing outwards. The side of the circle where the triangles were near was an arc, matching the arc of the circle. Ramon then drew a small circle at the center of the circle. Thales recognized that the pattern looked like an eye. Ramon continued. As the name suggests, it is said that the Alchemy Tower is an important aid for humans to defeat the orcs. Their creations are all prepared for war or practical use. Some of their products have been passed down to this day and are still usable. They are rare items that only a few people possess. Finally, the Soul Tower. Ramon then drew two shapes. The upper and lower semicircles of the twos overlapped. The pattern was especially strange and its meaning was unknown. There are all kinds of strange information about them. One moment they are said to be the protectors of the secular world. The next moment they are said to have an agreement with the Empire. Or they are said to be on bad terms with the other two magic towers. There are even some who say that their existence has brought a lot of chaos to the world. and that they are practically the source of all evil. I am also unable to understand the things that they are researching. Obviously, they are different from the other two magic towers. Ramon looked at Thales. The latter nodded to show that he remembered it. The doctor quickly extended his hand and nervously wiped off the 3 patterns, leaving nothing behind. That's all I know. As for the rest, I know nothing about the 3 great magic towers' inheritance, characteristics, history and origins. Knowledge regarding magic has been completely banned. Ramon sighed. Also, you must never draw these 3 patterns in front of anyone such as Murat. There will be trouble. Thales raised his eyebrows. Then you drew them in front of me without any worries? Am I that trustworthy? Ramon turned his head and revealed that strange expression again. Trust? Heh. Ramon chuckled softly. His big nose twitched. I think you are not interested in magic for no reason. The ability to deflect mystic guns. Thales' pupils trembled. Damn it, he still cares a lot about it. I keep feeling that it is not a psionic ability. Ramon chuckled. It should be some kind of magic, but I just don't know what it is yet. That's why you are so thirsty for information about magic, right? Some kind of magic? To be precise. Thales said in his heart, your deduction is correct. Thales fixed his gaze on him. Constellation's new prince come the next king. Not only is he interested in magic, he even possesses some sort of magical power. Ramon beamed with joy. His haggard, dignified face made Thales feel nauseous. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Thales let out a long sigh and carefully pondered over the knowledge he heard from Ramon over the past few days. So the 3 great magic towers no longer exist? The prince said quietly. Ramon's smile froze. He clasped his hands together, lowered his head and hunched his back. The strange doctor wiped off a snowflake on his nose and sighed. It is said that this is the case. Do you know about mystics? They are not the slightly stronger warriors that ordinary people think they are. In fact, Thales did 3 somersaults in his heart. Found it. On the surface, the second prince said without batting an eyelid. As a member of the royal family, I know some things about mystics. They are the undying calamities. Ramon looked at Thales with a solemn gaze. Exactly. It is said that from the governments of various countries, to the churches of the gods in heaven, and even the demons in hell, all of them fear them. They are afraid that one day they will make a comeback and launch a second battle of eradication. If that is the case, the calamities are the main cause of the destruction of the magic towers? Thales asked in a daze. Ramon straightened his collar and his expression became extremely solemn. I do not know whether the calamities were the ones who destroyed the magic towers, Ramon said in a low voice. But I believe that the so-called calamities, the so-called mystics and the magic towers are all products of the wizard's research. Thales said in disbelief. So, everything related to magic in the world, including inheritance, knowledge and history, were all intentionally banned? Ramon exhaled deeply. Yes. I guess that someone did not want to see the emergence of a new calamity. Thales frowned deeply. Magic brought about an unmanageable risk, so they simply shut down and banned the existence of all magic? This is too stupid. Thales sighed. Because they were afraid of the possibility of mystics appearing in their power, they banned magic. What a short-sighted and stupid decision. I agree with you on this point. Ramon clenched his fists. It is precisely to fight against the mystics and their harm that we need to seek possibilities from magic, isn't it? Although the 3 great magic towers were destroyed, their ruins should still exist, right? Thales stroked his chin. You didn't go there to try your luck? Ruins? Ramon curled up the corner of his lips and said with an unpleasant expression, this is the worst part. Those damned countries, they looted and destroyed almost every single bit of information related to magic wizards and magic towers. I can't even find out where the ruins of the magic towers are. Ramon curled up one side of his mouth and said with an unpleasant expression on his face. Thales frowned deeply. Maybe I can wait until I return to the country and check the records of the royal family. Ramon snorted coldly. Don't mention it, especially Constellation. Your ancestor, the great king of Renaissance, Tormund I, personally ordered that all traces related to magic in Constellation be completely wiped out. Thales was stunned. And more than 600 years ago, the kingdom's secret intelligence department was the one who carried out the ban on magic. Ramon said hatefully, "It took me a lot of effort to find some traces in Extet. They called this, plan to purify the world." Thales stared at the snow in a daze and pulled his cloak tighter. "How did they do it?" The prince raised his head. "If magic is really as important as you said." Thales was stunned. "They did it." Ramon raised his head. His eyes were filled with hatred. In the decades after the Battle of Eradication ended, the various countries imprisoned all the remaining wizards and plundered all the books, scrolls, records and artifacts related to magic. They even investigated all the people who had close contact with the wizards. The most important thing was that they wiped out all traces of magic from history. Of course, all those who intended to study magic and revive it would immediately become a thorn in the side of the various countries' agencies and the temples and churches once they were discovered. They would be eliminated without hesitation, just to ensure that magic would never appear again. All of them fell silent. For a moment, only the crackling of the flames and the mournful whistling of the cold wind could be heard. If the kingdom's secret intelligence department was in charge of the plan to purify the world 600 years ago, then there might still be a lot of information left in the secret intelligence department. Thales muttered to himself. "Hey, to dig things out from the kingdom's secret intelligence department without anyone knowing." Thales sighed. "It's even harder than breaching Broken Dragon Fortress." Ramon stared coldly at the fire and finished Thales' sentence. "Wait." Thales thought of a question and a strange expression appeared on his face. "Doctor," he said slowly, "Murat was not the first chief of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, was he?" "Nonsense. The kingdom's secret intelligence department was established more than 600 years ago when Constellation was founded." Ramon snorted coldly and exhaled a long breath. "Murat. He was a human, not a long-lived species or an eternal being." Thales rolled his eyes. "Poor emotional intelligence. How pitiful. You didn't understand what I meant." "I was saying," Thales said impatiently, "who was the first chief of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, the person in charge of the plan to purify the world?" Ramon was stunned. He immediately turned his head to look at Thales. "This will be a clue." Thales rubbed his hands, which had turned red from the cold, and exhaled a mouthful of mist. "No matter how terrifying and mysterious the kingdom's secret intelligence department is, no matter how precise, efficient and meticulous it is, as long as it's an organization, it must rely on its members, which is the behavior and psychology of humans. And humans are always complicated." Thales blinked. "Do you understand what I mean?" Ramon frowned. What?" Thales asked, puzzled. Ramon looked around vigilantly again. He turned his head around and said, "Two people 600 years ago." The strange doctor lowered his voice. "In year 38 of the calendar of eradication, two people led the kingdom's secret intelligence department and were responsible for the specific implementation of the plan to purify the world." "Very good," Thales said quietly. "Even if 600 years have passed, we can always find out about their past. Who are those two people?" Ramon chuckled and uttered two names. The first name made Thales' expression change. "Leinster Covendier. The first chief of the kingdom's secret intelligence department." Ramon put on an expression that said, "I knew it," and said with great interest, "And the first master of the Covendier family, one of the 6 great clans of Constellation, the first Duke of Iris Flowers." Thales widened his eyes. Ramon continued. "As well as his deputy, Halva Caribbean, one of the 13 distinguished families, the first master of the Long Sword of Twin Towers, the first Count of Walla Hill, and later the wise Prime Minister of the kingdom." Just as Thales was carefully thinking about these two names and the meaning behind them, an Extension sentinel let out a loud roar that pierced through the Northland sky, where the cold wind rustled. "Be on guard." The elite Extension soldiers around him immediately drew their weapons. Countless sounds of metal being unsheathed rang simultaneously. The atmosphere was tense and somber. Unlike the group battle formation of Constellation, these Northlanders had stern expressions, but they were not flustered. They formed groups of 2 with their backs against each other. They stood scattered around the perimeter of the camp, facing the cold wind and fluttering snow around them. The light cavaliers mounted their horses together under their commanding officer's command and rushed to the perimeter. The heavy cavaliers and heavy infantrymen immediately began to put on their armor. Ida instantly dashed to Thale's side. Waya and Ralph rushed over as well. "Be alert," the elven protector, whose age was unknown, said in a grave tone. "How unlucky. It's another army." Army? The second prince thought of something. Under the moonlight, Thale's sharp vision, which had been modified by that fluctuation, allowed him to quickly see the source of the threat clearly. To the north of the camp, the figures of countless fully armored cavaliers appeared amidst the indistinct falling snow. Light armor, gray robes, white horses and masks. They were swift and silent. They almost blended into the snow around them. In this kind of weather, Putray, who rushed over from behind, frowned. "They're elites." These cavaliers, who did not look like good people at first glance, suddenly dispersed when they were 100 meters in front of them. They moved towards them in a messy but orderly manner. Chapter 118. Beside his ears. Endless noise and uproar filled the air. Unknown roars and shouts erupted from the crowd. Before his eyes, the man flashed a warm smile, grabbed his shoulders and leaned against his body while trembling. He moved his head to his ear and whispered gently, "Good job, don't worry. Good job, don't worry." In the deep darkness he suddenly woke up from a nightmare. The wounds on his body seemed to have come alive in an instant, and at the same time, an unbearable pain erupted. His face contorted and he suppressed the cries of pain in his throat. First he focused his attention on sensing everything around him. The wind and snow howled in his ears and a stench assaulted his mouth and nose. A few low cries of livestock came from a few steps away. He raised his trembling left hand with difficulty, and as expected he touched an old bumpy wall made of rough bricks. The power of eradication surged. In the pitch-black darkness, his surroundings gradually appeared in his senses. This was the place he fled to after he dragged his heavily injured body and sent a message to the Brotherhood's informant. It was an ordinary livestock pen in the Northland countryside. It had a simple but thick thatched roof, a rough handmade fence on one side of the wall, and a muddy ground mixed with water, snow, urine, mud, and his own blood. Safe. The blood mystic is not nearby. Only then did he let out a low, painful groan. 2 puncture wounds, 6 lacerations, 2 bone fractures, abrasions, contusions, and muscle strains are countless. She's clearly a girl with a beautiful smile. He thought of the blood mystic and smiled bitterly. Why is she so hot-tempered? I just wanted to use the legendary anti-mystic equipment to poke a hole in your real body. When he thought of this, he touched the 2 weapons beside his hand. Lance. He sighed in pain. I've been tricked by you again. Not far away, a herd of thick-furred pigs, 2 big and 6 small, gathered together uneasily. They kept each other warm while trying their best to stay away from the new uninvited guest. A black dog stood outside the fence, bravely guarding the border of its territory, and let out a low warning growl at him. The falling snow outside the house gradually subsided. His perception was able to extend out of the circle and touch another wooden house with a thatched roof. There were 4 people sleeping soundly inside. 2 were relatively calm while the other 2 were young and restless. Next door was a stable and inside it were 2 slightly different breaths. They should be 2 strong horses unique to the Northland. He smiled in the dark, thinking of the days when he was busy and had to live in different countries. Obviously this was an ordinary northern family of 4. One of the horses was a plowing horse, and the other was a horse used for military service and hunting. They were probably rented from the feudal lord. Looking at the terrible environment around them, the pigs were probably not their own. Instead, they were reared for the feudal lord's dining table. God knows how the pigs, which looked carelessly reared, could survive in this kind of weather. After all, this place wasn't like the South, where there were completely different and meticulous methods of raising livestock. He remembered that a long time ago that dirty girl, also told him that she wanted to come to the north to take a look. How did the Northlanders survive in such cold weather? I wonder if they raise piglets? She blinked her curious eyes and looked at herself. But at that time he only lowered his head and wiped the blade on his leg. Do the Northlanders raise pigs? Now I have the answer. I have to write this down. I can tell her in the future. But no. The next moment the smile on the man's face faded. Lying on the ground he clenched his teeth tightly. The power of eradication surged into him and seeped out of every pore, urging the wounds on his body to close, repair, and heal. However, this process was filled with even more terrifying waves of pain and an even more unbearable itch. It was just like the countless times he struggled in the past. But the man only trembled and broke out in cold sweat. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a bitter smile. "It's all right. At least I don't have to endure Ramon's incessant chatter and mocking when he treated me. That big-nosed doctor's boring nagging is almost as lethal as a mystic's." The power of eradication surged into all his wounds like waves, forcing his nerves, his muscles, and his bones to speed up the recovery, self-healing, and reorganization. The surging pain and impact made him close his eyes while he trembled, and he could not stop breaking out in cold sweat. After a long while he finally stopped trembling and his entire body went limp on the ground. He clenched his teeth and sighed in relief. "How long has it been since I've been so badly injured?" He tried his best to turn over and his mouth and nose rubbed against the filthy ground. "Filthy, huh?" In the darkness he chuckled softly. "I'm filthy. Now I no longer have the right to glare at her. That dirty girl." The man pressed his hands against the filthy ground, got up weakly and sensed the condition of his body. "I need some food to replenish my energy, preferably meat." He looked in the direction of the pigs. Mr. Thick Fur Pig's family instinctively sensed the man's killing intent. They trembled and whimpered softly. At the same time, the 4 breaths of the Northlanders, who were sound asleep, rang in the man's ears again. These pigs are probably one of their few sources of livelihood. He sighed. The man looked at the shivering Mr. Thick Fur Pig's family, and flashed a smile that they definitely could not see or understand. Then he grabbed the 2 weapons beside him and flipped out of the pen. He remembered that the day before the bitter cold winter was almost here. "Fortunately, this is Northland. Thank you, Master of Mountains. Thank you for your gift. And I will always remember your generosity." Spear and shield bearers. Form the first line of defense on the gentle slope in front of us. Make them slow down no matter what. Kentvita looked at the attacking cavaliers with a solemn expression and ordered resolutely. Under his command, the Extet infantrymen of Black Sand region picked up the big iron shields unique to Northland without hesitation and jogged to the front of the camp to form a line of defense. Heavy infantry 1 minute. You must be ready and follow the line of defense. 2-handed heavy swords in front, aim at the horse's legs. Heavy armored axemen at the back. As long as it falls from the horse, whether it can move or not, smash it with your axes. Phil. Kentvita turned his head and shouted at the archers at the side of the camp. "Have your men get ready. The enemy appeared too suddenly, there's no time to shoot." As his voice faded away, a short Extet soldier suddenly shouted at the archers who stood in 2 rows at the side of the camp. "Knock the arrows, draw the bows and prepare to shoot in unison. Cavaliers, get on your horses and look for an opportunity to attack from the side. Shoot the signal arrow and at the same time, send light cavalier messengers to the campsite at the back. Have the rearguard quickly reinforce them." In comparison, the Constellations, who were heavily protected by the Black Sand region army, were much quieter. Bad weather, strong wind, difficult to control. This was Ralph's sign language. As expected, it caused Wyatt to frown again. "I knew it, there's going to be a war again." Ramon gritted his teeth and chattered in Thal's ears. "Nothing good will come out of following you. You're a prince and a piece of cheese that attracts flies, and I'm really just a normal doctor." He tried his best to retreat to the back and stay away from Thales, but he did not leave the protection range of the main group. The cunning doctor, Wyacasso, who was watching him coldly, pressed his hand tightly on the hilt of his sword and snorted in dissatisfaction. Thales ignored the doctor. With a stiff expression, he looked at the cavaliers who were flanking them with complicated emotions. It was not that he was too apathetic in the face of threats, but ever since he left Eternal Star City and headed north, he had experienced too many inexplicable threats. So much so that when he encountered a similar situation again, his first reaction was no longer shock and nervousness, but a long sigh. "What is it this time? Can't they just let me reach Dragon Cloud City safely?" But Thales forced himself to think of something logical. Black Sand region's army of more than 2,000 soldiers had been vigilant along the way, and they had been careful in their journey. Why would they not be vigilant against this group of uninvited guests? Ray said that the people opposite them were elites, but the escorts around him were also elites of Black Sand region, so there should be no need to be too worried. Right? Then a familiar voice traveled from afar among the group of masked, light-armored cavaliers in gray. Soldiers, lower your guard. It was Tolja. Thales heaved a sigh of relief. The Fire Knight of Black Sand region, one of the 5 war generals of Extet, who had set out to investigate, appeared from among the cavaliers opposite them. He stopped beside the campfire at the outermost perimeter. These are King Nuven's personal guards. They are the troops he sent to receive the Prince of Constellation's diplomat group. Old friend, it's not that I don't believe you, but nowadays it's never wrong to be more cautious. Viscount Kentvita drew his sword from his waist and walked to the front of the camp under the protection of a group of soldiers. Is there anyone from the king who can testify? Kentvita suppressed the unspoken words in his heart. There might even be traitors among the Archduke of Black Sand region's subordinates, right? The cavaliers in gray reined in their horses and stopped in front of the camp. Thales could not help but notice that their steeds were quiet and steady in the face of the cavaliers' rude reins. They did not even whinny a lot. These cavaliers lined up in a line and stood neatly an arrow's throw away from the camp, displaying superior mobility and discipline. Elites, huh? A masked man with brown hair and a white cape rode out from among the cavaliers. Tolja followed behind him and rode all the way into Black Sand region's camp. I've seen these people when I was traveling before. The vice diplomat beside Thales took a deep breath when he saw the figures of these elite cavaliers clearly. Based on their attire, they are indeed the king's personal guards of Extet. Thales rolled his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they should not be enemies. For now. Beside him, the attendant from the Tower of Eradication, Wuxia, was obviously stunned. You mean the White Blade Guards? Wuxia whispered. The White Blade Guards, who are comparable to the elites of the Royal Guards of Constellation and are known as the Dragon's Imperial Guards? White Blade Guards. The King's personal guards. The Dragon's Imperial Guards. Thales stored this information in his heart and observed the development of the situation cautiously. The masked man rode in front of Kentvita. He first cast a glance at the Archduke of Black Sand region's most trusted strategist, then looked sharply in the direction of the Constellations. His gaze stopped on their double-cross stars flag for a moment before he turned his head. As the captain of King Nuven's personal guards, I should be considered one of the king's men, right? The masked man pulled down his scarf, revealing a pale and well-defined face. There was a weapon of unknown shape on his back. The white handle protruded from the snow-white cape. Kentvita saw the other person's face clearly and his expression turned unpleasant. The pale-faced man in the cape snorted coldly. He nimbly dismounted from his horse in front of Kentvita and threw a scroll with wax seal into Kentvita's bosom. I brought the White Blade Guards to welcome the Prince of Constellation. If you have any questions, go and see the king's warrant. With a frown, Kentvita tore open the seal. I met them during my scouting, the White Blade Guards. The Fire Knight behind the cloaked man, Lord Tolja, immediately dismounted from his horse. With a tense expression he said, "It seems like King Nuven really values this Constellation diplomat group." After Kentvita finished reading the warrant, he sighed and sheathed the sword in his hand. At the same time he gave an order to the army of Black Sand region. "Stand down. Let them in." The masked cavaliers in grey capes, the White Blade Guards, rode into their campsite as if there was no one else around. Even though their faces were hidden under their veils, their gazes were sharp and fierce. They glared fiercely at everyone in the campsite, whether it was the Extensions from Black Sand region or the Constellations at the center of the campsite. Mobilizing an army of nearly 2,000 soldiers to protect this prince. The man in the white cloak walked towards the direction of the Constellation diplomat group. He looked at the situation around the campsite and snorted coldly. Lampard is really a generous archduke. Hearing the sarcasm in his tone, Kentvita and Tolja both frowned. This is for the prince's safety, at least until he safely meets King Nuven, Kentvita replied calmly. We believe that there are people in Extet who want the prince's life. According to the information we received, Black Sand region surrounded and intercepted the prince in front of the fortress, and shot him with mystic guns. The man tightened his cape. That's right. Seems that they really want his life. Kent Vita was speechless for a moment. We will take over here, the man in the white cape said bluntly. As for your mission in Blacksand region, it has ended. Go back to where you should be. It's not a good idea to bring a few thousand people into another suzerain's land, especially when the day before the bitter cold winter is approaching. Lampard's ambition ends here. His Majesty will settle the score with him. Tolja replied coldly. The Archduke's order is to protect the prince until he reaches Dragon Cloud City. Even if he leaves with you willingly, we must still follow him to Dragon Cloud City. It's up to you. If you want to follow, then follow. It's not my money that's going to be wasted anyway. The man knocked on the white handle behind him and said nonchalantly, Next time, Tolja, let's spar again. Tolja snorted in dissatisfaction and subconsciously pressed his hand on the saber at his waist. The man in the white cape chuckled and continued walking towards Thales. By the order of King Nuvan Walton, the great common-elected king of Extet and the successor of Raikuru the hero. Surrounded by his subordinates, the man in the white cloak ignored the rest of the people and walked straight to Thales' side. He lowered his head to size up the only 7-year-old boy in the military camp. There was not even a hint of a smile on his pale face. You are Thales Jadestar? Putre's expression changed. He could sense the hostility in the man's tone. Thales also noticed the coldness in the man's gaze. He slowly furrowed his brows. Something's not quite right. But in the end, Thales only took a deep breath and flashed a smile that looked like a formula. Beside him, Putre frowned. He glanced at Kent Vita and Tolja, who had unpleasant expressions on their faces but did not say a word. He cleared his throat and said to the group of white blade guards, who had unpleasant expressions on their faces, This is Thales Jadestar, the second prince of Constellation. By order of King Kessel. However, before Putre could finish, he was rudely interrupted by the man in the white cape. My name is Nicholas, the commander of the White Blade Guards. The man named Nicholas shook his head expressionlessly and lowered his head to speak to Thales. A long time ago, people used to say that the blood of the Empire's royal family came from the gods. That's why it's brilliant gold. When it flows out, it will even sparkle under the sun. So, is your blood golden as well? Will it sparkle? Nicholas. Putre and Wyatt seemed to have heard this name before. Both he and the attendant looked at each other in shock. Thales, on the other hand, mulled over Nicholas' words. He was a little confused. Golden blood? What the hell? I don't know. Thales narrowed his smile. After all, I don't really bleed. Or are you, King Nuvan's personal guard, so eager to see me bleed? The second prince rebutted Nicholas' words without flinching. As if, humph. Nicholas chuckled. His expression immediately returned to being cold. I also know a Jadestar. You're really too inferior compared to him. Putre took a deep breath. Waya quietly took a step closer to Thales. He gritted his teeth and stared at Nicholas. Thales turned to look at Putre's reaction. His heart was filled with doubt and wariness. Who is this man? Thales pondered over his words and was slightly stunned. Too inferior? What does this mean? Jadestar. The second prince furrowed his brows. He sized up Nicholas' attire and remembered his identity as the king's personal guard. He asked cautiously, May I ask if you're talking about Midir Jadestar? My eldest uncle. No, I'm talking about the Sword of Reversing Light. Nicholas narrowed his eyes and extended his left hand to point at his right shoulder. His face was even paler. 12 years ago he stabbed me in the shoulder, and almost cut off my scapula. Thales' expression changed. Another person who personally experienced the war between Constellation and Extet during the Bloody Year. It seems like he suffered quite a lot under Horus Jadestar's hands. He glanced at Kent Vita and Tolja from the corner of his eyes, then at the Extetians around him. From attacking the supply line, attacking the 3 archdukes of Extet's battle line, injuring Tolja, snatching the motionless bow, and in the end his soldiers even killed the former archduke of Blacksand region. The grudges between Horus and the Extetians seemed a little too colorful. The Sword of Reversing Light, Horus Jadestar. Just how many similar legacies did his second uncle leave for me in Extet? Thales could only cough softly. He maintained his unchanging smile and nodded. It's a pity. Beside him, Putre furrowed his brows tightly. Thales also noticed that Tolja, who was behind Nicholas, exhaled softly. "No, there's nothing to be regretful about," Nicholas said flatly. "Anyway, we're even." Put-Ray gritted his teeth and cast a sharp gaze at the man in front of him. "This man is bringing this up the first time we meet? Is he preparing to intimidate me first?" Thales, who did not know what was going on, thought of something. "We're even," he asked cautiously. "What do you mean?" Put-Ray heaved a sigh. This made Thales feel that it was extremely ominous. "Ah." Nicholas' eyes shone with a frightening cold glare. "I killed him, on the battlefield at Raymond Pass." Thales' expression froze at this moment. "That's terrible," he thought to himself. "So we're even, me and Horace." The ghost of a smile appeared on Nicholas' pale face. He raised his right hand and tapped the left side of his chest. Just like this, a stab, then a twist, then a diagonal pull. You should have seen his expression before he died. Thales frowned and began to size up the commander of the White Blade Guards again. The person who killed Horace. The enemy of the Jade Star royal family. The final proof. Nicholas narrowed his eyes and exhaled softly. Even the Jade Star royal family, even the former royal family of the Empire, their blood is not golden. And when it spurts out, Nicholas licked the corners of his lips in a mesmerizing manner and flashed a cold smile. He looked down at Thales and said slowly, "It's all bright red." Thales stared at the pale man with an unpleasant expression. The man's undisguised aggressive gaze made him uncomfortable. But now, as the Prince of Constellation, the best expression he could have was to be expressionless. Viscount Kentvita let out a long sigh. He shook his head gently and took a step forward. "This is Lord Sori Nicholas, one of Extet's famous 5 war generals." His Highness, the Prince of Constellation, shook his head slightly and took a step forward. "People call him..." Kentvita looked at the unpleasant expressions of the Constellations and raised his eyebrows in resignation. "Star Killer." Nicholas stared at Thales with a burning gaze. Like a hunter sizing up his prey. Thales felt a slight chill in his heart. "Star Killer? Let's save the meaningless pleasantries, citizen of the Empire," Nicholas said slowly. "From now on we will escort you to Dragon Cloud City." Thales was stunned. "Of course." The second prince looked at Nicholas and nodded slightly with complicated thoughts. If this is King Nuven's wish. However, his heart was extremely perturbed. King Nuven actually sent such a person to welcome me. Thales suddenly had an ominous feeling about his future in Dragon Cloud City. Put-Ray took a step forward sternly. "Wait, according to the rules and etiquette, the envoys from our side must meet with the Extension welcoming party in a formal manner that is befitting of their status." "You talk too much." Nicholas rudely cut off the vice diplomat's words. "I don't have time to waste." In the next moment, Thales saw Nicholas' expression turn serious and the cloak behind him flutter. "Please believe me. This is for your safety, Your Highness. Sorry, Nicholas, the Star Killer." The pale-faced man snorted coldly with a cold smile. He gestured at the uncertain Thales Jade Star with his chin and ordered the White Blade Guards behind him. "Tie him up." "What?" Thales widened his eyes. Chapter 119. Before Thales could react, the attendants and guards behind him took a step forward without hesitation and shielded him behind them. In the next moment, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out incessantly. Clang. Waya unsheathed his blade without hesitation. The tip of the blade was pointed at Nicholas' throat. His gaze was solemn. Swoosh. Ralph's remaining hidden blade also popped out of his sleeve. The blade was pointed at Nicholas' heart. The upper half of his face, which was not covered by the silver mask, had an unpleasant expression. Clang. 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 These were the White Blade Guards behind Nicholas. These tall and sturdy masked Northland elites were equipped with lightweight iron-colored arm shields in their left hands. And with their right hands, they pulled out specially shaped swords from their waists. The hilts were snow-white and slender and could be held with both hands. The blades shone brightly and their curves were beautiful. They did not look like the rough and forceful Northland style. Their movements of pulling out their swords were orderly and heavy. Their gazes beyond their masks were murderous. At some point in time, They had spread out in a semicircle and surrounded the Constellation diplomat group from 3 sides. The remaining dozen or so soldiers of Constellation, such as Genid and Willow, pulled out their weapons without hesitation and stood at the front line to confront the White Blade Guards. Judging by their movements and the look in their eyes, these are true elites. Our royal guards are nothing more than this. Aida's voice traveled into Thales's ears. They are even more powerful than the Black Sand Region's army. Even if they were to go up against the Vampire's Sacred Blood army, they would probably not be inferior. Thales stared in disbelief at Nicholas, who had a cold smile on his face. What's going on? Tie me up and bring me to Dragon Cloud City? It was not that he did not anticipate what he might encounter in Extet. In fact, it was very normal for King Nuvan, who had lost his beloved son, to be angry, ridiculed and humiliated him. Even if the Jadestar royal family and the Walton family had the same interests when it came to avoiding a war between the 2 kingdoms and restraining Black Sand Region's ambitions. But Thales did not expect that this humiliating welcome would begin before he even reached Dragon Cloud City. Do I really have to let them tie me up and bring me to Dragon Cloud City? If we refuse. Under the moonlight, Thales felt his skin crawl as he looked at the White Blade Guards' shining white swords and estimated the difference in strength between them and the enemy. What will happen? How absurd. Putre's stern and angry voice rang out. He anxiously thought about the situation before him and said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Tie me up? Never before had an envoy from one country been treated like this." This was an insult to King Nuvan VII's reputation and the honor of the kingdom of Extet. This will not bring any glory to your king. If he was King Nuvan's man, he would have to be mindful of Extet's reputation and dignity as the common elected king, unless, around them, the Extetians from Black Sand region watched everything in the field with puzzled expressions. The dozens of White Blade Guards and the dozen or so Constellation diplomat group faced off against each other with their weapons drawn. Humph. The corners of Nicholas' lips curled up to reveal an ominous, cold smile. This will indeed not bring any glory to His Majesty, but it can make him happy. That will be enough. Putre tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. Thales could not help but frown. In the next moment, without any instructions or orders, the eyes of the masked soldiers of the White Blade Guards turned cold and they took a step forward together. Thud. Their heavy footsteps on the snow-covered ground were like a heavy hammer that struck the hearts of the Constellations. Willow Ken, who was watching the enemy tensely, shook his shoulders and was about to thrust his spears forward. Slap. A strong hand reached out from the side and grasped the young spearman's right hand tightly, stopping the tip of his spear from thrusting forward. Willow was shocked. He turned his head and found that it was the veteran Genid. "Steady yourself. Ignore their footsteps, pay attention to their shoulders," he said calmly. After the tragic and bloody battle with the Blood Clan in the Birch Tree Forest, the private soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The heavily injured leader, Cora, stayed in the fortress. The veteran Genid, who was once the Duke's personal guard, relied on his experience on the battlefield and the skills he gradually regained to become the leader of this small group of Jadestar private soldiers, veterans of the fortress, and recruits from the Northern Territory. However, in the face of the extremely tense atmosphere before him, the veteran could not help but break out in cold sweat. "Is this King Nuvan's will and order?" Thales tried his best to speak calmly. "Well, of course it is." Nicholas ignored the 2 halves of the blades that were pointed at his throat and heart. He said darkly, "He just didn't say it out loud." A second later, Nicholas moved. He suddenly took a step forward and walked towards Thales. Thales was shocked. Waya and Ralph gritted their teeth and brought out the weapons in their hands in an attempt to force Nicholas to retreat. But in the next moment, a cold glare flashed on Nicholas' face and his body moved. In the blink of an eye, the pale-faced Star Killer instantly moved sideways and into the gap between the 2 swords. Clang. Waya's single-edged sword, which was aimed at his throat, struck the white hilt that extended from behind Nicholas' shoulder. Sparks flew. Clang. Nicholas' right hand flicked his finger nimbly and hit Ralph's hidden blade, which was aimed at his heart. At that moment, under Waya and Ralph's indignant gazes, Nicholas broke through their defense without changing his expression. He squeezed into the gap between them and extended his left hand towards Thales. Damn it! Thales gritted his teeth and quickly took a step back to avoid Nicholas' hand. At the same time he pulled his left hand up and touched the dagger at his waist with his right hand. He put on the Northland military sword style's iron body style. But he was surprised to see that the moment he retreated, Nicholas' hand changed direction at the same time, as if he had foreseen it. He extended his hand towards the direction where he dodged. That fluctuation surged into Thales' brain in time and slowed down the scene in front of him to the greatest extent possible. In Thales' field of vision, Nicholas moved slowly, like an existence that flashed with silver light. However, every flash of light in his body brought about a change in Nicholas' figure. Is this his power of eradication? Thales' expression was tense as he thought carefully. The Star Killer's figure, movements, speed, changes and trajectory all entered Thales' consciousness at that moment. After a moment of estimation, a pessimistic conclusion surged into Thales' mind. No matter how I dodge, I can't avoid Nicholas' grasp. Fortunately, I still have her. Thales felt the change in the aura of the cloaked person behind him. When Nicholas' hand was halfway to Thales, a short and small figure in a cloak grabbed his wrist. Be polite, boy. Ida grabbed Nicholas' wrist tightly and said coldly, at least say hello or please. Thales exhaled deeply. Only then did Waya and Ralph's swords catch up with him in a hurry and press against the Star Killer's neck. Oh. Nicholas seemed to be a little surprised, but he still did not care about the two swords that were pressed against his vitals. Instead he frowned and looked at his wrists that were being grabbed. He then said to Ida with great interest, a woman saw through my actions? The dozens of white blade guards around Nicholas did not seem to be worried about their leader who was in danger. Their gazes were still cold, and their killing intent overflowed as they continued to oppress the Constellations. What is the meaning of this, Lord Nicholas? This is not in line with convention, nor is it King Nuven's order. Petre's face was livid. Your private action is almost no different from an assassination. Assassination? Nicholas muttered the word in a low voice. He raised his head and his expression became extremely terrifying. Are you talking about what you Constellations did to our Prince Mariah in your country? Assassination. Nicholas glared at Thales with eyes burning with anger. He enunciated each word clearly. What you did to His Majesty's only son, to the Prince of Extet, to the heir of Dragon Cloud City, to my student? That kind of cowardly action? Putre was stunned at first. Then he came to his senses and said without hesitation, that should be King Nuven's decision. Damn it. Thales panted softly and bit his lower lip. He looked at Nicholas, who was being held back by Ida and had Waya and Ralph's swords pressed against his throat. He gritted his teeth. The situation. How should I deal with it? Force Nicholas to retreat? Thales took a deep breath. He raised his hands at the pale man, indicating that he was a harmless little boy. Nicholas, on the other hand, sneered maliciously. Your Excellency Viscount Kentvita and Lord Tolja. The second Prince of Constellation turned his head and shouted at the army of Black Sand region, your mission of escorting me to Dragon Cloud City is almost complete. I believe that people will praise the Archduke of Black Sand region's loyalty to King Nuven, and King Nuven will also be satisfied with your loyalty. At the same time I am also very grateful for your escort. You can leave now. Thales' voice faded away. Putre raised his eyebrows while Nicholas was slightly stunned. Viscount Kentvita, who was watching everything with a frown in the distance, sighed deeply. However, in the end, Kentvita only nodded at Tolja, who was frowning deeply, and strode forward. This child. What is he saying? Your mission of escorting me to Dragon Cloud City is almost complete. Before I reach Dragon Cloud City, Black Sand region is in charge of my safety, but I have yet to reach Dragon Cloud City. I believe that people will praise the Archduke of Black Sand region's loyalty to King Nuven. Everyone will know that King Nuven kidnapped the Prince of Constellation from the army of Black Sand region as if no one else was around. And King Nuven will also be satisfied with your loyalty. No matter how obedient you are, the relationship between King Nuven and the Archduke of Black Sand region will not get any better. Dragon Cloud City will still view Black Sand region as a thorn in its side. At the same time I am also very grateful for your escort. A chance to win the friendship of the Prince of Constellation is right before your eyes. You can leave now. Hurry up and help us out. Lord Nicholas. While Viscount Kentvita spoke, he re-evaluated whether Putray had taught the second prince these words. This is, after all, the camp of Black Sand Region's army. The Archduke has given us the mission to protect Prince Thales's safety, and your actions now are undoubtedly very unwise. Nicholas flung Aida's hand away, still ignoring the blade on his neck. He said coldly to Kentvita, I thought that you are also extensions. Of course we are extensions, but we are also Northlanders. And Northlanders cherish their reputation, just like how snow eagles cherish their wings. Kentvita walked in front of Nicholas and looked at the two parties who were at each other's throats. His gaze paused for a moment on Thales and Putray. Your Grace. I believe that King Nuvan did not give you the order to kidnap the prince and bring him to Dragon Cloud City. Behind him, under Tolja's signal, the soldiers of Black Sand Region slowly surrounded them. Nicholas fixed his gaze on Kentvita. Then he flashed a faint, cold smile. What if I say no? The man's face turned even paler. What will you do? The Viscount of Black Sand Region? Will you let your army get rid of us, His Majesty's personal guards? Is that so, warriors of Black Sand Region? Nicholas swept his gaze across the surroundings. He glanced at the elite regular army that the Archduke of Black Sand Region had specially allocated and smiled softly. Thales's heart sank. This is bad. Looks like even 2,000 soldiers of Black Sand Region can't intimidate Nicholas and his White Blade guards. There are less than 50 of you. Tolja walked out from behind Kentvita. Staring at the white weapon behind Nicholas, his expression was solemn. Even with the Severing Soul's blade you can only hold on for a few more minutes. You're not Araka Murch and you don't have his motionless bow. Kentvita fixed his gaze on Nicholas' face. Of course, we definitely don't want to be enemies with the famous White Blade guards. Especially when we fought together 12 years ago. The face-changing game of good guys and bad guys is no longer popular, Nicholas said nonchalantly. I've said it before, His Majesty will get even with Lampard. Before that you won't want to provoke his personal guard captain. Thales thought of something. White Blade guards. He remembered what Putray had told him about Caslin's identity. Caslin retired 20 years ago, so, you know, Thales said slowly, attracting everyone's attention, we just passed by Caslin's Hero Tavern a few days ago. Thales noticed that the moment he finished speaking, Nicholas' expression suddenly changed. Even the eyes of the White Blade guards around them who were confronting them sparkled. Caslin, looks like that old man means something to them. Thales nodded in his heart. Caslin treated me to a glass of rye wine, the limited edition kind, Thales continued to say calmly. He's a wise and open-minded old man. But I don't think you know him, Lord Nicholas? A complicated expression appeared in Nicholas' eyes. Because. Thales sighed. The White Blade guards led by someone like him must be different from you. Nicholas stared at him without saying a word. In the next moment, Thales first gritted his teeth as though he had made up his mind. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the second prince shouted, Constellations, put down your weapons. Waya and Ralph looked at Thales in shock. Even Ida let out a surprised gasp under the cloak. The Constellations looked at the White Blade guards around them, who were glaring at them fiercely. They looked at each other in bewilderment, not daring to believe the prince's order. Only Putray looked pensive. Kentvita and Tolja frowned at the same time. Nicholas stared at him with an indecipherable expression. This is an order from your second prince, the heir to the throne of Constellation. Thales repeated with a firm expression. Putray was the first to sheath his sword and take a step back. Then Genid sheathed his sword without hesitation. Waya glanced at the prince in disbelief. Under the latter's unquestionable gaze, he gritted his teeth and withdrew his sword from Nicholas' neck. Then it was Ralph, then the fifth, the sixth, until all the Constellations sheathed their weapons. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Thales took a step forward, past Waya and Ralph's protection, and arrived in front of Nicholas. You should have done this a long time ago. Nicholas lowered his head and looked at him expressionlessly. The earlier you submitted, the less pain you would have suffered. Enough, Your Excellency, Thales interrupted him coldly. I don't know why you insist on bringing me back to Dragon Cloud City with you tied up. Whether it's a new grudge or an old one, whether it's Prince Mariah or Prince Horus. Thales suppressed the trembling in his voice. But before I complete my first mission, I will only answer to King Nuven. Nicholas stared at the second Prince of Constellation in astonishment. This will be a conversation between the future King of Constellation and the current King of Extet. Thales took a deep breath. But before that, you want to humiliate me, who is about to talk to King Nuven? There is no doubt that your actions are tarnishing King Nuven's honor. Does a father who has lost his only son no longer need to care about his own honor? Ask yourselves, White Blade Guards, Northlanders. Thales turned to the White Blade Guards around him. His personal guards, the White Blade Guards, the Dragon's Imperial Guards. Humiliatingly tying up a 7-year-old child and bringing him to Dragon Cloud City. Let everyone know the magnanimity of Extet's common elected king, Rykru the hero's successor, and the ruler of the Northlanders, King Nuven VII. The gazes of the White Blade Guards became unfocused beyond the veil covering their faces. Caslin told me that whether it is the history of the Empire or the symbol of the dragon, these are not important. What is important is whether the Northlanders can still persevere and live their lives well. Thales turned around and spread his arms. He raised his head and stared at Nicholas with a steady gaze. Over the past few days, we have eaten the Northlanders' food and drank their wine. According to Northland's customs, we are now King Nuven's guests. We are guests in the land under his rule. Now we are finally about to reach his doorstep. Let us constellations, the so-called descendants of the Empire. Let us see the magnanimity and glory of the Northlanders, and whether it is worth it for us to take this dangerous journey. The White Blade Guards quickly exchanged glances, then looked at their commander in unison. Kenfida's gaze kept shifting between Thales and Putray. He seemed to be deep in thought. Waya looked worriedly at the star killer in front of him. And the most crucial decision-maker, Nicholas, slowly narrowed his eyes. After a few seconds, "Very good, Thales Jadestar." He looked at Thales and smiled faintly. "You and your uncle are not that far apart." Thales was stunned. "Put away your weapons, my brothers." Nicholas looked at Thales with a complicated expression. "Let His Majesty decide who our guest belongs to, even if his hatred for us runs as deep as the sea." Upon receiving the order, the White Blade Guards sheathed their swords in an orderly manner. Thales finally breathed a sigh of relief. The people of Constellation, including the 2 commanders of Black Sand region, also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, alert! Outside the camp, the soldiers of Black Sand region once again let out an alarming shout. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the area outside the camp. Under the moonlight, a new group of cavaliers appeared before their eyes and headed towards the camp. Kentvida narrowed his eyes and asked Nicholas, "Your companions?" Nicholas did not answer him. The sound of hooves could be heard from outside the camp. It was a dozen cavaliers. Carrying a strange flag, they slowly headed towards their camp. It was a flag with a white background. A golden ear of wheat with an arc was drawn on it. It stretched from the upper right corner of the flag to the lower left corner, and crossed with an equally golden dagger. "Good night, everyone." An unfamiliar male voice traveled into their ears from afar. "Praise be to the Lady of Harvest and the Maiden Shepherd of the Ocean. May they bless all of you with no worries about food or clothing and a prosperous life." Kentvida took a few steps forward. Looking at the flag with the ear of wheat and the dagger, he slowly frowned. "I am Lesa Kentvida, the Viscount of the City of Light Town. This is the military camp of the Archduke of Black Sand region," Viscount Kentvida said loudly. "Who goes there?" Under the protection of a dozen cavaliers, a middle-aged man with a golden ponytail slowly rode out from the crowd. He was dressed in a gorgeous coat and a top hat embedded with jewels to keep out the cold. "I am Shiles Bamra, the honorary Marquis of Good Flow City." The middle-aged man stopped his horse. He took off his hat and placed it on his left chest. With a friendly and humble smile on his face, he bowed slightly in Kenfida's direction. "I am from the friendly and generous 16 City-States Alliance of Kemu Union. I am a member of the 36 seats in the Kemu Union Parliament. I am representing the Alliance's Good Flow City on a diplomatic mission to Extet. I heard that Constellation's second prince is here, so I specially came to meet you. Midnight, Dragon Cloud City, Westbound Avenue. He was a black-haired, black-eyed Far Easterner. He was about 30 or 40 years old. The Far Easterners aged at a different rate compared to the Rudalians and Northlanders. It was not easy to tell their age from their appearance. Holding an everlasting lamp, he walked steadily in the dark and cold underground cellar, intending to start his day's work. But in the next moment he frowned as if he sensed something. He stopped in his tracks. In the silence and darkness, his eyes carefully swept across every corner in front of him. His ears listened to all the movements in the cellar. There was nothing. But he did not let his guard down. Because he trusted his instincts more. Most of the time, danger could not be detected with eyes and ears. Most of the time, instincts were the last things one could rely on in life. Like now. He clenched his teeth and furrowed his brows, revealing a ferocious expression in the darkness beyond the light. Just like a wolf that sensed danger, it sharpened its fangs and claws and remained vigilant of the danger in the darkness. Immediately the Far Easterner moved. He raised the everlasting lamp with one hand and pressed his other hand against his waist when he crouched down. He turned sideways to face the left, the wall, and the darkness behind the corner. "Who's there?" the Far Easterner asked calmly. There was no answer. "If you're here to steal some money, bro," the Far Easterner spoke the lingua franca with a Northland accent. His feet moved slowly and rhythmically. "Then you've come to the wrong place." There was still no answer. The Far Easterner narrowed his eyes. The next moment his figure flashed. He covered a distance of more than 10 steps in 3 steps. The Far Easterner turned the corner. The light from the everlasting lamp illuminated everything in the corner. But the Far Easterner let out a surprised, "Huh." There was no one around the corner in front of him. A few seconds later the Far Easterner breathed a sigh of relief. "Am I being too paranoid?" The Far Easterner carefully checked the corner and confirmed that there were no traces left behind by anyone. He shook his head, shrugged, and patted his head. "It seems so. It's an old habit that I can't get rid of. In the end, I'm still paranoid even when I'm sleeping. The wolf doesn't sleep because it's vigilant." This was the first lesson his master had taught him a long, long time ago, when he had left him on the northern plains and let him live alone for 3 days. He sighed. "I really hope that one day I can sleep well. Forget all the past." The Far Easterner laughed at himself, then turned around and walked back the way he came. The light also turned with him. It illuminated another person behind him. A person who suddenly appeared. The Far Easterner's pupils shrank. He instinctively raised his hand at his waist. Thud. The Far Easterner was shocked to find that his right hand, which was holding the dagger, was firmly grasped by the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared. He could not move. "Long time no see, Gu," the other party said slowly. The Far Easterner suppressed the shock in his heart, the trembling of his body, and the instinctive urge to activate his power of eradication to break free. He stared at the man who suddenly appeared. The ordinary-looking man. "Yes, long time no see," the Far Easterner, Gu replied bitterly. "Black Sword." Black Sword let go of Gu's wrist. "Lance asked me to look for you," the man known as Black Sword said coldly and briefly. "Still the same as before." Gu put the dagger back at his waist and frowned. Simple and direct. It chilled his heart. "Yes." Gu took a deep breath, got rid of all unnecessary emotions and memories and said seriously, "I found him." Black Sword did not speak. After a few seconds Black Sword slowly said, "Are you sure?" Gu exhaled deeply. "Although I've never met him directly, it should be him. I can't be wrong." Black Sword was silent. Strange. Gu thought to himself, why is he so calm? Can he be? "I'll look for you again tonight to ask about the details." Black Sword turned around and said flatly, "I still have some matters to attend to." "Look for me again?" Gu could not help but frown as he recalled the other party's elusive figure. "All right." Gu recalled his past memories and only felt a wave of irritation and panic. He said helplessly, "I have to do business first anyway." "Business?" Black Sword furrowed his brows as he recalled Gu's notorious past. His figure once again disappeared into the darkness beyond the light. "What other business can you do?" "What business?" Gu Shuang exhaled unhappily. He walked to the side of the table and fiercely lifted the layer of oilcloth on it, revealing a boning knife and a chopping board. Then he said angrily, "This is my butcher shop." Chapter 120. In the cold wind, a group of people with a complicated and strange composition formed a long procession on the road to Dragon Cloud City. Even though they avoided the misfortune of being kidnapped to Dragon Cloud City, the next day, the White Blade Guards under Nicholas Still invited the Constellation diplomat group out of Black Sand region's escorting area without any explanation. They were then escorted to Dragon Cloud City by the White Blade Guards. The army of Black Sand region followed slowly and orderly on both sides and behind them. Kentvita and Tolja still dutifully sent out scouts to ensure the safety of the surrounding roads. As for the White Blade Guards, these masked elite soldiers were cold, taciturn, rude, and unreasonable. There were a few times when they almost got into a fight with Constellation soldiers because of pushing and shoving. The middle-aged Marquis with a blonde ponytail rode elegantly on his horse. With a kind smile, he said to the second prince of Constellation, "The continuation of the Jadestar family's royal bloodline and Constellation's successor is of great significance to the entire Western Peninsula. What I mean is, the replacement of the ruling royal family may bring chaos to Constellation that will be difficult to pacify for many years. This is something that the entire Western Peninsula, including us, the Camians, do not want to see. Thank you very much for your concern, Marquis Shiles of Goodflow City." Thales, who sat stiffly on his horse, nodded at the guest from Kemu Union with an equally stiff smile on his face. This uninvited guest seemed to be a little too familiar with him. Just like the people in front of Eternal Star City's western city gate who were dressed neatly, respectful, and attentive to serve as the local guides for first-time visitors to Eternal Star City. There were many such lads or tomboys in the Blackstreet Brotherhood. They usually worked well with the child beggars and hired thugs. When they saw suitable goods, they would act decisively. The best outcome for those guests was to be swindled out of their money, or have their wallets stolen. The worst outcome was to be robbed in a dark alley. Of course, the worst outcome was, none of you want to know. Be careful, boy. A languid voice came from beside Thales. The Camians approached you for no reason. They must have ulterior motives. If it's not for money, then it's for. As Ida spoke under the cloak, she held on to Thales' mount and sneezed loudly. She rubbed her nose pitifully. "Ida, are you all right?" Thales asked worriedly. "Ever since we entered Northland, you have been sick." "Don't worry. This temperature is nothing." The elf fiercely waved her hand 45 degrees to the left, not caring about the rudeness of this action. "Back in the day, I carried a broadsword on my shoulder and roamed the wild, boundless mountain. I carried a human head in my hand and battled the Grand Banquet Lord." Hey. Thales sighed. "I'll add another bonfire for you tonight." This lady who hides her beauty under a cloak must have misunderstood something. Marquis Shiles laughed without a care. "Although the Kemu Union is famous for its trade and commerce, we are not short-sighted people who deliberately flatter others for the sake of immediate benefits. We strive for long-term benefits and a win-win situation that is mutually beneficial. Only then can we continue doing business. So, if there is anything I'm plotting, then I'm definitely plotting your friendship, Your Highness." Ida snorted. "Camians are all liars. None of them are good. This is especially true in Goodflow City." On the other side of the horse, Ralph scratched his head awkwardly. On the horse, Marquis Shiles smiled without saying a word. "What you said might be too biased." He held the reins of Thales' horse tightly to prevent it from going berserk. "Hey, I must have been cast with the enemy of horses halo," the second prince's crazy ramblings. Waya shook his head and said, "There are some Camians in the Tower of Eradication as well. Even though most of them come from poor backgrounds in Kemu Union, when it comes to their abilities and personalities, I think they are about the same as us and Extet's apprentices." "Thank you for speaking up for justice." Marquis Shiles smiled and said, "Attendant Casso. That's because you haven't, seen the worst among them." Ida sneezed again and put her hands on her hips in annoyance. "I guarantee that you will have a deep impression of them." "So, have you met such a Camian before?" "Ida?" Thales asked curiously. "Yes." Ida spat fiercely. "Evil liars, pompous fellows. A glib talker, an opportunist." The elf wiped her snot and curled up. Thales shrugged. Looks like I was deceived by the Camions. And I was deceived quite badly. He cast his gaze on the person in front of him again. Marquis Shiles Bamra, who came from Good Flow City in the west of the peninsula and belonged to the Kemu Union. I heard that Kemu Union is a kingdom of merchants, Your Grace, Thales asked slowly. I wonder if this is true? Of course. Many people understand it this way, and I can't say that this kind of description is completely wrong. When he heard the prince's question, Shiles seemed to have been suddenly motivated. He spoke cheerfully, but everything is dictated by history, Your Highness. History. History. I heard that Kemu Union was formed by a few city-states after the Battle of Eradication. Thales' interest in research and exploration had also been piqued. A kingdom that relied on the start of commerce? So this forged your tradition and foundation? To be precise, we are not a kingdom, at least not a traditional kingdom. Marquis Shiles looked at Thales' expression and smiled slowly. After the Battle of Eradication, the 4 cities in the west of the Western Peninsula formed an alliance. They helped each other in the chaotic world and managed to protect themselves. Among them was Good Flow City, which was located southwest of Xdet and northwest of the Great Desert. This was the origin of Kemu Union. We lacked resources and heritage and were sandwiched between a few great powers. Kemu Union could only seek survival in the form of commerce. We used a free environment and a relaxed tax policy to support our merchants to go out and work hard. We also acted as the transporters of goods and resources for the various great powers. We struggled to survive as a middleman. From this perspective, we are indeed a kingdom of merchants. However, Marquis Shiles changed the topic. Even though these cities belong to Kemu Union, they operate independently and govern themselves. Other than the Union public law, each city has its own laws and regulations, their own ruling families, their own customs, and of course, each has its own characteristics. For example, this time I am representing Good Flow City in the Union as an envoy to Xdet. In this regard, we are not like a kingdom, but more like a group of merchants helping each other. But you are called an alliance, right? Thales could not hold back his interest and asked, You should at least look like an alliance, right? For example, a supreme authority that each city obeys? Of course. Shiles chuckled. The so-called Kemu Union's Supreme Joint Parliament is in charge of allocating resources within the Union and coordinating the relationship between the city-states. At least in name. Many people also think so, but reality is always stranger than what they imagine. Much stranger. Shiles shook his head and sneered in a self-deprecating manner. But I still heard that Kemu Union's power is not to be underestimated. Thales mobilized the knowledge in his head. Most of it was what Gilbert had taught him in a short month. Kemu Union is rich and fertile. You are the Western Peninsula's purse. Some people put you together with Constellation and Xdet as the 3 strongest forces in the Western Peninsula. Purse. Shiles smiled bitterly. Do you really think that is a good nickname? Thales shrugged. All right. This is indeed not a good nickname, just like how no one would be happy to be called a fat sheep. We have spent a lot of energy just to protect ourselves between countries over the past few hundred years. And a power that is not to be underestimated? It would be better to say that it is a broad business route. Marquis Shiles shook his head. Like I said just now, the Alliance's business has grown bigger and bigger, and its routes have also expanded. So, the 4 small cities have become 4 city-states and new cities have gradually joined our alliance. Now, Kemu Union has 16 independent business city-states, and our trade routes have spread throughout the entire Western Peninsula. The entire Western Peninsula? How did you do it? Thales asked curiously. Can you explain it to me in detail? It is not as exaggerated as you think. These are the routes that the 16 city-states have opened up. Marquis Shiles was all smiles as he pulled out a gentleman's cane from the saddle and drew several routes in the air. From Xdet City of Faraway Prayers and Prestige Orchid region in the north, to Thornland's Alumbia Kingdom and Dragon-Kissed Lands and Lenzo Dukedom in the south, to White Mountain and the Alliance of Freedom in the east, and even to the western edge of the Great Desert. These are the direct routes for our land merchant caravans. Along the way we can visit a small half of the Western Peninsula, and even the entire left half of the continent is within our reach. The Marquis continued to speak with delight. And our western port near the Demon Sea extends Camus Union's business even further. To the west are the three Devil Islands, the Alumbia Kingdom and the Turundi Shared Governance, which are the kingdoms on the west coast. As for the south, after crossing the Sea of Despair to the Sea of Long Corridors, there are the kingdoms on the south coast, such as Norton Dukedom and Lenzo Dukedom, Long Corridors Archipelago and Serra Dukedom. If there are fleets with more trade ambitions, they will continue to the east, sail out of the Sea of Long Corridors, cross the Mystery Sea and the Fog Sea, and reach the wealthy Evergreen Island, which is ruled by the Sucator family, one of the 13 distinguished families of Constellation. They will sail all the way to the east past Crystal Jade City, which is built on Crystal Jade Island by the merfolk of the Western Sea, and follow Constellation's sea trade route to the Sea of Eradication, or even the Eastern Peninsula. This way, the right half of the continent will also be included in the Alliance's trade route. Sounds amazing. Thales furrowed his brows and said with a serious expression, "Your forces of influence are all over the continent. It is not an exaggeration to say that." On the contrary, Marquis Shiles shook his head and said, "Camus Union only has the city defense teams that belong to the major cities. They do not have a unified military force and it is absolutely impossible for them to start a war. The wrangling in the United Parliament alone can last for 3 years. Since we rely on trade to survive, even as nobles we must go out to develop and trade. When I was 13 years old I followed my father to Alumbia Kingdom for the first time. Our family's merchant fleet was detained there. Ralph, who was riding on the side of his horse, walked on the snow-covered ground with his fists slightly clenched. So, you can understand now, right? I am happy from the bottom of my heart about the reappointment of the Prince of Constellation. This means that Constellation, a big country in the Western Peninsula, is stable and without worry." The Marquis shook his head. Even in Extet, where the system of choosing a king has become the norm, once the throne passes to a new Archduke's family. For example, from Dragon Cloud City's Walton family to Beacon Illumination City's Poffret family, or to Prestige Orchid Region's Alcius family, it will be quite a shock. Our established trade routes and long-term business agreements will have to be reconsidered or even completely overturned according to the ruling order and habits of different families, much less a hereditary royal family like Constellation. Just like this, our business is often troubled by the constantly changing situations in various countries. Shiles sighed deeply. If there is a place where the nobles live a harder life than the commoners, remember to vote for Camus Union. Serves them right. Ida snorted coldly. Wanting to earn money and be comfortable at the same time, how can there be such a good thing? What you said is really wise, madam. Marquis Shiles sighed and stuffed the gentleman's cane back into the saddle. So, you see, at the age of 38 I still have to go out and work hard. So, it is also reasonable for you to come to me. Thales let out a hollow laugh. Is this to develop your future business network in Constellation? It is for the sake of friendship. Shiles winked in amusement. Of course, if you have any, and I mean any, needs that are outside the boundaries of your kingdom, please be sure to let me know. Marquis Shiles laughed out loud. As a marquis of a small city I have no other forte, but I do have some connections in various countries. Wait, Marquis. Thales frowned. Duke's son male merit. But I seem to have never heard of such a title as Marquis in this world. Chapter 121. In the cold wind, a group of people with a complicated and strange composition walked in a long line on the road to Dragon Cloud City. The Anti-Theft Chapter. I went out for a meal and changed it back quickly. Thank you for reading the pirated version. Under Old Caslin's regretful gaze, Thales heaved a sigh of relief after he tried his best to refuse the cup of rye wine. They rested for 15 minutes. Viscount Kentvita turned his head and nodded at the Fire Knight, Tolja. Get ready. Tolja ordered his soldiers. We're ready to depart. We must reach Prestige Orchid Region before tomorrow night. Upon hearing their superior's words, Extet's officers and soldiers stood up in unison. They left behind their wine money and walked out of the tavern. The people from Constellation looked at Thales. Thales glanced at Putray, shrugged and jumped off the bar counter. But just as he waved at Old Caslin and was about to leave, "Brat, wait." Caslin left the bar counter and walked towards Thales. Thales only then realized that this old man was extremely tall. He was almost 7 feet tall. He had to raise his neck to an angle that he could barely look up at him. Fortunately, Caslin squatted down in front of him. "You want to apologize to King Nuvan, don't you?" Old Caslin said slowly, "and I also heard that it is to repay Prince Mariah for his misfortune in Constellation." "Yes." Thales exhaled. "Let's see if King Nuvan will be interested in my head." Caslin's gaze on him changed slightly. "When I was your age," the old man sighed, "I only knew how to follow my brother and chase sparrows." Thales smiled faintly. But before Thales could speak, Caslin continued, "Damn those messy political schemes of the nobles. They never show mercy, don't they? I don't care if you are 7 or 17. God knows how Prince Mariah died. It's a pity, he was a good lad." This. Thales revealed a surprised expression. "Thank you for your understanding, Sir Caslin." Caslin stared at him fixedly. Then with an awkward expression, Thales pointed outside the door. "Listen," old Caslin said flatly. "I once served under Nuvan. To a certain extent I'm quite familiar with him. This tavern owner knew King Nuvan?" He turned to look at Kentvita, who was not too far away. "Why did they bring him here? Was it really for a break?" Caslin sighed softly. "He was a good king when he was young, a typical burly Walton man. I still remember Nuvan Walton standing at the 38th Sentry Ground, swinging his flail at the attacking orcs. At that time he was generous, tolerant and just. He could stand in front of an orc's axe for a nobody. Every warrior thought it was an honor to die for him." Thales' eyes brightened. "Good. It looks like at least he won't be a king who will simply order me to be beheaded. But people change." Old Caslin exhaled. His gaze became misty and unfocused. "Nuvan is also a human. He will also grow old. There will come a day when he will be bewitched by slander and beauty, and be controlled by desires and impulses. Although he has the blood of Rykru Extet in him, he is not a perfect dragon or a hero. Especially, when he is a father who has lost his son." Thales could not help but be stunned. Caslin lowered his head and stared at Thales. "Be careful, Constellation's second prince. Extet uses the great dragon as its flag, but for 600 years, we have only worshipped the great dragon's strength. We have learned the great dragon's pride, but we have forgotten the great dragon's wisdom and wisdom. Although we claim to be the children of the northern wind and the dragon, the shackles of the empire on us are no less than those of Constellation." "What do you mean?" Thales widened his eyes. "Do you mean that Extet's domestic situation may be worse than we think? Child, take care." Caslin only shook his head and gently placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. "Since you paid but did not drink, consider this a bit of advice from me." Thales could only spread his hands. "Thank you for your advice. Unfortunately it was useless. What will come will come." No matter what, he had to face Nuvan the Seventh. "By the way." Caslin hesitated for a while and suddenly exhaled. He smiled and said, "If you run into any irreversible crisis in Extet, when even King Nuvan can't save you, even King Nuvan can't save me?" Thales was puzzled. "What does that mean?" "There is a butcher shop on Dragon Cloud City's westbound street. Its signboard is a dagger." Caslin snorted. Under Thales' furrowed brows he said in a low voice, "The boss is a Far Easterner with the surname Gu. He owed me a favor in the past. He is an extremely daring fellow and often does things that violate the law. If you want to ask him for help, just say $6.50. Under Thales' astonished gaze, the old Caslin slapped him hard on the shoulder again. The second prince staggered again. As Thales grimaced in pain, the old man before him slowly stood up and laughed heartily. "The next time you come, remember to drink my rye wine. That is the symbol of a man." Thales smiled awkwardly and left before Putre's murderous gaze could kill. Kentvita frowned and watched Thales and the Constellations leave. Then he slowly walked to the bar counter and turned to the old Caslin. "You saw it, right? The next king of Constellation." Kentvita's gaze was cold. "You saw how different he is. He has matured and changed. What were we doing when we were 7? What was King Nuvan doing when he was 7? The old Caslin stared at the door of the tavern and said slowly, "This child's gaze is indeed different from the others." He could not see respect or nervousness in the child's eyes. They were only full of interest and curiosity. There was also an enigmatic confidence and determination, as if they had never wavered. This was not the gaze of a frightened child who was thousands of miles away from home. This is the next opponent that Extet will face. I am almost certain that when he grows up he will definitely become Extet's greatest enemy. Kent Vida curled up the corners of his mouth and knocked on the bar counter. Unfortunately, the Archduke cannot attack him directly. When did we Northlanders become cowards who would scheme against and fear even a 7-year-old child? Caslin said disdainfully in a low voice, maintaining a country amidst conspiracies and fear. This is something that only a shaky empire would do. Of course, Archduke Lampard, strategist, said softly. For this, we need a better king, not an old, muddle-headed person who does not enjoy his position and does not act like a hot-blooded person who is still wet behind the ears. Humph. Caslin grabbed 2 wine glasses and placed them in the kitchen's window. So, Chapman Lampard is really a good candidate? I believe that you still love Extet and the Dragon's Kingdom deeply. Kent Vida fixed his gaze on him. Even if King Nuvan chased you out of the White Blade Guards. Hey! The old man seemed to be particularly dissatisfied with this sentence. Nuvan did not chase me away. I left on my own. Kent Vida did not speak. He only stared at the old man. Really? After a few seconds he slowly said, So you still don't agree? Ha! Caslin shook his head mockingly. I'm just a tavern owner. What can I agree to? Caslin the Ground Shaker, as the former leader of the White Blade Guards, your name is still spread among them. Your story is still being sung about in the 38th century grounds, Kent Vida said slowly, as long as you say the word. Why? You want me to use my influence and connections to convince my old subordinates to stand on Chapman's side? Caslin snorted in disdain. I believe that you will make the best choice for Extet. Kent Vida's expression was indifferent, but his gaze was sharp. He stared straight at the old man Caslin. Caslin Lampard, after all, you are the Archduke's uncle. Caslin raised his head abruptly. And the most famous commander of the White Blade Guards since Extet was founded, Kent Vida said flatly. In the upcoming storm, you are destined to be unable to remain unscathed. Of course, it might not just be convincing my old subordinates. Kent Vida silently thought, after all, the White Blade Guards are the king's personal guards. They are responsible for the safety of the common elected king of Extet. Do you know what this reminds me of? Caslin interrupted his thoughts. Kent Vida politely curled the corners of his lips into a smile. The old man stared at him coldly. Quiso Lampard was asked by the Empire to convince his fellow countrymen to cooperate with the Empire, pay taxes obediently and stop resisting. If I say no, will that brat Chapman exile me to Reformation Tower as well? Kent Vida furrowed his brows. Go back and tell my nephew, Caslin said slowly but resolutely, go to hell with Lampard. Go to hell with Rumba. Kent Vida sighed and shook his head as expected. Then you should at least be able to help me with the second favor. Caslin snorted coldly. All of you are always concerned about benefits, aren't you? Kent Vida narrowed his eyes. This time it has something to do with that prince. Caslin put away a few cups again and ignored the Viscount. Someone in Extet wants to assassinate that prince. Whether it's to frame the Archduke or to mess up the situation, Kent Vida said with a dark expression. They even used the officer spy lurking in our Mystic Gun unit. You know that I hate these dirty politics the most. Caslin raised his head and said rudely, I don't want to know anything. What happens next concerns you, Kent Vida interrupted him in a deep voice. The Archduke sent a letter yesterday saying that we found clues about the officer spy in the black market, but it was intercepted halfway. What does it have to do with me? Caslin said rudely. The people who intercepted the clues used the Tower of Eradication's sword style. They used an unusual power of eradication. Kent Vida said in a low voice as if he was talking about a secret. And they were definitely not from the Tower of Eradication. Caslin was stunned. Go on. The old man became solemn. What is the power of eradication? I know you will care about it. Kent Vida said sharply, it's the kind of power of eradication you mentioned a long time ago. The frenzied and out-of-control power of eradication. I remember that you are still working for the Tower of Eradication. It's just to return a favor to Xiao. A nostalgic look appeared in Caslin's eyes. After all, it's been so many years since I graduated. But he immediately looked at Kent Vida seriously. What else? The super-class swordsman of eradication under us, Croche. Do you remember her? She's the daughter of your comrade, that strong little girl. She was heavily injured in their hands and almost lost her life. She was the only one who escaped. Caslin clenched his fists. The clues we pursued have been cut off. The only clue we have left is that strange power of eradication. Kent Vida said sincerely, we need your help, even if it's for the Tower of Eradication, not for Lampard. The person who is as famous as Grey Sword Guard, Xiao, the pride of the Tower of Eradication, the pride of the White Blade Guards, Ground Shaker, Caslin Lampard. A few days later, in the lounge of the House of Legacy in the Tower of Eradication. We can be sure that the disaster swords do not have the complete inheritance of the Northland military sword style. One of the supreme class scions, Zadie Tafner, sat on the table and said to his student, even if it's outdated, it's still a set of sword style meticulously researched by countless swordsmen and wizards. And the House of Legacy has the most complete security system. We can start from here. All right. Continue looking for books here, Zadie. The exhausted Cohen Caribbean leaned against the table and knocked on the table leg. He rubbed his reddened eyes. Anyway, I can't take it anymore. But I will remember these good times, the days when I sneaked into the truth library with my teacher every night. Zadie's face instantly darkened. Are you giving up? His teacher said unhappily. Are you giving up on the investigation of the disaster swords? I'm not giving up, the blonde police officer, Cohen said angrily. But do you know how many books there are in the truth library? Then I just received a letter from a beautiful lady yesterday. Cohen ignored Zadie's unpleasant expression and yawned. I'm going to return a favor. Jill. Is that her name? Cohen touched the letter in his arms, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. That cool girl with dual blades. However, at this moment, a stern and cold old voice came from behind the master and disciple. Zadie Tafner. Cohen Caribbean. Both Zadie and Cohen trembled at the same time. Thud. Zadie jumped off the table in a fluster and fell to the ground due to a moment of carelessness. Thud. Cohen nervously bounced up from the ground and ended up hitting his head on the table. The two of them were in a flurry. One of them rubbed his knees with a twisted expression, while the other touched his scalp and grimaced in pain. They stood up with difficulty and tried their best to stand straight. They put on their most obedient and friendly smiles and looked at the cold-faced gray-haired old man from the Far East who had appeared out of nowhere with a sword hanging from his waist. So, when did you come back? They all said that you went to Blade Valley for an inspection. This was the heir of the Tower of Eradication, Zadie Tafner, who raised his hands and bowed with a face full of smiles. Master Xiao. I planned to visit you first when I came back this time. I even brought you Constellation's specialties. This was Cohen Caribbean, Constellation's police officer come captain of the city defense, rubbing his hands together with a flattering expression. But the gray-haired old man Xiao ignored their smiles. The table in the lounge is not for dancing. Xiao stared at Zadie, who had a flattering expression on his face. His cold voice made Zadie's smile even more awkward. The heir must set a good example. Of course. Zadie Tafner nodded sincerely and humbly. Then he turned to Cohen. His stern face scared the latter so much that he trembled. Since there are chairs, don't sit on the ground. Yes. Cohen listened to Xiao's teachings seriously. The two of them smiled and nodded repeatedly. They were as respectful as they could be. What a joke, this was the master of the Tower of Eradication, the Grey Sword Guard. The lightest punishment he could give to his students was to stand upside down with one hand for 10 hours. And crimes that were worthy of the lightest punishment. For example, taking 2 long steps and having poor manners. The Grey Sword Guard stared at them coldly. Zadie and Cohen stood straighter than the other. Fortunately, Xiao only snorted in the end and said nothing. The two of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Until Xiao said his next sentence. I heard, Xiao said slowly, that you have sneaked into the truth library many times over the past few days? Zadie and Cohen froze on the spot at the same time. Listen to my explanation. Zadie smiled awkwardly. That, you were not around, right? Cohen found some clues about the disaster sorts, so, this is for the Tower of Eradication for the Purgers. Cohen used the words he learned in the police station and patted his chest righteously. We are for the disaster swords. But Xiao's solemn and deep voice rose slowly and interrupted them. Very well. The gray sword guard's expression was solemn. Cohen Caribbean. Cohen immediately puffed out his chest and raised his head solemnly. He stood straight. Go to Extet immediately, Xiao said slowly. There is an old friend called Caslin who needs help. Caslin? It was Zadie. He looked at Xiao in surprise. You mean that drunken Northlander uncle who uses a sword as an axe? Xiao turned to him. His cold gaze forced Zadie to shut his mouth. But... Cohen scratched his head awkwardly. I have to return to Constellation to help a friend first. Do you remember Croche? She was in the same batch as you, Xiao said in a low voice. She was injured by the disaster swords. She might never be able to use a sword again in this life. Cohen looked up with a stunned expression. Croche. The image of a Northlander girl with a buzz cut holding a sword and gritting her teeth under the scorching sun appeared in his mind. And her white teeth. All right. The police officer turned around without hesitation and said firmly to the two Xians, I will go and prepare immediately. How serious is the situation? Do I need to bring my family's private army? Bringing a Constellatiate noble's private army into Extet, Zadie said in a low voice. Are you out of your mind? Cohen nodded in realization. You will not be the only one, Xiao said in a low voice. There is another person who will meet you on the way. She has just joined the Purgers. Cohen was instantly stunned. Broken Dragon Fortress, Northern Sluice Gate. Be careful on the way. Although Lampard has retreated and the war has not started, it is still Extet. Sonia Cecere, the fortress flower, looked at Miranda Arund who was ready to go. She chuckled and said, although I really want to suggest that you bring the Arund family's private army. This is the border between the two countries, Miranda said softly. It is impossible to cross the border with the army. Moreover, Arund. Miranda clenched the white eagle emblem on her cuff. The fortress flower looked at her subordinate and sighed. It is good to go out and hide. After all, those uncles and brothers from the Arund family are really annoying. Miranda bit her lip and did not say anything. This is not to hide, she said faintly. All right. Sonia helplessly held her subordinate's shoulders. This is for a friend, right? Miranda gently patted the white sword hilt at her waist and nodded. Croche. A girl who never gives up. We are studying under the same teacher, Duke Arund's daughter said coldly. When she is in trouble, I must be by her side. I do not have many things left in this world. I must cherish them. Miranda recalled the light and bright figure in white in her memory, as well as his always cheerful and optimistic tone. She could not help but curl up the corners of her lips. She turned around and stepped into the stirrup. Don't worry, commanding officer. I am not some helpless little tabby cat. Besides, I won't be fighting alone. Miranda Arund nodded at Sonia from her horse. An old friend will be coming with me. I will come back once the matter is settled. We are studying under the same teacher, Duke Arund's daughter said coldly. When she is in trouble, I must be by her side. I do not have many things left in this world. Chapter 122. That's fast. In the kitchen of Hero Tavern, Caslin sighed and carefully sized up the man and woman in front of him. So, you two are the most outstanding seedlings in the tower, the ones who came to help? Cohen Caribbean had already taken off his police officer uniform and put on a thick Northland leather robe, but his blonde hair was still dazzling. Miranda Arund, on the other hand, was wearing snow boots and a dark half-body armor. Her shoulder-length black hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head. She did not look like a young lady of the Arund family at all. After going through the strict training and trials of the Tower of Eradication, they knew how to disguise and hide themselves better. Survival in the wild was always a compulsory lesson for swordsmen and knights of eradication. But their disguises seemed to be ineffective in front of the old tavern man. I don't understand, The white-haired old man Caslin frowned. This is not a trial game. Xiao sent two nobles here? My young master and mistress? Cohen's expression froze. Did I give myself away? He lowered his head and looked at his attire. Stop looking. I'm talking about you, silly boy, Caslin said coldly to his junior. Your posture and footsteps. Cohen turned to Miranda in shock. The latter frowned and looked back at Cohen. Even from 6 kilometers away, I can smell the scent of a battlefield officer from all over your body. Caslin shook his head. Look at your frightened face like a rabbit ready to jump up and bite someone. You just came back from the front line of the Western Desert, right? Cohen looked at the old man in surprise. How is that possible? I'm just being on guard. According to Zadie's suggestion, he had already adjusted himself well, and the symptoms of battlefield withdrawal were almost non-existent. Unless... Cohen looked at the old man solemnly. He was once one of my kind. An animal that lives on the battlefield. And a very terrifying kind. Cohen recalled the cold gazes of some of the Suicide Squad members in the desert, and he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Cohen looked at the old man in front of him and gave Miranda a look. Unfortunately, his former colleague ignored him. Left with no choice, Cohen could only smile and say, Mr. Caslin, Master Xiao gave us the task of tracking down the disaster swords. But his words were rudely cut off by Caslin. Caslin ignored Cohen and continued to size Miranda up. He said stiffly, As for you, little girl, you're dressed like a professional mercenary. You should be able to move about freely in a place like Columbia. Caslin ignored Cohen and continued to size Miranda up. He said stiffly, But you should know that there aren't many mercenaries in Northland. The people here are fierce and aggressive. There are many things that the men in the family can handle with a sword. Mercenaries don't have any business here. Your attire will stand out. It wasn't because of your reputation as the Earthshaker, but because of your family name, Caslin Lampard. Caslin raised his eyebrows. Yes, every member of the Arund family must know the situation of their enemy's family like the back of their hand, the swordswoman said calmly and slowly. So. Caslin narrowed his eyes again. Miranda stared at Caslin. So, if you have a problem with the Arund family name because you're a member of the Lampard family, you can just say it. Miranda narrowed her eyes and observed every flaw on the old man's body. She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword and said coldly, We'll settle our differences with swords, old man. Caslin looked at Miranda's sword and smiled in disdain. Of course, or perhaps you're just trying to provoke us and want to see our strength for yourself? Miranda said meaningfully. If that's the case, then let's hurry up and end this quickly. Then we can continue with our mission instead of wasting our time here talking nonsense with an old man. Caslin stared at Miranda. His smile disappeared and he returned to his cold, expressionless face. Looking at the impending conflict, Cohen was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. Miranda, shouldn't we, at this moment? Ha! Caslin laughed angrily and interrupted Cohen again. Caslin slammed the table and stood up abruptly from his chair. Even though he was in his 60s, he was nearly 7 feet tall and his muscles did not seem to have regressed. He still looked very oppressive. But Miranda's sharp gaze did not waver. She only bent her body slightly and adjusted the angle of her attack. Interesting, young lady. Caslin suddenly laughed. You look like a little female leopard when you're angry. Alright, that's the end of the test. Miranda clenched her teeth. And this old man, young Croche, was right. Caslin's gaze was sharp. He revealed his yellowish teeth and said slowly, Miranda's observation skills are outstanding. She's resolute and decisive when she encounters problems. She doesn't procrastinate, but she's a little too arrogant. Miranda was stunned. Croche, Cohen pounded his palms excitedly. So, uncle, you know Croche. What did she say about me? Yes, she said. Caslin did not mind that Cohen's way of addressing him had changed from Mr. to uncle. He recalled for a moment and turned his head, revealing a strange expression. Cohen Caribbean isn't a bad person, but he's a slow idiot. That's all. Cohen was stunned for a moment. Then he scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. He wailed endlessly in his heart. Is my image so bad? Caslin looked at Cohen and chuckled. Brat, You know, my wife used to call me a slow idiot. Cohen was stunned for a full 3 seconds. Go for it, brat. Caslin laughed loudly and slapped Cohen's shoulder. Caslin secretly applauded when he saw Cohen's unwavering posture. Enough. Miranda interrupted them with a frown. Can we get down to business now? Cohen shrugged helplessly, indicating to Caslin that she was like this. Hey. Caslin stopped smiling and his expression changed. Listen, I know why you were sent to deal with the disaster swords. You brat, there's a reason you were sent here. Xiao told me you've encountered the disaster swords before, right? Caslin looked at Cohen sternly. Cohen was stunned for a moment before he nodded subconsciously. He lowered his head. In Constellation's capital city, Cohen said flatly. They're related to Blood Bottle Gang. As for the other disaster swords, Cohen recalled their reunion in the Hall of Stars. He gritted his teeth and did not say another word. It's not time yet. You didn't tell me about this, Cohen. Miranda frowned and looked at her colleague from the same period. Cohen frowned and gritted his teeth softly. He did not answer. It's not that I don't want to tell you. But, if you want to talk about the disaster swords, then Raphael. Cohen's expression did not change. He clenched his fists slightly. And you, young lady. Caslin turned to look at Miranda. You weren't pulled into the purgers for no reason, right? Cohen's expression changed. He raised his head and looked at the swordswoman. She was his colleague from the same generation as him, had similar experiences and had known him for many years. Miranda gritted her teeth and did not say a word. Caslin did not say anything either. He only waited quietly for her to answer. After a while, Miranda spoke with difficulty. This is related to my father, the Guardian of the Northern Territory, the former Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory, Val Arund. When she said this, the young lady of the Arund family paused. Cohen looked at her worriedly. That Duke who committed treason? But in Caslin's eyes, even though the well-dressed young girl's voice was shaky, she still gritted her teeth and enunciated each word slowly. In the past 4 to 5 years, I found out that he was in contact with some strange swordsmen from the north, and their power of eradication is very strange. Miranda raised her head and said with a solemn expression, I told Chartier about this. Cohen looked surprised. This is why you are here. You have all come into contact with the disaster swords. You have even fought against them and know their characteristics, Caslin said slowly. So you are included in the purgers. When he heard the familiar words, Cohen's expression became solemn. Uncle, you also know about the purgers? He asked. No. Caslin could not help but laugh. Cohen looked at him strangely. A long time ago. Caslin's expression slowly became cold. Xiao and I formed the purgers. Cohen's eyes widened. Miranda stared at the old man in shock. Listen, the purgers have existed for a long time, the old man said slowly. Just like how the disaster swords have been active since a long time ago. A long time ago. Cohen repeated solemnly. He remembered the records of Blood Bottle Gang and the disaster swords in the past 100 years. A long time ago. Caslin nodded solemnly. We were 2 young men who were crazy about swordsmanship and curious about the power of eradication. We tried to find out the truth about the disaster swords and finally eliminate their threat. At that time we were about the same age as you. We were far from supreme class. We were impulsive and active and did not care about the consequences, Caslin said flatly. Xiao and I did a lot of hard work. We used all kinds of methods, but the results were always ineffective. And at that time the disaster swords were much more low-key and secretive than they are now. Most of the time we could not find any traces of them for several years. Caslin's expression was nostalgic. Later I joined the White Blade Guards. As for Xiao, he became the Scion, Caslin said slowly. Then the purgers stopped. Until one day Xiao informed me that he was going to gather the purgers again. Why? Cohen was puzzled. Why do you want to gather them again? Caslin gave him a profound look. Because 12 years ago the disaster swords started their activities again. There was an oppressive solemnity in Caslin's words. And they were more active and deadly than before. Cohen was stunned. 12 years ago, doesn't that mean? Miranda clenched her molars tightly. She was also shocked by this fact. But the little girl's face was pale. It was as if she had recalled some unbearable memories. Follow me. Caslin stood up. I will bring you to Croche and the clues about the disaster swords. The old man turned around and led them away. This time the matter involves more than just the disaster swords and the Tower of Eradication. It also concerns the Prince of Constellation, Caslin said as he pushed open a door and led the way. Wait, what did you say? Cohen asked in surprise. You mean the second Prince of Extet, Thales Jadestar? Miranda furrowed her brows. Yes. When he said this, Caslin smiled. He's an interesting child. He just rested at my place not long ago. The heir of Constellation. What happened between him and the disaster swords? Cohen asked solemnly. Didn't Xiao and the others tell you? Caslin turned around, puzzled. Cohen shook his head. Beside him, Miranda seemed to have thought of something and her expression changed. Caslin said slowly, That's right. The disaster swords are trying to assassinate your prince. At that moment, both Cohen and Miranda were stunned. A few seconds later. Disaster sword? Cohen asked anxiously. Why did they assassinate the prince and heir of Constellation? I thought their target was just us and the Tower of Eradication. Listen, you don't understand the disaster swords and neither do I. Caslin's tone changed. He stopped and turned around. But based on my earlier experiences, Caslin's expression was solemn. As far as I know, Lampard is also investigating this matter. When we arrived at Lord Caslin's Hero Tavern, they seemed to have made some progress in their investigation. Put-Ray frowned. In that case, the mastermind who sent a spy in Lampard's army to kill Prince Thales and frame Lampard was coincidentally Lampard's collaborator when he planned to murder Prince Mariah? It sounds very disappointing, doesn't it? Marquis Shiles shook his head gently. His gaze was profound. He and Archduke Lampard worked together to murder their own prince, but immediately betrayed Archduke Lampard in the murder of another prince from a foreign country. The nobles are like white mountain vultures fighting for rotten meat. They deceive each other and plot against each other, Ida suddenly said under the cloak. Northland and the Northlanders, even the nobles and suzerains, were not like this in the past. Without the Empire, all of you have fallen even faster. The group of people who were marching forward fell silent for a moment. Northlanders. Nicholas seemed to have been triggered. He stared at a flag with a red border and a black background with a crimson dragon. He nodded slowly and said, One day we will regain our pride as the dragon's children. In short, Archduke Lampard still does not know that the person who tried to frame him is his collaborator. Marquis Shiles coughed. And we confirmed this from the progress of Lampard's investigation. Thales raised his head. Archduke Lampard definitely knows the identity of his collaborator. If that's the case, why not tell Lampard the truth and work with him? Don't forget that Lampard is also His Majesty's enemy. Conspiring with him to take revenge on another enemy? I don't think the ruler of Black Sand region will obediently cooperate with us. Marquis Shiles sighed. Besides the Northlanders' character. We won't work with scum like Chapman Lampard who killed his own family. Nicholas' eyes were filled with gloom. And he and his collaborator have to pay the price for Mariah's death. Archduke Lampard and his collaborator are your enemies. One of them killed most of your men under the fortress and the other tried to kill you with a mystic gun. Marquis Shiles' smile did not diminish. He took over the unpleasant topic and continued pressuring Thales. King Nuvan made it very clear that regardless of whether your highness agreed to it or not, you are already on this ship. Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Even though he knew that from the moment he was crowned with that title he would have to face everything he once hated the most. But he still underestimated the power of the game of power in this circle. It was a game where you could not choose whether you wanted to play or not, and whether you wanted to try your best. Born for Constellation. Is this how it goes? What an annoying feeling. The second Prince of Constellation slowly opened his eyes. To lure out Lampard's collaborator, is it? The prince said flatly. What does Nuvan intend to do? Nicholas was about to reply, but he was interrupted by the prince in a completely different tone. Thales raised his head. His gaze was as bright and sharp as a sharpened blade. Also, if I cooperate with his revenge plan, what benefits is Nuvan willing to give me? Nicholas was stunned for a few tenths of a second. He noticed that Thales no longer addressed him as King Nuven, or King Nuven. But the commander of the White Blade Guards immediately curled his lips and revealed a faint, cold smile. "You will be satisfied." The Star Killer looked at the second prince and said slowly, "The Walton Dragon Spear family is never stingy." "One more question." Thales raised his head. His gaze was burning. "You said that from Lampard's investigation his collaborator is the mastermind behind my murder using the mystic gun." "That's right." Nicholas frowned. "Is there a problem? Where did you get the details of Lampard's investigation and how did you ascertain it?" Thales asked in a deep voice. "This is our business." Nicholas shook his head. "You don't have to," but Thales immediately cut him off. "This is my business." Thales' expression was resolute. He emphasized his insistence. "Especially when Nuven wants me to risk my life to play such a revenge game with him. I should have enough information to ascertain whether his plan is feasible." Nicholas stared at Thales. His gaze was cold. As for what he was thinking, Thales had no way of guessing, until Shiles coughed softly at the side. "Lampard has been tracking down the spy officer who commanded the Mystic Gun unit. His men have efficiently found clues in the black market." Nicholas finally spoke slowly. But just as he was about to discover the truth, a group of strange swordsmen suddenly appeared. They used a strange power of eradication and almost wiped out all of Lampard's investigators, cutting off the clues. "Strange swordsmen? A strange power of eradication?" Nicholas nodded. This is not within Lampard's knowledge, so he sought help from a professional. And that professional? The Star Killer lowered his head and looked at his White Blade Guard uniform. "He is our old acquaintance." "And those strange swordsmen?" Thales asked. Nicholas gave him a profound look. "A few days ago, the people King Nuven sent to Constellation to collect the prince's body and investigate the assassination of the diplomat group sent back a message the day before yesterday." Nicholas revealed the crux of the information in detail. The prince's last bodyguard used the Walton family's secret method to leave behind an important clue. Among the assassins who attacked Prince Mariah, there were also a few strange swordsmen. Their power of eradication was very strange. Thales figured it out. "Are you saying that the swordsman who assassinated Prince Mariah and the swordsman who cut off Lampard's investigation are the same group of people?" Nicholas nodded slightly. "Who are they?" "According to the information, they are a group of traitors from the Tower of Eradication. They are like flies that seek personal gain, people who hide their heads and show their tails." Nicholas looked at each person. "The Tower of Eradication has a very special name for them." The Star Killer's expression was profound. He slowly said, "Disaster Swords." Thales' thoughts were interrupted for a moment by this name. "Disaster? Sword of Eradication?" Wuxia, who was listening, suddenly exclaimed softly as he remembered something. "Speaking of which, when I was in the Tower of Eradication, I seemed to have inadvertently heard a few Xians talking about this name." Wuxia felt everyone looking at him and he said a little nervously, "But that has always been a legend. Disaster Swords. It is said that they are a group of traitors who want to replace the Tower of Eradication." Thales furrowed his brows. "Let's find some time to talk, Wuxia," the second prince said, "about the power of eradication and the Tower of Eradication." Wuxia nodded. "No matter what, this group of so-called disaster swords participated in the assassination of Mariah and the betrayal of Lampard at the same time. They must have a close relationship with Lampard's collaborator. That's why they listened to his orders and let him do whatever he wanted." Nicholas stared at the snowfield in the distance and frowned. "We also connected these two incidents and caught them." "I understand." Thales nodded solemnly and said, "When will Nuven's plan begin?" "Prestige Orchid Snowfield is right in front of us. Once we pass through it, we will reach Dragon Cloud City," Nicholas said slowly as he cast his gaze at the snowfield in the distance, which was almost in line with the horizon. "The 5 archdukes should have arrived in Dragon Cloud City. The first obstacle you have to face is to meet them and King Nuven. Be prepared, Your Highness." Marquis Shiles rubbed his gloves. His eyes were filled with the excitement of the start of a great show. "In public, King Nuven will show a tough attitude towards you. He might be a little rough." "Rough? Perfect, it's been a long time." Thales stared at the horizon with a spirited gaze. He touched his neck gently and recalled the feeling of being strangled. He said in a powerful voice, "I like rough the most." Xiao's smile became even brighter. A strange light shone in Nicholas' eyes. Put-Ray took a deep puff from his pipe. Ida continued to lower her head under the cloak without saying a word. Waya and Ralph just stared at each other in a daze. Noon arrived. The sun hung high in the sky above the snowfield. But everyone who had stayed in Northland for many days knew. Chapter 123. Before Thales could react, the attendants and guards behind him took a step forward without hesitation and shielded him behind them. It's still an anti-theft chapter. Please come back later. In the next moment, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out incessantly. Clang. Waya unsheathed his blade without hesitation. The tip of the blade was pointed at Nicholas' throat. His gaze was solemn. Swoosh. Ralph's remaining hidden blade also popped out of his sleeve. The blade was pointed at Nicholas' heart. The upper half of his face, which was not covered by the silver mask, had an unpleasant expression. Clang. 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 These were the white blade guards behind Nicholas. These tall and sturdy masked Northland elites were equipped with lightweight iron-colored arm shields in their left hands, and with their right hands they pulled out the uniquely shaped sabers from their waists. The hilts were snow-white and slender and could be held with both hands. The blades shone brightly and their curves were beautiful. They did not look like the crude and forceful Northland style. The way they pulled out their blades was neat and heavy. Their gazes beyond their masks were murderous. At some point in time, they had formed a semicircle and surrounded the Constellation diplomat group from three sides. The remaining dozen or so soldiers of Constellation, such as Jenned and Willow, pulled out their weapons without hesitation and stood at the front line to confront the white blade guards. Judging by their movements and the look in their eyes, these are true elites. Our royal guards are nothing more than this. Aida's voice traveled into Thales' ears. They are even more powerful than the Black Sand Region's army. Even if they were to go up against the vampire's Sacred Blood army, they would probably not be inferior. Thales stared in disbelief at Nicholas, who had a cold smile on his face. What's going on? Tie me up and bring me to Dragon Cloud City? It was not that he did not anticipate what he might encounter in Extet. In fact, it was very normal for King Nuven, who had lost his beloved son, to be angry, ridiculed and humiliated him. Even if the Jadestar royal family and the Walton family had the same interests when it came to avoiding war between the two kingdoms and restraining Black Sand Region's ambitions. But Thales did not expect that this humiliating welcome would begin before he even reached Dragon Cloud City. Do I really have to let them kidnap me and bring me to Dragon Cloud City? If we refuse. Under the moonlight, Thales felt his skin crawl as he looked at the white blade guards' gleaming white sabers. He estimated the difference in strength between us and the enemy. How will things develop? How absurd. Putre's stern and angry voice rang out. He anxiously thought about the situation before him and said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Tie me up?" Never before had an envoy from one country been treated like this. This was an insult to King Nuven VII's reputation and the honor of the kingdom of Extet. This will not bring any glory to your king. If he was King Nuven's man, he would have to be mindful of Extet's reputation and dignity as the common elected king. Unless, around them, the Extetians from Black Sand Region watched everything in the field with puzzled expressions. The dozens of white blade guards and the dozen or so Constellation diplomat group faced off against each other with their weapons drawn. Humph. The corners of Nicholas' lips curled up to reveal an ominous, cold smile. This will indeed not bring any glory to His Majesty, but it can make him happy, that's enough. Put-Ray tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. Thales could not help but frown. In the next moment, without any instructions or orders, the eyes of the masked soldiers of the White Blade Guards turned cold, and they took a step forward together. Thud. Their heavy footsteps on the snow-covered ground were like a heavy hammer that struck the hearts of Constellation's people. Willow Ken, who was watching the enemy tensely, shook his shoulders and was about to thrust his spears forward. Slap. A strong hand reached out from the side and held the young spearman's right hand tightly, pressing down on the tip of the spear he was about to thrust. Willow was shocked. He turned his head and found that it was the veteran Gened. Said he. Ignore their footsteps, pay attention to their shoulders. He said calmly. After the tragic and bloody battle with the Blood Clan in the birch tree forest, the private soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The heavily injured leader, Cora, stayed in the fortress. The veteran Gened, who was once the Duke's personal guard, relied on his experience on the battlefield and the skills he gradually regained to become the leader of the small number of Jadestar private soldiers, veterans of the fortress, and recruits from the Northern Territory. However, in the face of the extremely tense atmosphere before him, the veteran could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Is this King Nuven's will and order? Thales tried his best to speak calmly. Well, of course it is. Nicholas ignored the two parts of the blades that were pointed at his throat and heart. He said gloomily, he just didn't say it out loud. A second later Nicholas moved. He suddenly took a step forward and walked towards Thales. Thales was shocked. Wuxia and Ralph gritted their teeth and brought out the weapons in their hands in an attempt to force Nicholas to retreat. But in the next moment, a cold glare flashed on Nicholas' face and his body moved. In the blink of an eye, the pale star killer instantly moved sideways and into the gap between the two blades. Clang. Wuxia's single-edged sword, which was aimed at his throat, struck the white hilt that protruded from behind Nicholas' shoulder and sparks flew. Clang. Nicholas, on the other hand, nimbly flicked Ralph's hidden blade, which was aimed at his heart. At that moment, under Wuxia and Ralph's indignant gazes, Nicholas broke through their defense without changing his expression. He squeezed into the gap between them and extended his left hand towards Thales. Damn it! Thales gritted his teeth and quickly took a step back to avoid Nicholas' hand. At the same time he pulled his left hand up and touched the dagger at his waist with his right hand. He put on the Northland military sword style's iron body style. But to his surprise, he saw that the moment he retreated, Nicholas' hand changed direction at the same time, as if he had foreseen it. He extended his hand towards the direction where he dodged. That fluctuation surged into Thales' brain in time and slowed down the scene in front of him to the greatest extent possible. In Thales' field of vision, Nicholas moved slowly, like an existence that flashed with silver light. However, every time the light flashed in his body, Nicholas' figure would change. Is this his power of eradication? Thales' expression was tense as he thought carefully. The Star Killer's figure, movements, speed, changes and trajectory all entered Thales' consciousness at that moment. After a moment of estimation, a pessimistic conclusion surged into Thales' mind. No matter how I dodge, I can't avoid Nicholas' grasp. Fortunately, I still have her. Thales felt the change in the aura of the cloaked person behind him. Clack. Nicholas' hand was only halfway through its outstretched motion when a short and small figure in a cloak grabbed its wrist. Be polite, boy. Ida grabbed Nicholas' wrist tightly and said coldly, at least say hello or please. Thales exhaled deeply. Only then did Wuxia and Ralph's swords catch up with him in a hurry and press against the Star Killer's neck. Oh. Nicholas seemed a little surprised, but he still did not care about the two swords that were pressed against his vitals. Instead he frowned as he stared at his wrists that were being grabbed. He then said to Ida with great interest, a woman, saw through my actions? The dozens of white blade guards around Nicholas did not seem to be worried about their leader, who was in danger. Their gazes were still cold and full of killing intent as they continued to oppress the Constellations. What is the meaning of this, Lord Nicholas? This is not in line with convention, nor is it King Nuven's order. Putre's face was livid. This private act of yours is almost no different from an assassination. Assassination. Nicholas muttered the word in a low voice. He raised his head and his expression became extremely terrifying. Are you talking about what you Constellations did to our Prince Mariah in your country? Assassination. Nicholas' eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Thales. He enunciated each word clearly. What you did to His Majesty's only son, to the Prince of Extet, to the heir of Dragon Cloud City, to my student? That cowardly act? Putre was stunned at first, then he reacted and said without hesitation, that should be decided by King Nuven. Damn it. Thales panted softly and bit his lower lip. He looked at Nicholas, who was held back by Ida and had Waya and Ralph's swords pressed against his throat. He gritted his teeth. The situation. How should I deal with it? Force Nicholas to retreat? Thales took a deep breath. He raised his hands at the pale man, indicating that he was a harmless little boy. Nicholas, on the other hand, sneered maliciously at him. Viscount Kentvita and Lord Tolja. The second Prince of Constellation turned his head and shouted at the army of Black Sand region, "Your mission of escorting me to Dragon Cloud City is almost complete. I believe that the people will praise the Archduke of Black Sand region's loyalty to King Nuven, and King Nuven will also be satisfied with your loyalty. At the same time, I am also very grateful for your escort. You can leave now." Thales' voice faded away. Put-Ray raised his eyebrows while Nicholas was slightly stunned. Viscount Kentvita, who was watching everything with a frown, sighed deeply. However, in the end, Kentvita only nodded at Tolja, who was frowning deeply, and strode forward. This child. What is he talking about? Your mission of escorting me to Dragon Cloud City is almost complete. Before I reach Dragon Cloud City, Black Sand region is in charge of my safety, but I have not reached Dragon Cloud City yet. I believe that the people will praise the Archduke of Black Sand region's loyalty to King Nuven. Everyone will know that King Nuven kidnapped the Prince of Constellation from the army of Black Sand region as if no one else was around. And King Nuven will also be satisfied with your loyalty. No matter how obedient you are, the relationship between King Nuven and the Archduke of Black Sand region will not get any better. Dragon Cloud City will still see Black Sand region as a thorn in its side. At the same time, I am also very grateful for your escort. A chance to win the friendship of the Prince of Constellation is right before your eyes. You can leave now. Hurry up and help us out. Lord Nicholas. While Viscount Kentvita spoke, he re-evaluated whether Put-Ray had taught the second prince these words. This is, after all, the camp of Black Sand region's army. The Archduke has given us the mission to protect Prince Thales' safety, and your current actions are undoubtedly very unwise. Nicholas flung Aida's hand away. Still ignoring the blade on his neck, he coldly said to Kentvita, I thought that you are extensions as well. Of course we are extensions, but we are also Northlanders. And Northlanders cherish their reputation just like how snow eagles cherish their wings. Kentvita walked in front of Nicholas and looked at the two parties who were at daggers drawn. His gaze paused for a moment on Thales and Put-Ray. Your Grace, I believe that King Nuven did not give you the order to kidnap the prince and bring him to Dragon Cloud City. Behind him, under Tolja's signal, the soldiers of Black Sand region slowly surrounded them. Nicholas fixed his gaze on Kentvita. Then he revealed a faint, cold smile. What if I say no? The man's face turned even paler. What will you do? The Viscount of Black Sand region? Will you let your army get rid of us and His Majesty's personal guards? Is that so, warriors of Black Sand region? Nicholas swept his gaze across the surroundings. He glanced at the elite regular army that the Archduke of Black Sand region had specially allocated and smiled softly. Thales' heart sank. This is bad. It looks like even 2,000 soldiers of Black Sand region can't intimidate Nicholas and his White Blade guards. There are less than 50 of you. Tolja walked out from behind Kentvita and stared at the white weapon behind Nicholas. His expression was solemn. Even with the Severing Soul's blade, you can only hold on for a few more minutes. You are not Araka Murch and you don't have his motionless bow. Kentvita fixed his gaze on Nicholas' face. Of course, we definitely don't want to become enemies with the famous White Blade guards. Especially when we fought together 12 years ago. The face-changing game of good guys and bad guys has long since gone out of fashion, Nicholas said nonchalantly. I've said it before, His Majesty will get even with Lampard. Before that, you won't want to provoke his personal guard captain. Thales thought of something. White Blade guards. He remembered what Put-Ray had told him about Caslin's identity. Caslin retired 20 years ago, so, you know, Thales said slowly, attracting everyone's attention. We just passed by Caslin's Hero Tavern a few days ago. Thales noticed that the moment he finished speaking, Nicholas' expression suddenly changed. Even the eyes of the White Blade guards around them who were confronting them sparkled. Caslin. Looks like that old man means something to them. Thales nodded in his heart. Caslin treated me to a glass of rye wine, The limited edition kind, Thales continued to say calmly. He's a wise and open-minded old man. But I don't think you know him, Lord Nicholas? A complicated expression appeared in Nicholas' eyes. Because. Thales sighed. The White Blade Guards led by someone like him must be different from you. Nicholas stared at him without saying a word. In the next moment, Thales first gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind about something. Then under everyone's shocked gazes the second prince shouted, "Constellations, put down your weapons." Wuxia and Ralph looked at Thales in shock. Even Ida made a sound of surprise under her cloak. The Constellations looked at the White Blade Guards around them, who were glaring at them fiercely. They looked at each other in bewilderment, not daring to believe the prince's order. Only Putray looked pensive. Kenfida and Tolja frowned at the same time. Nicholas stared at him with an indecipherable expression. "This is an order from your second prince, the heir to the throne of Constellation." Thales repeated with a firm expression. Putray was the first to sheath his sword and take a step back. Then Genid sheathed his sword without hesitation. Wuxia glanced at the prince in disbelief. Under the latter's unquestionable gaze, he gritted his teeth and withdrew his sword from Nicholas' neck. Then it was Ralph, then the fifth, the sixth, until all the Constellations sheathed their weapons. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Thales took a step forward, past Wuxia and Ralph's protection, and arrived in front of Nicholas. "You should have done this a long time ago." Nicholas lowered his head and looked at him expressionlessly. "The earlier you submitted, the less painful it would have been." "Enough, Your Excellency," Thales interrupted him coldly. "I don't know why you insist on bringing me back to Dragon Cloud City with you tied up. Be it new hatred or old hatred, Prince Mariah or Prince Horus." Thales suppressed the trembling in his voice. "But before I complete my first mission, I will only answer to King Nuven." Nicholas stared at the second prince of Constellation in astonishment. "This will be a conversation between the future king of Constellation and the current king of Extet." Thales took a deep breath. "But before that, you want to humiliate me, who is about to talk to King Nuven? Without a doubt your actions are tarnishing King Nuven's honor. Does a father who has lost his only son no longer care about his own honor? Ask yourselves, White Blade Guards, Northlanders." Thales turned to the White Blade Guards around him. His personal guards, the White Blade Guards, the Dragon's Imperial Guards. Humiliatingly tying up a 7-year-old child and bringing him to Dragon Cloud City. Let everyone know the magnanimity of Extet's common elected king, Rykuru the hero's successor, and the ruler of the Northlanders, King Nuven VII. The gazes of the White Blade Guards became unfocused beyond the veil covering their faces. "Caslin told me before, whether it is the history of the Empire or the symbol of the dragon, these are not important. What is important is whether the Northlanders can still persevere and live their lives well." Thales turned around and spread his arms. He raised his head and stared at Nicholas with a steady gaze. "Over the past few days, we have eaten the Northlanders' food and drank their wine. According to Northland's customs, we are now King Nuven's guests. We are guests in the land under his rule. Now we are finally about to reach his doorstep. Let us Constellations, the so-called descendants of the Empire. Let's see whether the magnanimity and glory of the Northlanders are worth it for us to take this dangerous journey." The White Blade Guards quickly exchanged glances, then looked at their commander in unison. Kenfida's gaze kept shifting between Thales and Putray. He seemed to be deep in thought. Wuxia, on the other hand, looked worried as he stared at the star killer in front of him. And the most crucial decision-maker, Nicholas, slowly narrowed his eyes. After a few seconds, "Very good, Thales Jade Star." He looked at Thales and smiled faintly. "You and your uncle are not that far apart." Thales was stunned. "Put away your weapons, my brothers." Nicholas looked at Thales with a complicated expression. "Let His Majesty decide who our guest belongs to, even if his hatred for us runs as deep as the sea." Upon receiving the order, the White Blade Guards sheathed their swords in an orderly manner. Thales finally breathed a sigh of relief. Similarly, the people of Constellation, including the 2 commanders of Black Sand region, also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, alert! Outside the camp, the soldiers of Black Sand region once again let out alarmed shouts. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the area outside the camp. Under the moonlight, new cavaliers appeared before their eyes and headed towards the camp. Kent Vida narrowed his eyes and asked Nicholas, "Your companions?" Nicholas did not answer him. The sound of hooves could be heard from outside the camp. It was a dozen cavaliers. Carrying a strange flag, they slowly headed towards their camp. It was a flag with a white background. A golden ear of wheat with an arc was drawn on it. It stretched from the upper right corner of the flag to the lower left corner, and crossed with an equally golden dagger. "Good night, everyone." An unfamiliar male voice traveled into their ears from afar. "Praise the Lady of Harvest and the Maiden of the Ocean. May they bless all of you with no worries about food or clothing and a prosperous life." Kent Vida took a few steps forward. Looking at the flag with the ear of wheat and the dagger, he slowly frowned. "I am Lesa Kent Vida, the Viscount of the City of Light Town. This is the military camp of the Archduke of Black Sand Region," Viscount Kent Vida said loudly. "Who goes there?" Under the protection of a dozen cavaliers, a middle-aged man with a golden ponytail slowly rode out from the crowd. He was dressed in a gorgeous coat and a top hat embedded with jewels to keep out the cold. "I am Shiles Bamra, the honorary Marquis of Good Flow City." The middle-aged man stopped his horse. He took off his hat and placed it on his left chest. With a friendly and humble smile on his face, he bowed slightly in Kent Vida's direction. "I am from the friendly and generous 16 city-states Union of Kemu Union. I am a member of the 36 seats in the Kemu Joint Parliament. I am representing Good Flow City in the Union as a diplomatic envoy to Extet. I heard that the second Prince of Constellation is here, so I specially came to meet him. I am representing Good Flow City in the Union as a diplomatic envoy to Extet. I heard that the second Prince of Constellation is here, so I specially came to meet him." Chapter 124. "That was 300 years ago," the vice diplomat said flatly. "At that time, Meteor Jadestar was one of the many princes of Constellation." Put Ray sighed slightly. It was said that he was very similar to Tormund I, the founder of the kingdom. When he was young, he was an impulsive, lively, and restless prince. Not long after he became an adult at 16, he snuck out of the capital to pursue the adventures in those stories and poems, until he met Chara and Kaplan in Dragon-Kissed Land. Thales raised his eyebrows and said in shock, "Snuck out of the capital? So, those princes and princesses who go on patrol incognito and sneak out of the palace really exist?" "Hey, don't just talk about your kingdom's princes," Marquis Shiles protested. He then turned his head and smiled at the second prince. "Kaplan Nira is a Camian, and the pride of Good Flow City. He was born into a famous merchant family with a fishing industry. It was said that he was quick-witted, mature, and steady from a young age. He was known as a genius, just like you, Your Highness." Thales flashed an ugly smile. "What about you?" Put Ray glanced at Nicholas, who had his arms crossed. "Don't you have anything to say about the Northlanders?" The Star Killer raised his eyes and glanced at the crowd. Chara was a well-deserved hero, a typical Northlander, a fearless Extension. Nicholas shook his head expressionlessly. He did not have a surname, and future generations did not need to remember his surname, because he did not need to use his birth and blood to prove his greatness. It was enough to just look at his actions. Marquis Shiles winked at Put Ray in resignation. "No surname? Is that so?" An enigmatic voice came from behind. "But after the war, Chara married a noble lady from the Walton family and fused his bloodline with that of the Dragon Spear family." Everyone turned around. Thales was surprised to find that it was Ida who spoke. She sat on the snow with her arms around her legs, and her disdainful words came from under her cloak. "Speaking of which, this rash elf protector has been a little talkative lately. His son took the Walton surname and became the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. With his father's prestige, he was elected as the common elected king of Extet. And just like that, Chara sat behind his son and king as regent for 30 years until his death. Is it enough to just look at his actions?" "Huh." Ida chuckled. "In my opinion, the so-called hero Chara is nothing more than this in the face of power." Nicholas frowned. Thales had a curious look on his face. Put-Ray coughed. In short, Your Highness, the three of them met in Dragon-Kissed Land and formed a team. From then on they began a legendary adventure. In 10 years, as mercenaries, exploration teams, merchants, adventurers and even expeditions, their footprints covered the entire Western Peninsula and even the western coast of the Eastern Peninsula. The friendship between the three of them was indestructible, and the stories they experienced during this period have long since become legends composed by bards, especially after the Battle of Dawn. For example, Seeking Dragon in the Desert, 1,000 Miles of Demon Hunting, The Chaos of the Devil's Sea, The Founding of the Anlenzo Duchy, The Wanted Criminals of the Forbidden Forest, The Setting Sun and Rebirth of the Holy Tree, The Mystery of the Brave Soul's Fort, and The Evil God Sacrifice of Horse Riding City, are all famous poems that describe their experiences in the past 10 years. At the very least, Chara's fearlessness and bravery, Meteor's steadfastness and reliability, and Kai Peng's resourcefulness and cautiousness are all vividly extolled in these poems. As Thales listened to the names of the poems, his curiosity grew. Seeking Dragon, Hunting Demon, Evil God. Isn't this what I remember from those fantasy worlds where people form teams and run around together? Why is my life completely different? He sighed in his heart. Put-Ray took a deep puff of his tobacco and said softly, and the Third Peninsular War broke out at that time. No one said a word. The Western Peninsula waited for its most terrifying nightmare. The three of them faced the most terrifying enemy. Under Thales' questioning gaze, Put-Ray cleared his throat and uttered a name softly. Yes, sir. Lanley Corleone. The King of Nightwing. Put-Ray raised his eyes and stared at Thales with a profound look. Thales tucked his hands into the fur cloak that protected him from the cold. He subconsciously touched the bracelet made of fangs in his bosom. Corleone. Is that so? He is the master of the Blood Sea Throne, the master of the Blood Fangs Corleone family, the founder of Night Kingdom and the eternal ruler. It is said that he is also one of the oldest and most terrifying blood clansmen. Legend has it that when he spreads his wings, even the most dazzling sun will be shrouded in a bloody and boundless night. Put-Ray adjusted his tone so that he looked like a group of people gathered around a fireplace to tell a ghost story. It is said that he has lived for countless years. Before he disappeared, he was once known as an existence above supreme class. The missing Nightwing King Lanley Corleone. Thales quietly recalled the struggle between the two Corleone ladies. That was their father? Ridiculous. Above supreme class? Nicholas sneered. Something that doesn't exist at all. It's just a rumor spread by bards. Put-Ray ignored him and continued. The Third Peninsular War happened to be when Night Kingdom was at its peak. The Third Peninsular War happened to be when Night Kingdom was at its peak. Under the leadership of Laurie Corleone, that was the first time they appointed a blood clansman as the commander of the Allied forces. A small number of elites suddenly landed on Extet's eastern sea cliff, which was the most dangerous and impossible place to land on. Based on the experience of the previous two wars, everyone thought that the people from the Eastern Peninsula would land on Constellation. They expected the Western Peninsula's shield to once again stubbornly hold back the Eastern Peninsula's attack until Extet's brave and powerful troops and other countries' reinforcements arrived. Thales listened with rapt attention. The results were predictable. Unprepared, Extet was caught off guard and Elefure City was the first to be breached. Marquis Shiles laughed. After that, Archduke Gadro of Elefure City had to purchase a large number of city defense equipment from Steel City every year to defend against the Eastern Sea. Good Flow City was in charge of the transportation. Put-Ray continued. The enemy's army continuously surged in through this opening at the edge of the sea cliff. They were like a hot knife through butter in Extet's empty inland, and they marched to Dragon Cloud City. Your Highness, you can find the specific records of the battle in various historical records. Put-Ray sighed. In short, after a few devastating battles, the Nightwing King's awe-inspiring name was once again recognized. It was the most disastrous series of defeats that Extet, which prides itself on its warriors and army, experienced since its founding. Put-Ray sighed. As for the reinforcements from other countries who came north, even Constellation's expeditionary army was defeated without warning. The armies of other small countries were even more powerless to resist. It was said that less than 1 in 10 survived. Even the king of Extet at that time died in battle under Dragon Cloud City. Thales was stunned. He turned to look at the current commander of the White Blade Guards. That was also an important page recorded in the legend of the White Blade Guards, Nicholas suddenly said. His gaze was complicated as he said, since the age of the Empire the White Blade Guards were destroyed for the 10th time, and the third White Blade's disgrace. The king died under our heavy protection. Since the age of the Empire? Thales thought to himself, the White Blade Guards have such a long history? Even before Extet was founded? Put-Ray shook his head. No one could resist the Nightwing King's invincible army, as well as his strange, ever-changing and unpredictable military tactics. The entire Western Peninsula, this is what was recorded in the Supreme History Book, was unable to gather even a single expeditionary army capable of fighting against the Eastern Peninsula within a short period of time. Just like that, the Nightwing King's army swept across Northland and was almost invincible. Dragon Cloud City fell into a hopeless defense, Put-Ray said faintly. After the king's death, Extet was in chaos. Only a few archdukes were still persisting in resisting. At this time the Eastern Peninsula also sent a letter to request for peace talks regarding the current situation. Faced with heavy casualties and a huge price to pay, Constellation and other small countries had already begun to consider the Eastern Peninsula's proposal. At this time, 3 people stood at the forefront of history and saved the Western Peninsula from imminent danger. Thales inhaled softly. The 3 heroes of Dawn? Put-Ray nodded. Chara, Midir and Kaplan gathered the remaining troops. Their battle inspired Constellation and the other countries. The Star Killer cut him off. Stop boasting about yourself, Nicholas mocked. He crossed his arms and raised his eyes. Chara the hero. He was the only one who stood up first. Chara carried a black flag and returned to the battlefield in Extet alone. He called for and gathered the Extetians who were determined to resist. They fought against the Eastern Peninsula in the mountains, in the countryside, in the pine forests, in every inch of land, and on every piece of territory, without caring about bloodshed or sacrifices. Thales spoke with a deep voice. He was alone and helpless. He was outnumbered and he even suffered defeats in the beginning. Char never gave up. That's how heroes are made. They are forged with courage and perseverance through blood. That was the agreement between the 3 of them, Put-Ray retorted coldly. Midir returned to Constellation, Kaplan returned to Camus Union, and they worked hard to convince their country to fight one last time. This did not mean that the other 2 were weak. I'm not talking about Midir. I'm talking about all of you, Constellation's reinforcements, Nicholas said sarcastically. Midir brought 20 reinforcements. The bards remember this number very clearly. 20 people. Thales looked at Put-Ray curiously and waited for his reply. Put-Ray frowned. At that time, Constellation was indeed very worried about continuing to send troops. After all, the Nightwing King's army was at the forefront, and Midir was just a prince who had been away for many years. Once he returned, he asked for military power. Not only that, as a prince, Midir was ordered not to participate in Extet's war. Put-Ray's eyes burned. But Midir did not give in. In the face of such an order, he threw away the 9-pointed star emblem that symbolized the Jade Star royal family in front of all the courtiers. This meant that he gave up his right to inherit the throne, Put-Ray said softly. Thales widened his eyes slightly. Do not forget that Constellation is founded on oaths. This was what he, Midir, said in front of the entire furious Constellation palace. The Oath Keeper. So that's how it is. Just like that, the Oath Keeper walked out of Renaissance Palace alone. He brought along 20 brave warriors who were still willing to follow him and headed north to Extet to help Chara, who was fighting alone. This is why we only admire the Oath Keeper. Nicholas chuckled. When all of Constellation became cowards, he was one of the few Empire people with guts. Even the Camians are stronger than all of you. Put-Ray did not speak. Regarding this question, I have to say that the Prophet Kai Ping actually. Shiles coughed softly and interrupted. This is also the reason why we Camians admire him. from proposing the proposal to gathering a consensus and passing the resolution, Kaiping Nira was the only person in history who managed to convince the Supreme United Parliament of Kemu Union to send troops within 86 days. At that time, the 14 cities unanimously agreed to hand over all their troops, supplies, money, and the last of their assets to Kaiping, a young man in his 30s, so that he could lead them to the battlefield in Extet. If you have some understanding of the efficiency of the United Parliament's discussions, and know a thing or two about the greed and stinginess of the councillors. Marquis Shiles sighed. God knows how Kaiping did it. That's your history. Put Ray narrowed his eyes. It's not ours. In the end, it was still Constellation's reinforcements who saved the battlefield, wasn't it? Thales raised his head and looked at the three of them. But Kaipeng's action of leading troops to provide reinforcements was obviously very effective. Kemu Union's status in the international arena rose by quite a lot. Shiles spread his hands. Just like that, the three of them reunited on the battlefield and fought against the Eastern Peninsula's army. The three of them learned their previous lesson, and the war this time lasted for more than a year. In the end, in Prestige Orchid region, which is also the place where we stand on this Prestige Orchid snowfield, Hero Chara, Prophet Kaiping Nira, and Oathkeeper Meteor Jadestar led the final Allied forces determined to launch a counterattack and intercepted the Eastern Peninsula's main central force. Here they engaged in the final battle against the famous Nightwing King Lori Corleone, who was invincible after invading the Western Peninsula, and the countless fierce troops under his command. Thales lowered his head and touched the cold snow under his feet. Prestige Orchid Snowfield. 300 years ago on this land, the tragic battle began at dawn. It was said that blood covered the snowfield that night, and the reflected light made the moon look incomparably scarlet. Put Ray continued to display his specialty as a bard. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The blood that converged into a warm river even melted the snow in advance. Meteor fought until his armor was completely shattered. This is the saddest thing, the vice diplomat said faintly. Chara and Meteor, these two close friends who should have been sworn brothers in life and death after the war, turned against each other and became enemies. Even the relationship between Constellation and Extet, which had improved slightly, took a turn for the worse. Nicholas' voice rang in the air. Meteor built Broken Dragon Fortress when Extet was weak. Since then it has become our greatest threat. A huge fortress that can withstand the day before the bitter cold winter, stand tall at the border, is easy to defend and difficult to attack, has countless garrisons, monitors our every move, and can be used as an outpost to march north at any time. Nicholas stared straight at Thales and said, if it wasn't because the Battle of Dawn had just ended and Chara, who had severely injured the Nightwing King, was too famous, I have no doubt that Constellation would have directly attacked Extet at that time. Young Prince, why do you think we care so much about that stupid fortress of yours? Thales was completely stunned. Broken Dragon Fortress. The meritorious fortress that guards Constellation's northern territory, the Iron Curtain city wall, and the fortress that stops the Great Dragon from advancing south. So this is how the Extensions view it? The bridgehead for Constellation's northern invasion? And he lowered his head. Chara and Meteor? A pair of comrades who have been through danger for 10 years and entrusted their lives to me, turned against each other? Why? Thales clenched his teeth and raised his head to ask, why did Chara and Meteor turn against each other? Put Ray sighed and shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? Nicholas said with a displeased expression, I do know a theory. That is just an unconfirmed rumor. Put Ray said in disdain. At least it is a theory. Nicholas interrupted him rudely. Marquis Shiles watched the two men argue with great interest. The Star Killer's voice drowned out the vice diplomat of Constellation. There is nothing to hide. Nicholas ignored Putre's expression and sneered faintly. The two most outstanding people in the Battle of Dawn broke up because of a woman. What? Thales opened his mouth in surprise. A woman? Put Ray exhaled. His expression was unhappy. If you insist on saying this, then you are belittling the friendship between the hero and the Oathkeeper. You are tarnishing their former glory and shared legend. And you have also insulted Queen Ixora's honor. You have also offended Constellation's Jade Star family and Sacred Tree Kingdom's Fallen Leaf family. Queen Ixora? Thales heard an unfamiliar name. An Sacred Tree Kingdom Fallen Leaf family? So what? Nicholas said coldly without giving Putray any face. Everyone knows. When Chara insisted on fighting independently in Northland, Constellation's Oathkeeper Meteor Jadestar snatched Chara's lover. And even married her as his queen after that. Thales was stunned. Under Putray's unhappy gaze, the Star Killer shook his head and said, "An elf queen." Elf? Queen? The person Chara loved, Meteor the Fourth's queen? The second prince's heart pounded against his chest. Another gust of cold wind blew past. Thales suddenly noticed that Ida, who was behind him, had disappeared at some point. It's also the city with the longest history. The Holy Land in the Northlanders' hearts. Dragon Cloud City. At this moment, an untimely snort came from the side. It was originally not called Dragon Cloud City. Nicholas cast his gaze at the guest from Constellation who interrupted him. It was established during the Age of Ancient Kings, and it was one of the human settlements in the north. During the era of the Ancient Empire, it was the central provincial capital of the original Northland province of the Empire. Putray continued Nicholas' words expressionlessly. That fortress built against the mountain was originally known as Arund Castle. It was the residence of the Arund family, who ruled Northland under the Emperor's orders for generations. After the Empire collapsed, this place sank into 300 years of chaos and alternation of power. Until one day Raikuru and Tormund's armies met nearby and won the first victory in the Battle of Eradication. It was Raikuru who led the army and rushed to the aid of Tormund, who was in imminent danger. Nicholas shook his head nonchalantly and used his own understanding to correct the Constellation's words. That's why that battle was called Reverse Cold Wind. It was said that in an empty space near here, Raikuru's troops marched at lightning speed, as if they had descended from the sky, and defeated the enemy from the rear. Thales pursed his lips in resignation. All right, it's another small difference of opinion between Extensions and Constellations, Northlanders and the Empire. Besides, even though we're both Northlanders, Nicholas seems to be more stubborn than Kentvita. As expected, Putray exhaled with a disapproving expression. So how did this place become Extet's capital? Thales immediately spoke at the perfect timing, interrupting the two men's intense discussion that was about to begin again. Nicholas gestured for them to continue moving forward. The commander of the White Blade Guards started to act like a real receptionist while he rode on his horse. This piece of land with Dragon Cloud City as its center belongs to the Walton family, the family from which Nuvan VII was born. It is also Extet's richest and most famous ruling family. The title of Archduke of Dragon Cloud City has been passed down for generations. The hero of mankind, Raikuru Extet, became the suzerain of this place more than 600 years ago. He formed an alliance with the 9 knights here and swore that in the chaos after the Battle of Eradication, they would guard Northland and their homeland together, and regain the pride of Northlanders. From then on, the proud Northlanders called the new kingdom Extet, and the Extet alliance was born. The following year, the 9 knights who had expanded the territory with an irresistible force, returned to this place. Together they elected Raikuru Extet as the king whom the Northlanders trusted wholeheartedly and swore to follow until death. The 9 knights then divided their forces and guarded Dragon Cloud City. The history of the alliance ended here and the history of Extet began. In the spirit of taking turns to rule and ruling fairly, the supreme ruler of Extet, the common elected king, was chosen from among the 10 archdukes. The rest of the people obeyed his authority and orders. This was Raikuru's oath to rule together in the past. It shows that his prestige and influence continue to this day. Because King Nuvan holds the title of Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, Dragon Cloud City has become the capital of all of Extet. At this moment, a messenger from Black Sand region passed through the layers of obstacles of the White Blade Guards with great difficulty and came to Nicholas' side, inviting him to meet Viscount Kentvita. After Nicholas left, Thales turned his head and looked at Put-Ray. "You have something to say," the prince said with certainty. "Of course." The vice diplomat shook his head in disdain. "Don't believe our hot-blooded Northlander friend. His nonsense about taking turns to rule and ruling fairly can only be used to deceive the Northlanders. In fact, in Northland or anywhere else in the world, it has always been power that speaks and strength that rules." Thales chuckled softly. "Since that hot-blooded Northlander friend has left, do you mind telling me a little more, my knowledgeable assistant, the versatile Northlander?" Put-Ray reached into his bosom wanting to take out his pipe. However, the former bard hesitated for a few seconds, then withdrew his hand with a pained expression. It was unknown whether it was because he regretted that he did not have much tobacco left, or because he found his conscience. He then said to the second prince, "I don't know if you have noticed, but the first ruler of Dragon Cloud City, the first common elected king of Extet, was Rikaru Extet. But the Dragon Cloud City we see now is under the rule of Nuvan VII." Thales quickly came to a realization. Extet and Walton are two surnames. In other words, after Rikaru's death, the one who inherited his title was not his direct blood relative? Put-Ray raised his eyebrows and nodded. The real history, or rather the history recorded in the records that Constellation can find, is that Rikaru died young and did not give birth to any children. After he passed away, the suzerain position of Dragon Cloud City that he left behind was inherited by his nephew Nuvan Walton. That was the first Nuvan after the Walton family became the suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. From then on, the Walton family, marked by the Cloud Dragon Spear, entered this land and this city, and has been ruling it ever since. This is the so-called Rikaru's joint ruling pledge, because it was an oath made by 10 people in Rikaru's name with Rikaru's signature. Ironically, it has nothing to do with Rikaru at all. Wait a minute. Thales was dumbfounded as he listened. The king's selection. I only saw a rough outline of it in Mindy's hall. 10 archdukes voted together and chose one of them? Thales was stunned. What happens if someone has the same number of votes? Is there a mature system and style to determine the smooth election of the common elected king in the King's Selection Congress? Thales remembered a magical movie from his previous life. In the movie, pirates elected a pirate king, but in the end, every candidate voted for themselves. Yes, and it's simple, direct, effective, full of the romance of Northlanders, Put-Ray said in a low voice. It's a custom inherited from the Empire and the Knight's glorious era. It continues to be used in Extet to determine who the king belongs to when the archdukes are in a dilemma. A custom inherited from the Empire to determine who the king belongs to? Thales gripped the reins tightly. He remembered what he heard in Caslin's Hero Tavern and could not help but be shocked. You mean, yes. Put-Ray nodded. With a complicated look in his eyes, he softly uttered a rather forceful word. Do. Thales was stunned. When the Sacred King Selection Congress is unable to make the final decision, the king candidates with the same number of votes, regardless of age or status, must prove themselves in the duel. They must prove that they have the bravery worthy of being the common elected king, the boldness to lead the Northlanders, the fearlessness to face life and death in the duel, and the final victory in the duel. When he heard this, Thales suddenly thought of the Archduke of Black Sand Region, Chapman Lampard's flickering face in the firelight, and the old, worn sword on his table. They are Northlanders after all. Thales suddenly realized that even though he had set foot in Extet's territory in the north, his understanding of them was still at a rudimentary stage. The Northland, a country known for its toughness and blood, was much more complicated and peculiar than he had imagined. And he was about to face them. Continue. Thales frowned solemnly. Before I meet them, I want to understand the Archdukes of Extet. For example, their relationship with the common elected king? Put-Ray only paused for a moment before he nodded and continued. The Archdukes of Extet have absolute autonomy in their own territories. They only have the obligation to obey the common elected king and send troops during times of war, but they do not have to pay taxes to the common elected king. Territorial affairs are purely up to themselves. As for whether to accept and implement the king's orders throughout the territory, it is entirely up to the archdukes themselves. Isn't the power of the Archduke of Extet a little too much? Thales was surprised. He inhaled slightly as he walked. Can it be said that it is a miracle that Extet has not been divided until now? Yes, this is why they are called archdukes and not dukes as they were during the age of the empire. Put Ray sighed. To a certain extent, Extet, which was born from compromise, is even more divided than Constellation. Put Ray sighed. They have much more autonomy in their own territories than the Dukes of Constellation. At least no matter how stingy and unwilling Duke Cullen is, he must allocate a sum of money from Eastern Sea Hill every year to pay a sufficient amount of taxes to Eternal Star City and His Majesty. The appointment and dismissal of Constellation's important officials and the demotion and demotion of nobles must comply with the Holy Constellation Covenant. They must even be reviewed by the Supreme King's warrant. Therefore, if the dukes want to interfere with the kingdom's politics, the fastest way is to interfere with the Central Department of Eternal Star City, or use the influence of their territories to infiltrate the local officials of the kingdom. Thales shook his head. Then what is the meaning of the common elected king's existence? If he cannot even restrain the archdukes under him, why does he still want to become the common elected king? Put Ray thought for a moment and answered him seriously, for the sake of high prestige, the suzerain's obedience and the name of orthodoxy. Thales frowned again. This stuff is much more useful in Northland than in Constellation. No matter how uncultured a Northlander is, he would know that the common elected king's authority is inviolable, and Riker's oath is inviolable. Put Ray recalled his own knowledge and continued. In history, the archdukes of Extet rebelled 3 times because they were dissatisfied with the common elected king, but each time they failed. Because no matter how the archdukes who raised their flags against the common elected king tried to justify themselves, once they openly flouted Riker's oath, they would lose the hearts of their people. Even the most greedy Northlanders were unwilling to fight for them. Some archduchy families even withdrew from Extet's ruling history because of this. Thales gazed at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. He slowly exhaled a breath of hot air between his cold hands and thought carefully. High prestige. The name of orthodoxy. The people's loyalty. Northland's traditional culture? It's too simple, Thales said faintly after a few seconds. Put Ray revealed a puzzled expression. I mean attributing the power to maintain Extet's stability and unity to Riker's prestige and the Northlanders' character and tradition. This attribution is too simple. Thales lowered his head and thought carefully. Human behavior and the structure of social power always affect each other. It is impossible to have a situation where one's behavior strengthens the structure while the social structure has no effect on human behavior. No matter how noble the Northlanders are, how they revere their ancestors and how they revere their traditions, they cannot maintain such a state system. A power structure that is destined to split and collapse will only bring the same effect to the Northlanders. They are destined to be under different suzerains, different interests, and different institutional structures. As generations of people die and are born, and as society changes, they evolve behaviors and motivations that fit the structure of the times. Under Extet's strange split system, it is very difficult for the Northlanders not to be enemies and kill each other. Right. Thales nodded secretly. This was the society he knew. But Extet, do you have more ideas? Put Ray narrowed his eyes and thought about Thales' words carefully. He asked, why don't you tell me? The second prince pondered for a moment before he said, Constellation. Thales raised his head and said with certainty, Constellation. Putray's gaze flickered as he waited for the prince's answer. As you said just now, Constellation's expansion and strength should have contributed to Extet's stability and unity to a certain extent. Thales patted the steed under his crotch, causing a commotion among the horses that had always been at odds with him. Waya controlled his steed in a flurry. Thales gave him an apologetic smile. Thales turned his head and continued, with such a behemoth in the south, it is impossible for any archduke or suzerain of Extet to face it alone. They must sit down, coordinate their own conflicts, and unite to face the enemy. This is a good perspective. Put Ray nodded approvingly. Indeed, Constellation's existence has largely restrained and diverted the conflict between the common elected king and the archdukes. Thales took a deep breath. On the other hand, isn't Extet's existence and threat an external cause for the convergence of Constellation's internal power? No, Thales looked at the city that was getting closer and clearer. He lowered his head slightly. The mutual influence between Constellation and Extet? Even such an analysis is not enough. This is not the main reason why Extet has been able to maintain its stability until now, nor is it the reason why the common elected king's power is so stable. What kind of power is it that keeps Extet, which is supposed to be in a state of disunity, going on until now, stable and powerful? Thales stared at the red and black flag in the distance and narrowed his eyes. They encountered the first sentry post of Dragon Cloud City in front of them. The White Blade Guards were negotiating with the other party. At this moment, Thales welcomed his escort for the past few days. This is the furthest we can send you, Your Highness. Viscount Kentvita of Black Sand region was gathering his troops. He looked at Dragon Cloud City, which was close at hand, and sighed. Fortunately, the journey was safe and sound. Thank you for escorting us along the way, even though we did not ask for it. Putre sighed. His expression was cold. Thank you for the welcoming ceremony. Kentvita did not mind Putre's attitude, nor did he care about the hostile gazes of the White Blade Guards nearby. Kentvita nodded at Tolja, who was behind him, indicating that he was ready to leave. Then he turned around and said to Thales, "Then we shall part ways here. I wish you all the best in Dragon Cloud City from now on." Thales stared attentively at Archduke Lampart's think tank. The ability and efficiency he displayed when he commanded the army along the way, the sharpness of his words, and the unique way of thinking he had displayed in Hero Tavern left a deep impression on Thales. A few seconds later, the second prince suddenly asked, "Why didn't the Archduke come?" Viscount Kentvita was stunned. King Nuven sent invitations to all 9 archdukes of Extet, didn't he? But Lampard didn't come. Thales recalled his discussion with Putre and said quietly, "You know, King Nuven might want all of Extet to see how the common elected king handles the Prince of Constellation, starting with the friendly welcome from the White Blade Guards." At this moment, Thales did not think of the two practical people, Nuven and Lampard, but of the two concepts of the common elected king and the Archduke. In the same social structure, they each represented different powers and ranks, and they competed with each other. The Archduke has his own reasons. Viscount Kentvita reacted very quickly. He replied faintly, "And I believe that the Archduke has told you before that both you and the Archduke are in danger. Only your sincere cooperation. King Nuven hates him, right?" Under Putre's strange gaze, Thales interrupted Kentvita's words. Kentvita stopped talking. His face was expressionless. "I'm guessing that what happened in Constellation's court has already spread to Dragon Cloud City. Even though there is no evidence, the Archduke of Black Sand region is already implicated in Prince Mariah's death. Just like what the cold-faced Star Killer said." Thales enunciated each word clearly. "King Nuven will settle the score with him sooner or later. And what is Lampard going to do?" Thales stared at Kentvita's expression carefully, trying to find something from it. Viscount Kentvita furrowed his brows slightly, then shook his head slightly. A strange smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He no longer spoke in a polite and distant tone. Instead, he spoke in a serious tone. Black Sand region stands at the front line of the border between Extet and Constellation. It has been in confrontation with the Northern Territory for hundreds of years. "It is not as weak as you think," the Viscount said meaningfully. "And King Nuven and the Walton family's power cannot extend into Black Sand region. Moreover, Extet has a king selection system." Kentvita flashed a strange smile. "The Archduke is still very young, and King Nuven." Thales' gaze flickered slightly. "How confident. Chapman Lampard." He recalled the conversation between the two of them in Lampard's military camp. Only such a person can be called a gambler, and make even a fortress flower like Sonia so wary. "Very good," Thales mumbled, intentionally or otherwise, "because I am also very young." Kentvita fixed his gaze on Thales. "Before I left, the Archduke asked me to bring you a message." Thales raised his head. "Please choose your enemies and friends carefully." Kentvita flashed a smile again. He tapped his chest and said, "Benevolence and compassion are not the flaws of a king. But it is a great taboo for a king to not see things clearly. Thales furrowed his brows tightly and snorted softly. These words. The second prince shook his head. Let his grace wait until he himself becomes a king before teaching me these words. Kentvita nodded without changing his smile. I will bring the message to him. At this moment, people of Black Sand region, why aren't you leaving yet? Nicholas came to their side and said bluntly, why? Do you want to take 2,000 people for a stroll in Dragon Cloud City? Marquis Shiles followed them softly and laughed. Don't mind him. I think Lord Nicholas is just a little special with his words. Stroll. How would I dare? After all, this is the territory of the Dragon Spear family, and also the place where the common elected king resides. Kentvita smiled bitterly. We will leave tomorrow morning. If His Majesty is as generous as ever, he can provide us with some, then get lost. If you don't want to freeze to death in the day before the bitter cold winter, you have to let Lampard come over himself. Nicholas' expression turned cold as he interrupted Kentvita. Otherwise, His Majesty will not be in the mood to entertain you. Kentvita froze. In the end he did not speak again. He bowed slightly on his horse and left with a calm expression. Following him was the army of Black Sand region that stretched for hundreds of meters. For a time, only the diplomat group and the White Blade Guards were left by Thales' side. He faced the majestic Dragon Cloud City. Thales exhaled and turned his head to look at Dragon Cloud City, which was getting closer and closer. Suddenly he furrowed his brows. Thales stared at a stone bridge that connected the top of Dragon Cloud City. The stone bridge was suspended in the air and the other end led to a huge cliff. The cliff was flat and wide, but it was different from the other cliffs in Dragon Cloud City, which were full of buildings. Although the area of the cliff was not small, it was empty. He asked in puzzlement, that cliff? Why is it so flat and empty? And the big cave behind it seems to be man-made? Thales narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Shiles moved past a few people and arrived in front of Thales. That is the legendary Cliff of the Sky. The Marquis of Camus Union stared at the cliff, frowned and shook his head. Although I have been here many times, the story of that place. I heard that it is the exclusive territory of their queen. Her Majesty the Queen. Thales was stunned as he observed the cliff. He subconsciously asked, what queen? What queen? Nicholas turned his head. His expression was strange and he seemed to be slightly displeased. Are you kidding me? Thales shrugged. He wanted to exchange a glance with Putre, who was beside him, but the latter only remained silent with profound meaning. At this moment the attendant Waya, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, I have heard a little about this. I heard that it is the temporary imperial residence of the first queen. The first queen? Thales was even more puzzled. He exhaled and looked at Nicholas. Using a desolate and empty cliff as a temporary imperial residence? Asceticism? Whose queen is it? Thales asked impatiently. I thought that the Prince of Constellation would at least have some knowledge, Nicholas said sarcastically. Of course it is the savior of the Battle of Eradication, the greatest hero in human history and the founder of Extet. His Majesty Raikuru Extet is his queen. Thales was completely stunned. Raikuru's queen? Thales frowned slightly. He raised his head and looked at the cliff of the sky. Wait, the queen from 600 years ago? Yes. Nicholas nodded. His expression was solemn and respectful. The legendary first queen of Extet. In the Battle of Eradication, the most reliable existence behind King Raikuru. His comrade, his true love, and the eternal queen when he was crowned king. She is also the most noble and perfect symbol in the hearts of the Northlanders for 600 years. Nicholas revealed a reverent expression. Although the White Blade Guards had their faces covered, Thales could still feel their emotions. They were exactly the same as Nicholas. The leader of the White Blade Guards said faintly, even though she left quietly after King Raikuru passed away and disappeared without a trace, her legend and myth will forever be enshrined in the hearts of every Extetian. Nicholas said softly, the legend of the crimson-winged blue flames battlefield in the Battle of Eradication. The Queen of the Sky, Her Majesty Chlorosis. Thales furrowed his brows. Why the sky? Could it be that this queen can fly? Wait. Thales stared at the huge cliff and opened his mouth wide. Can fly? Did you just say, the crimson-winged blue flame? Thales turned his head with a ghastly expression and stared at Nicholas, dumbfounded. The queen of the sky, that means she is a... Ah, that's right. Nicholas grinned, which was rare. This usually cold, serious and pale man was now filled with glory and pride. The great hero of the Battle of Eradication, King Rikru Extet. Nicholas raised his hand proudly and pointed at the Extension flag fluttering in the air in the distance. Is a knight. Thales turned his head and stared blankly at the black flag. On it was a huge crimson dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws against the wind. The one who soared in the sky and fought side by side with his true love, the queen of the sky. Nicholas' words rang in his ears. I thought it was just a test shot to demonstrate, Miranda replied quietly. By the way, Miranda, you are now in Constellation, a capable general under the Fortress Flower, right? Croche smiled at her former classmate, then glanced at her right hand. Her expression darkened and she spat out a few words. Congratulations. Miranda's expression was calm. She did not speak. She only quietly extended her hand and held Croche's left hand tightly. Feeling the warmth from Miranda's hand, Croche trembled slightly. Cohen, who was scratching his ears and cheeks at the side, was about to speak when Miranda elbowed him expressionlessly, making him swallow all the words he was about to say. With a face full of grief and indignation, Cohen continued to silently bare his teeth while he continued to protest at Miranda with his gaze. Do you have to do this? Croche snickered. This scene reminded her of the past in the Tower of Eradication. Beside her, Caslin looked at Miranda approvingly with his arms crossed. What an attentive and considerate girl. She has unknowingly lifted Croche's mood. The Arund family's daughter is just a little too cold. It would be better if she could smile more. According to the Archduke's instructions, we tracked down the military officer Hardy's arms dealer. Croche maintained the smile on her face, which was hard to come up with, and continued to say, they sold the mystic gun parts that Hardy replaced from the army and were supposed to be destroyed to the south and the west. Hardy used this to exchange for more funds, and then used these funds back on the training of the troops and social relations. In a few years, perhaps His Grace's Mystic Gun Squad would be under the control of those people. Fortunately, we discovered it early and intercepted his underground arms dealer. That military officer. What did you find out about him? Miranda asked softly. Not much, Croche said flatly. Hardy came from a small village further north. It's the territory of Archduke Letko of Defense City. He was a person who personally experienced the war between Extet and Constellation 11 or 12 years ago. He survived the tragic attack in defense of Broken Dragon Fortress, but he lost a hand and half of his face under the bombardment of the Mystic Gun. Miranda's face paled. It's the war from 12 years ago again. Cohen sighed and walked forward. Carefully avoiding Miranda's unarmed attacks, he asked slowly, the Archduke of Defense City, one of the two archdukes in the north of Extet? The Letko family? So, Archduke Letko was the mastermind behind the conspiracy to murder the Prince of Constellation with the help of the Mystic Gun? Croche shook her head. It's not that simple. Hardy came to Black Sand region after the war and has been living there ever since. He hasn't come into contact with anyone related to Defense City, so we can't be sure that it's him. But there's one thing that makes us very suspicious. We interrogated Hardy's arms dealer and found out that Hardy mentioned once that he had a daughter named Lucy. Cohen's eyes lit up. You found his daughter? Is there something wrong with her? Not only is there something wrong with her. Croche pursed her lips tightly and shook her head. But there's no such person. There's no such person? Cohen asked, puzzled. Hardy has been single for more than 40 years. This is what we confirmed from his neighbors. He doesn't even have a wife or a lover, let alone a child, Croche said faintly. We followed the name Lucy, and found that he had mentioned her name to more than one person. From the arms market in Black Sand region to the transport team in Prestige Orchid region, When we followed the trail to Dragon Cloud City, we were intercepted. The short-haired girl raised her head, her expression frightening. A group of unfamiliar swordsmen appeared. Miranda frowned. Disaster swords? Croche lowered her eyelids and nodded. How were they? How many of them were there? Cohen's expression changed. Ignoring Miranda's displeased expression, he rushed forward and asked anxiously, "What kind of power of eradication did they use? How did you recognize them as disaster swords?" Caslin, who was listening quietly, frowned. There were many of them. Their heads and faces were covered and it was dark, so we couldn't see their figures and faces clearly. But their power of eradication is just like what Teacher Chartier described, Croche said flatly. It's cold, ruthless, and its power of eradication is turbulent and never stops. I'm the only one who escaped. Cohen was stunned. But he immediately reacted. Is there any more information? When and where did they appear? For example, how did they draw their swords? I've told Uncle Caslin about the details of their appearance. But Croche only gritted her teeth and shook her head with a bitter gaze. Go and complete your mission, whether it's for the Tower of Eradication or your Prince of Constellation. Cohen wanted to ask again, but Miranda grabbed his arm and shook her head. I'm tired, Croche said slowly. She slowly turned over and faced the wall. I want to rest for a while. Cohen and Miranda looked at each other, then at Croche. Finally, under Caslin's gaze, they bade farewell and left. Cohen. Before leaving, Croche suddenly called out to Constellation's guard. Cohen turned his head back in shock. She turned her head and raised her eyes. There was an indescribably complicated expression in her eyes. You, be careful. Cohen was stunned for a moment. Then he was pulled out of the room by Caslin. You saw what she looked like. To be honest, based on my observation, I don't think she's really injured to the point where she can no longer use her sword. It's the barrier in her heart that prevents her from continuing to use her sword, Caslin said flatly. What do you mean? Barrier in her heart? Miranda asked with a frown. Croche is the daughter of my old subordinate in the White Blade Guards. Following the two young men out of the house, Caslin looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance and shook his head. You met her in the Tower of Eradication, so you should know that she's very ambitious. I guess it's also because you Constellations indoctrinated her. Hey! Cohen protested. What do you mean by, we Constellations indoctrinated her? Croche has always been. Caslin ignored him and continued to speak to himself. She's always been strong since she was young. She always wanted to become a legendary female knight like Heart of the Rain Lorraine. Heart of the Rain Lorraine. I heard that she was at the same time as Master Xiao? Cohen asked curiously. The flag leader mercenary from the Hanbol Succession War in the Eastern Peninsula? Yes. Caslin seemed to have been reminded of the past. He paused for a moment as he reminisced. Then he flashed a smile and said, There will always be some women that you will never dare to provoke. Immediately the old Caslin sighed. After going through the training in the Tower of Eradication, Croche became even more ambitious. When she came back, she even recommended herself for the White Blade Guards assessment, wanting to join the White Blade Guards. Miranda raised her head, her eyes sparkling. But she didn't succeed? Caslin raised his eyebrows. The White Blade Guards rejected her. It was a huge blow to her. Miranda looked puzzled. Blow? As far as I know, the White Blade Guards have very high selection standards. What struck her was not the rejection. Caslin interrupted her and turned his head. It was the reason she was rejected. The reason she was rejected? Miranda stared at him. What is it? Caslin inhaled and did not answer. I know. Just as Miranda was about to say something, Cohen answered from the side. The police officer sighed. Because she's a woman, right? Caslin gave Miranda a profound look and nodded. That's right. Because she's a woman. Miranda subconsciously clenched her teeth. Although many people say that we Northlanders are very tough and when we're fierce even women and children can pick up weapons, Caslin sneered. But according to my wife, most Northlanders still believe that territories, politics, wars and aristocratic inheritance are all men's matters. Women should stay at home and wait for their husbands to return. Just like that, Croche brought her sword and went to various suzerains, but she ran into walls everywhere. A woman who had gone through the complete training in the Tower of Eradication, a super-class swordsman, Could not even get a position with a count. A few viscounts and barons were willing to take her in, on the condition that she would marry them after her term was up. Without a doubt, it was all because of her father's position in the White Blade Guards. Miranda gently tightened her grip on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Compared to my smooth-sailing life in Constellation, my father's care and Sonia's care. Is this what Croce faced in Northland, and what happened to her in Extet? According to her father, Croce even considered going to the southwest to Bramble Land, Dragon-Kissed Basin, or even the Great Desert to become a mercenary. But in the end she went to Black Sand region and used her father's name to work for my good-for-nothing nephew, a viscount named Kentvita. She got a position in his territory. Caslin sighed. Caslin sighed and said, I suspect that this is one of the methods Chapman Lampard used to draw me to his side, but looking at Croce, and this time, Caslin shook his head. So you know why, little run girl? The old man raised his gaze and looked at Miranda. To be honest, your attire is too eye-catching in Northland. Miranda did not say a word. She only stared at the distant Dragon Cloud City. When I was at the Western Front Line, due to the occasional shortage of soldiers, there were some female soldiers there, Cohen said slowly. There were female mercenaries from the southwestern countries who joined the army due to various reasons such as being unable to survive. Most of them were female mercenaries, but they were usually not welcomed. Cohen's eyes sparkled as he said, born with less strength and weight than men, a special requirement for the style of armor on the upper body, and an absolute disadvantage in height. These are often fatal when facing orcs, because you have to jump to attack their vital points. Of course, there's also the monthly, you know. Their status in the military camp is very low. Sometimes they often have to rely on. Cohen lowered his head and furrowed his brows. To please their superiors and colleagues. And once they fall into the hands of the enemy, especially the Baron Bone people, they often end up much worse than men. That's why even I often avoid female soldiers when choosing soldiers for the assault team. Miranda still did not say a word. I guess this is also the consideration of the White Blade Guards. Caslin sighed. Learning the sword in the Tower of Eradication is one thing, but women are not naturally suited for the battlefield. Excuses. Miranda raised her head abruptly and snorted coldly. All of you. Men only see the disadvantages of female soldiers on the battlefield and deliberately ignore their advantages. Advantages? Caslin furrowed his brows. Cohen raised his eyebrows helplessly. At an angle that Miranda could not see, he spread his hands at Caslin. Less exhaustion than men, endurance that far surpasses men, flexibility and agility beyond imagination, meticulous and keen observation skills, and calmness in the face of danger. These are all women's advantages, Miranda said indignantly. Even in terms of strength and height, take the Kingdom's Wrath for example, I saw with my own eyes that his height and strength are not comparable to Lady Sonia's. Besides, we have the power of eradication. And I am also a woman, Miranda said coldly. In the Tower of Eradication I am stronger than you, Raphael, Missadon, and every single one of you who were in the same period as me. Not to mention the legendary Valkyrie like the Heart of the Rain from 30 years ago, Knight Lorraine. Cohen coughed awkwardly. Uncle also said just now that the battlefield is another matter. And you can't compare it with some special people. The police officer spread his hands helplessly. Heart of the Rain is a special case among special cases. Lady Sonia is also a legendary figure under the Duke of Star Lake. And Miranda, you are the daughter of the Arund family. You were born to be trained as a warrior, suzerain and commander. As soon as Cohen finished speaking, Miranda's murderous gaze shot straight at him and pierced through his heart. It also cut off the second half of his sentence in his throat. I think that Western Desert and Northland are more special. Caslin snorted. Western Desert is the front line of war and chaos all year round, and the Northlanders' views on women have existed since ancient times. I am also a Northlander, Miranda retorted with a cold expression. The old Caslin led them to the stable. Two people who looked like soldiers bowed to him. You are a Northlander of Constellation and an Arund. You people even allow women to inherit. As far as I remember, you even had a queen a few hundred years ago. And Northland, Caslin sighed and said, is still very far away from accepting a female knight, a female suzerain, or even a queen. It's still very far away. No, even in Constellation, female suzerains are still looked down upon. Miranda silently said in her heart, a few hundred years ago the Queen of Constellation didn't end up well either. There will be a day. Miranda raised her head, her gaze firm. On that day, female warriors, female swordsmen, female suzerains, and even queens will no longer be the minority. We will prove to the world that men can do it. Women can do it too. Caslin shrugged and walked into the stable. Cohen stuck out his tongue. He thought of his two devilish sisters at home and sighed helplessly. Miranda, why would Raphael like her? But when he thought of Raphael, his current position, and the power of eradication in his body, Cohen's heart sank again. The army of Black Sand region is stationed in a village near Dragon Cloud City to escort the prince. They will bring Croche back. Caslin led 2 horses over and looked at the 2 young noble swordsmen. I'll leave the next task to you. You're not going. Cohen raised his eyebrows. My appearance is not a good idea. Caslin's expression darkened. It will alarm too many people. Fortunately, I still know some people in Dragon Cloud City, some old acquaintances. They can provide you with information, but when it comes to specific investigations and inquiries, identifying the disaster sorts from the sort of eradication. Caslin handed the reins to the 2 men. No one is more experienced in this field than you and the seeds of the Tower of Eradication this time. Whether it is the innate insight of nobles, superclass combat power that adapts to the battlefield, or the ability to sense the disaster sorts. You know some people in Dragon Cloud City? Cohen revealed a doubtful expression. Uncle, haven't you been running a tavern in Black Sand region for 20 years? About that. Caslin touched his white hair awkwardly. At least I lived in Dragon Cloud City for many years. Are the people still usable after 20 years? Cohen furrowed his eyebrows. I've been keeping in touch. Caslin looked around and chuckled. And for a long time many of the old subordinates of the White Blade Guards stayed in Dragon Cloud City after they retired. When they were trying to make a living, I helped them out a little. Making a living? Help. Cohen's doubts grew stronger. When some of the retired soldiers were having a hard time, I would act as a middleman for them, and find them some work. Caslin coughed unnaturally. You know, there are always some jobs that require people who can fight to do. You can just say that you introduced them to the gang. Miranda had a contemptuous look on her face. It'll be easier for us to understand. Caslin coughed loudly and drowned out Miranda's words. For the past 10 years or so, the gang in Constellation, the Brotherhood or whatever it is, has been causing a lot of trouble. They even expanded their business here. Some of my old friends are always short of manpower and wanted me to introduce them to them, so... What? Cohen widened his eyes. After all this time, Uncle, you're actually the contact and introducer for the gang in Dragon Cloud City? Caslin's coughing grew louder. Under the doubtful gazes of the 2 young men, he raised his head in a righteous manner and patted their shoulders. Anyway, whether it's the mission of the Tower of Eradication, giving Croche an explanation, or the truth behind the assassination of the Prince of Constellation, I'll leave it to you. Miranda and Cohen revealed a contemptuous look, while the other clicked his tongue and shook his head. Remember, your mission is only to investigate, not to throw your lives away for an unverified piece of information. Before they left, Caslin became serious. But all of you have the ability to come into contact with the disaster swords and even survive their attacks. As long as you don't run into a supreme class swordsman. I believe in your abilities. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extat and the tension between the 2 countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the family members of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identities here. Caslin narrowed his eyes. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the swords on the surface. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain such as an archduke. No matter what, they deliberately worked with a suzerain and even assassinated the Prince of Constellation. I'm afraid their motives are not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We will find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say much. She nodded slightly and rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. A hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Chapter 127. When Thales finally stepped into Dragon Cloud City, the first thing that attracted his attention was not the ancient city's crude and bold architectural style. In fact, unlike Eternal Star City, which relied on the city district and city walls to build its buildings, Dragon Cloud City was built on a gentle slope of a mountain peak. The layout of the city was based on the mountain's topography, stretching all the way up, appearing natural and smooth. Similar to his experience in Lampard's military camp, what left a deep impression on Thales was the Extension citizens of Dragon Cloud City who fought to surround the city gate to watch the Prince of Constellation. The Prince of an Empire. A rough shout rose from the crowd, immediately triggering a noisy and chaotic response. According to Putray, this place should be filled with citizens who were busy preparing for the winter, preparing to enter the city for their last exchange, sale and purchase goods. But he just happened to be here. Thales could only lower his head and sigh. It had been a long time since he was so popular. Although the citizens' emotions were much better than the soldiers, and the people of Dragon Cloud City did not hate Constellation as much as Black Sand region, the news of the heir of Dragon Cloud City being assassinated in Constellation had obviously spread. This caused Thales and the others to suffer from another round of discussions, abuse and even rubbish flying towards them. The Extensions were much more passionate than the Constellatiates. If that king has the guts, then don't send. An angry voice rose from the crowd. Thales could not see it clearly. Before he could hear the second half of the voice, he was hurriedly escorted away by his attendants. He could only vaguely hear the words "let that coward come himself," as well as countless responses of praise and rebuttal, rising from behind him. Maintain order. Separate the crowd. We need to get to Heroic Spirit Palace as soon as possible. Nicholas reprimanded his subordinates and soldiers without holding back. You know what to do with those who barge into the city without permission. Fortunately, the White Blade Guards and the soldiers of Dragon Cloud City separated the crowd, or else the Prince of Constellation would have fled into Dragon Cloud City pathetically. Although it was not much different now. Thales looked at Waya and Ralph, who looked as if they were facing a great enemy. He sighed helplessly on his horse. Their unhappy expressions make it seem as if I killed their prince. Put yourself in my shoes and think about it. If you died in Northland today and Extet sent someone to Eternal Star City to apologize tomorrow, I think I would probably have a displeased expression on my face as well. Putray spoke loudly in the noisy environment. The latter did not seem to care about the prophecy he had just made for the prince. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Deputy. If you lose your job in the future, I suggest that you try your luck in Western Desert. Duke Fakenhas should be able to get along well with you. The head of the four-eyed skull, that unwelcome guardian Duke of the Western Desert? Putray snorted. Thank you for your recommendation. Thales could only snort coldly. But both of them knew that the true test was far from here, not on these simple commoners. Are you ready? Citizens of the Empire? Nicholas' voice came from the front. There was disdain in his voice. This will be very tiring. What? Thales raised his head in shock. And he knew why. Dragon Cloud City was built according to the mountain's topography and slope. It was built in layers and spiraled upwards. They had to climb all the way in the city, passing through layers of barriers that were separated by thick inner-city gatehouses. There were 7 or 8 such inner-city gatehouses between each region. I've heard about the structure of Dragon Cloud City. Waya gritted his teeth and observed his surroundings vigilantly. It is said that this kind of inner-city structure is easier to defend. Even if the enemy breaks through the main gate of Dragon Cloud City, the archers on the city walls and gates can turn around and attack the enemies who charge in. The warriors are able to block the waves of attacks from the enemy behind the gatehouses. And because of the slope, the invaders have to face the disadvantage of attacking from the back, which will consume a lot of energy. I dare say that this structure helped us a lot when we were surrounded by the Eastern Peninsula's army during the Third Peninsular War. In that case, this city is not much inferior to Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales helplessly looked at the panting horse as it sat down. The noisy onlookers outside the guard's separation line also made him frustrated. The citizens have to climb all the way up just to take a walk, let alone the enemies who are attacking us. And the nobles now have an excuse and a reason to hide in the city and shiver in fear. Ida stepped on the stone bricks under her feet. Her figure was light, but she still snorted in dissatisfaction. They let their people suffer outside the city. I think the first batch of people built this city purely for military purposes, but no one expected that it would one day become the capital of Extet. Thales glanced at the passers-by who stopped walking. Don't the people who live here feel tired? To a certain extent, this city also naturally repels merchants. This kind of structure is neither suitable for peddlers nor shops, whether it is for transporting goods or expanding business. Can you imagine the cost of transporting 1 load of firewood into the inner city as much as carrying 3 loads of firewood? Marquis Shiles of Camus Union seemed to be used to this kind of road, but he still shook his head and clicked his tongue. Of course, this is the time for us Camians to take the field. So, the higher up we go in the inner city, the more powerful and influential people can live there, right? Thales sighed. It's really a clear and easy to understand social stratification. Marquis Shiles of Camus Union seemed to be used to this kind of road. Compared to a few years ago, there shouldn't be any major changes. In fact, I suspect that there hasn't been any major changes in Dragon Cloud City over the past 100 years. Put-Ray introduced the place to them. On their way, they passed through quite a number of distinct areas. Shield District, which looked like a slum. Hammer District, which was where the commoners lived. Sword District, which was where the bazaar and square were located. Bow District, which had all sorts of miscellaneous items. Arrow District, which was where the temples and religious places gathered. Spear District, which was where the courts, prisons, and other departments were located. Armor District, which was where the workshops and shops gathered. Axe District, which was where the nobles lived, and so on. Why don't they just build another area and call it the Mystic Gun area? Thales grumpily complained about the areas in the city that were all named after weapons. I think when Raikuru renamed and renovated Dragon Cloud City, the Mystic Gun probably hadn't been invented yet, Put-Ray answered nonchalantly. Then when was the Mystic Gun invented? Thales rolled his eyes. Who invented it? Why was it named this way? The Mystic Gun has been around for almost 300 years. The other parts are easy to obtain. Put-Ray seemed to know what he wanted to ask but deliberately went against him. He smiled and said, only the core part is a strategic resource. As for its source, you will know sooner or later. As for the naming, no one knows. Thales pursed his lips. Mystic Gun. Mystic. Magic. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and tried hard to shift his attention to the matter at hand. All right. The names that the Extetians gave to the city are really lacking in imagination. If they don't have enough material to name the city, I have another suggestion. As he watched his steed climb arduously, even Thales could not help but feel a little tired. He exhaled deeply. The legendary anti-mystic armed forces area. Put-Ray finally took out his pipe again and looked at Thales with a slightly profound gaze. He took a deep breath and calmly said the truth. If you ask me, you have been chattering non-stop since just now. It's because of the situation that we're about to face. And you're nervous? Thales was immediately at a loss for words. Damn it. Under the gaze of the other people in the diplomat group, Thales shut his mouth in embarrassment. They finally climbed out of the last section of the road in Axe District. No matter where Thales went, the flag with the double cross-shaped stars on a sky-blue background, which was held by Gened, would always be the biggest target of all the onlookers. Along the way there were crowds of people who came to watch him. The soldiers in charge of maintaining order in Dragon Cloud City were overwhelmed. The Northlanders' naturally loud voices and fiery personalities made the scene even more chaotic. This gave Thales no chance to carefully observe the appearance of Dragon Cloud City. He was escorted by the White Blade Guards all the way to the highest point of the inner city. The gatehouse was closed, isolating the surging crowd outside. Thales frowned and took a deep breath. With Waya's help, he dismounted from his horse and stepped on the rough and solid black stone tiles of Northland. He slowly raised his head. Before him was a palace. So, that's... Thales thought in a daze. Allow me to bid you farewell here, my dear Prince Thales. Before he had the time to carefully observe the palace, Marquis Shiles of Camus Union came before him. He humbly lowered his head and said in a low voice, "You must be mentally prepared." According to the plan, the Marquis of Camus Union chuckled. "King Nuven might be a little rough to you." Rough. Thales smiled awkwardly. He then inhaled a deep breath of cold air and nodded. Rough? Of course. Thales secretly rolled his eyes in his heart. I've never been to this world. Has anyone ever been gentle to me? I almost thought that this was a torturing novel, alright? Marquis Shiles and Nicholas looked at each other. They then led Camus Union's men and left in another direction. Just as Thales was about to raise his head and take a good look at the palace that might be Extet's royal palace, the palace gate slowly opened. A group of Northlanders who were dressed rather elegantly and neatly but still fully armed, walked out of the palace gate in a single file. Thales could not help but feel his heart tighten. As expected, a loud and clear voice rang out from the group of people. In the name of the common elected king of Extet, King Nuven Walton VII, I am here under orders to welcome the foreign guests. A man with a crew cut, a tough appearance and a cold expression pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Thales for a few seconds. His Majesty is looking forward to your arrival. The Prince of Constellation. Thales clenched his fists. Here it comes. Nicholas laughed heartily and went forward to hug the leader of the group. Have you completed your mission, my dear leader of the guards, my friend Nicholas? The man asked softly, seemingly with a profound meaning. Of course. Nicholas also said with a hidden meaning in his words. The Prince of Constellation we want is already here. Thales furrowed his brows and watched the exchange between the two. Then the leader of the men with a crew cut came before Thales and bowed to him. But after Aida's reminder, Thales was stunned to realize that they were lax on the outside but tight on the inside, and they did not leave any blind spots. Compared to Constellation's Renaissance Palace, which had a rather creative design and looked like half a pyramid, the Palace of Dragon Cloud City looked more like a grand palace in a story, from the architectural style to the personnel inside. The flag with a red dragon on a black background fluttered high above. Below the national flag was another flag, a dragon's spear that pierced out of the clouds. It was the emblem of the Walton clan, the Cloud Dragon's Spear. Red and black, coupled with the color of snow that naturally fell from the sky. In Thales' impression, there was no other palace that resembled a place where heroic spirits returned to. Thales shook his head. Heroic Spirit Palace lives up to its name. And the suzerains, archdukes and kings who live here. At this moment, Thales' gaze was suddenly attracted by the top of the palace. He could not help but raise his head. A stone bridge stretched out from the top of the palace and led to another mountain peak. Thales' gaze froze. It was that stone bridge. The stone bridge that led to the Cliff of the Sky, the temporary imperial residence of the Queen of the Sky. Only then did he notice that there was a huge statue erected at the starting point of the stone bridge. He could not see it clearly from afar, perhaps because of the limited field of vision. It was a huge black stone statue of a male warrior. The warrior on the statue was full of heroic spirit and awe-inspiring presence. He held a terrifyingly long spear in both hands, his armor was neat, his muscles were strong, and he looked majestic as he looked down at Heroic Spirit Palace. Presumably, Thales thought from that angle he could have a panoramic view of the entire Dragon Cloud City. Lord Merk, who was in charge of the reception, was very patient. He waited quietly for the foreign prince until he noticed Thales' gaze. That is the stone bridge that leads to the Cliff of the Sky. There is a statue of Raikuru the First standing on it. It was built after Raikuru passed away more than 600 years ago. Merk raised his head and introduced seriously, it was just renovated a week ago. Thales' expression froze. That is. He looked at the valiant man in the stone statue. The human hero of the Battle of Eradication. One of the people who defeated the Calamities and the Mystics. The founder of Extet and its first monarch. Raikuru Extet? The warrior on the statue was covered in snow. His movement of holding the spear was full of strength, and there was a sense of tension and beauty. For more than 600 years, Raikuru must have looked down at his people, his land, and his country with a resolute and deep gaze. Thales nodded slightly at Merc. A cloud floated past and the direction of the sunlight changed a little. From afar, the expression of the Extension hero's statue seemed to change from resolute to sorrowful. Thales narrowed his eyes and praised the craftsmanship of the sculptor from 600 years ago in his heart. It was just renovated a week ago. Was it to welcome me? Unlikely. Perhaps the Extensions are still hoping that the legendary Great Dragon Queen, who disappeared without a trace after the Battle of Eradication, will come back to visit her husband's statue? To visit the country that left her portrait on the national flag, and to take care of the Western Peninsula's blade that she and Raikuru left behind? Heroic Spirit Palace has prepared a room for you. This will be your temporary residence during your stay in Dragon Cloud City. Merc raised his hand towards the palace door and gestured for Thales to move forward. Thales smiled. Of course. Thank you for your hospitality, King Nuven. And please come with me. The man with the crew cut did not change his expression, but what he said made the hearts of all the Constellation diplomat groups sink. King Nuven and the 5 archdukes are waiting for your arrival in the Hall of Heroes. Thales exchanged a glance with Put-Ray. It has begun. But just as Thales, Put-Ray and Ida were about to move forward, Merc raised his hand gently and stopped the skinny vice diplomat. His Highness attendants, please follow my subordinates to your room, Merc said softly. I don't understand. Put-Ray stopped and looked at Merc calmly. I am His Highness' assistant on this trip. I have to follow His Highness. I understand your duty. Merc said slowly without any expression on his face. But this invitation is limited. This is a noble conversation between suzerains and suzerains, and the royal family to the royal family. Jade Star to the Walton family and the 5 great clans. His Majesty and the 5 archdukes only wish to see His Highness, just as His Highness will only see His Majesty and the 5 archdukes. Therefore please attend alone, Your Highness of Constellation. Thales' expression changed. Alone? Against Nuven the 7th and the 5 archdukes? As far as I know, Put-Ray said flatly, this is not the usual etiquette between the 2 countries. Although we have reached a preliminary agreement with King Nuven. But we must not risk the prince's safety. Constellation has learned its lesson in this regard. This is a critical period. Merc shook his head. You want us to hand over Constellation's only heir, give up on protecting him, and let him be isolated and helpless under your control? Put-Ray cleverly pointed out the most crucial point. Behind Thales, Ida, Waya, Ralph and the others became nervous and subconsciously reached for their weapons. Nicholas raised his hand gently. The white blade guards slowly surrounded them. The Star Killer's face grew paler. Just as you said before, you still don't have much of a choice, don't you, young prince? Thales narrowed his eyes. Please believe me, this is necessary. Merc stared at Thales with a burning gaze. And speaking of being isolated and helpless, forgive me for being blunt. The moment you step into Extet's borders, aren't you already isolated and helpless? Thales sighed softly. Put-Ray did not speak again. This made the prince realize that his hunt with Nuven had already begun. All right. King Nuven is said to be very violent, huh? Thales smiled indifferently in his heart. Just wait and see. Under Putray's livid face and Merc's uncertain expression, Thales suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and revealed a smile. All right, I really can't wait to meet King Nuven. Thales turned his head, looked at his companions and nodded lightly. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.